Ready to drift into a peaceful sleep while the legendary Monkey King embarks on his epic journey to the West? You've come to the right place. Our full audiobook with soothing narration and red light visuals is starting right now. Tonight, prepare to immerse yourself in one of the greatest tales of Chinese mythology, a story of adventure, enlightenment, and unforgettable characters like Sun Wukong, the mischievous yet powerful Monkey King. But this isn't just any audiobook. It's specifically crafted to guide you into a deep, restful sleep. Have you ever wondered how an ancient legend could hold the key to modern relaxation? We've combined the timeless allure of classic Chinese literature with unique sleep science principles, featuring calming red light visuals and a narrative pace designed to soothe your mind. So, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let the journey to the West carry you away to dreamland. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to join our community of peaceful sleepers and mythology lovers. Chapter 1. There was a rock that, since the creation of the world, had been worked upon by the pure essences of heaven and the fine savors of earth. The vigor of sunshine and the grace of moonlight had shaped it until, at last, it became magically pregnant. One day it split open, giving birth to a stone egg about as big as a playing ball. Fructified by the wind, this egg developed into a stone monkey, complete with every organ and limb. At once this monkey learned to climb and run. But its first act was to make a bow towards each of the four quarters. As it did so, a steely light darted from the monkey's eyes and flashed as far as the palace of the pole star. This shaft of light astonished the Jade Emperor as he sat in the cloud palace of the Golden Gates, in the treasure hall of the Holy Mists, surrounded by his fairy ministers. Seeing this strange light flashing, he ordered Thousand League Eye and Down the Wind Ears to open the gate of the southern heaven and look out. At his bidding, these two captains went out to the gate. They looked so sharply and listened so well that presently they were able to report, "This steely light comes from the borders of the small country of Aeoli. This country lies to the east of the holy continent, from the mountain of flowers and fruit. On this mountain is a magic rock which gave birth to an egg. This egg changed into a stone monkey, and when he made his bow to the four quarters, a steely light flashed from his eyes with a beam that reached the palace of the pole star. But now he is taking a drink and the light is growing dim." The Jade Emperor condescended to take an indulgent view. "These creatures in the world below," he said, "were composed of the essence of heaven and earth. Nothing that goes on there should surprise us." That monkey walked, ran, leaped, and bounded over the hills. He fed on grasses and shrubs, drinking from streams and springs, gathering mountain flowers and looking for fruits. Wolf, panther, and tiger were his companions. The deer and civet were his friends, gibbons and baboons his kindred. At night he lodged under cliffs of rock. By day he wandered among the peaks and caves. One very hot morning, after playing in the shade of some pine trees, he and the other monkeys went to bathe in a mountain stream. See how those waters bounce and tumble like rolling melons. There is an old saying, "Birds have their bird language, beasts have their beast talk." The monkeys said, "None of us know where this stream comes from. As we have nothing to do this morning, wouldn't it be fun to follow it up to its source?" With a whoop of joy, dragging their sons and carrying their daughters, calling out to younger brother and to elder brother, the whole troop rushed along the streamside. They scrambled up the steep places until they reached the source of the stream. They found themselves standing before the curtain of a great waterfall. All the monkeys clapped their hands and cried aloud, "Lovely water, lovely water." To think that it starts far off in some cavern below the base of the mountain and flows all the way to the great sea. If any of us were bold enough to pierce that curtain, get to where the water comes from, and return unharmed, we would make him our king. 3 times the call went out. Then suddenly, one of them leaped from among the throng and answered the challenge in a loud voice. It was the stone monkey. "I will go," he cried, "I will go. Look at him. He screws up his eyes and crouches. Then at one bound he jumped straight through the waterfall. When he opened his eyes and looked about him, he found that where he had landed there was no water. A great bridge stretched in front of him, shining and glinting. When he looked closely at it, he saw that it was all made of burnished iron. The water under it flowed through a hole in the rock, filling all the space under the arch. Monkey climbed up onto the bridge and, spying as he went, saw something that looked just like a house. There were stone seats and stone couches and tables with stone bowls and cups. He skipped back to the hump of the bridge and saw that on the cliff there was an inscription in large square writing which said, "This cave of the water curtain in the blessed land of the mountain of flowers and fruit leads to heaven." Monkey was beside himself with delight. He rushed back and again crouched, shut his eyes, and jumped through the curtain of water. "A great stroke of luck," he cried, "a great stroke of luck." "What is it like on the other side?" asked the monkeys, crowding around him. "Is the water very deep?" "There is no water," said the stone monkey. "There is an iron bridge, and at the side of it, a heaven-sent place to live in." "What did you think it would do to live in?" asked the monkeys. "The water," said the stone monkey, "flows out of a hole in the rock, filling in the space under the bridge. At the side of the bridge are flowers and trees, and there is a chamber of stone. Inside are stone tables, stone cups, stone dishes, stone couches, stone seats. We could really be very comfortable there. There is plenty of room for hundreds and thousands of us, young and old. Let us all go and live there. We shall be splendidly sheltered in every weather." "You go first and show us how," cried the monkeys in great delight. Once more he closed his eyes and was at one bound. "Come along all of you," he cried. The bolder of them jumped at once. The more timid stretched out their heads and then drew them back, scratched their ears, rubbed their cheeks, and then with a great shout, the whole mob leaped forward. Soon they were all seizing dishes and snatching cups, scrambling to the hearth or fighting for the beds, dragging things along or shifting them about, behaving indeed as monkeys with their mischievous nature might be expected to do, never quiet for an instant, till at last they were thoroughly worn out. The stone monkey took his seat at the head of them and said, "Gentlemen, with one whose word cannot be trusted there is nothing to be done. You promised that any of us who managed to get through the waterfall and back again should be your king. I have not only come and gone and come again, but also found you a comfortable place to sleep, putting you in the enviable position of being householders. Why do you not bow down to me as your king?" Thus reminded, the monkeys all pressed together the palms of their hands and prostrated themselves. They drew up in a line according to age and standing, and bowing humbly they cried, "Great King 1,000 years." After this, the stone monkey discarded his old name and became king, with the title, Handsome Monkey King. He appointed various monkeys, gibbons, and baboons to be his ministers and officers. By day they wandered about the mountain of flowers and fruit. At night, they slept in the cave of the water curtain. They lived in perfect sympathy and accord, not mingling with bird or beast, in perfect independence and entire happiness. The Monkey King had enjoyed this artless existence for several hundred years. Then one day, at a feast in which all the monkeys took part, the king suddenly felt very sad and burst into tears. His subjects at once ranged in front of him and bowed down, saying, "Why is your majesty so sad?" "At present," said the king, "I have no cause for unhappiness. But I have a misgiving about the future, which troubles me sorely." "Your majesty is very hard to please," said the monkeys, laughing. "Every day we have happy meetings on fairy mountains, in blessed spots, in ancient caves, on holy islands. We are not subject to the unicorn or phoenix, nor to the restraints of any human king. Such freedom is an immeasurable blessing. What can it be that causes you this sad misgiving?" "It is true," said the Monkey King, "that today I am not answerable to the law of any human king, nor need I fear the menace of any beast or bird. But the time will come when I shall grow old and weak. Yama, king of death, is secretly waiting to destroy me. Is there no way by which, instead of being born again on earth, I might live forever among the people of the sky?" When the monkeys heard this, they covered their faces with their hands and wept, each thinking of his own mortality. But look, from among the ranks there springs out one monkey commoner, who cries in a loud voice, "If that is what troubles your majesty, it shows that religion has taken hold upon your heart. There are indeed, among all creatures, 3 kinds that are not subject to Yama, king of death." "And do you know which they are?" asked the Monkey King. "Buddhas, immortals, and sages," he said. "These 3 are exempt from the turning of the wheel, from birth and destruction. They are eternal as heaven and earth, as the hills and streams. Where are they to be found? Asked the Monkey King. Here on the common earth, said the monkey, in ancient caves among enchanted hills. The king was delighted with this news. Tomorrow, he said, I shall say goodbye to you, go down the mountain, wander like a cloud to the corners of the sea, far away to the end of the world, till I have found these 3 kinds of immortal. From them I will learn how to be young forever and escape the doom of death. This determination was what led him to leap clear of the toils of reincarnation and turned him at last into the great monkey sage, equal to heaven. The monkeys clapped their hands and cried aloud, "Splendid! Splendid! Tomorrow we will scour the hills for fruits and berries and hold a great farewell banquet in honor of our king." Next day they duly went to gather peaches and rare fruits, mountain herbs, yellow sperm, tubers, orchids, strange plants and flowers of every sort. They set out the stone tables and benches, laid out fairy meats and drinks. They put the Monkey King at the head of the table and ranked themselves according to their age and rank. The pledge cup passed from hand to hand. They made their offerings to him of flowers and fruit. All day long they drank, and next day their king rose early and said, "Little ones, cut some pine wood for me and make me a raft. Then find a tall bamboo for a pole and put together a few fruits and such like. I am going to start." He got onto the raft all alone and pushed off with all his might, speeding away and away straight out to sea. Favored by the following wind, he arrived at the borders of the southern world. Fate indeed had favored him. For days on end, ever since he set foot on the raft, a strong southeast wind blew and carried him at last to the northwestern bank, which is indeed the frontier of the southern world. He tested the water with his pole and found that it was shallow, so he left the raft and climbed ashore. On the beach were people fishing, shooting wild geese, scooping oysters and draining salt. He ran up to them and for fun began to perform queer antics which frightened them so much that they dropped their baskets and nets and ran for their lives. One of them, who stood his ground, Monkey caught hold of and ripping off his clothes, found out how to wear them himself. So dressed up, he went prancing through towns and cities, in markets and bazaars, imitating the people's manners and talk. All the while his heart was set only on finding the immortals and learning from them the secret of eternal youth. But he found the men of the world all engrossed in the quest of profit or fame. There was not one who had any care for the end that was in store for him. So Monkey went looking for the way of immortality, but found no chance of meeting it. For 8 or 9 years he went from city to city and town to town till suddenly he came to the Western Ocean. He was sure that beyond this ocean there would certainly be immortals, and he made for himself a raft like the one he had before. He floated on over the Western Ocean till he came to the Western continent, where he went ashore. When he had looked about for some time, he suddenly saw a very high and beautiful mountain, thickly wooded at the base. He had no fear of wolves, tigers, or panthers and made his way up to the very top. He was looking at him when he suddenly heard a man's voice coming from deep amid the woods. He hurried towards the spot and listened intently. It was someone singing, and these were the words that he caught. "I hatch no plot, I scheme no scheme. Fame and shame are one to me, a simple life prolongs my days. Those I meet upon my way are immortals, one and all, who from their quiet seats expound the scriptures of the yellow court." When Monkey heard these words he was very pleased. "There must then be immortals somewhere hereabouts," he said. He sprang deep into the forest and looking carefully, saw that the singer was a woodman who was cutting brushwood. "Reverend Immortal," said Monkey, coming forward, "your disciple raises his hands." The woodman was so astonished that he dropped his axe. "You have made a mistake," he said, turning and answering the salutation. "I am only a shabby, hungry woodcutter. What makes you address me as an immortal?" "If you are not an immortal," said Monkey, "why did you talk of yourself as though you were one?" "What did I say?" asked the woodcutter. "That sounded as though I were an immortal?" "When I came to the edge of the wood," said Monkey, "I heard you singing, 'Those I meet upon my way are immortals, one and all, who from their quiet seats expound the scriptures of the yellow court.' Those scriptures are secret Taoist texts. What can you be but an immortal?" "I won't deceive you," said the woodcutter. "That song was indeed taught to me by an immortal, who lives not very far from my hut. He saw that I have to work hard for my living and have a lot of troubles. So he told me when I was worried by anything to say to myself the words of that song. This, he said, would comfort me and get me out of my difficulties. Just now I was upset about something and so I was singing that song. I had no idea that you were listening. If the immortal lives close by, said Monkey, how is it that you have not become his disciple? Wouldn't it have been good to learn from him how to never grow old? I have a hard life for it, said the woodcutter. When I was 8 or 9 I lost my father. I had no brothers and sisters, and it fell upon me alone to support my widowed mother. There was nothing for it but to work hard early and late. Now my mother is old and I dare not leave her. The garden is neglected, we have not enough either to eat or wear. The most I can do is to cut 2 bundles of firewood, carry them to market, and with a penny or 2 that I get, buy a few handfuls of rice which I cook myself and serve to my aged mother. I have no time to go and learn magic. From what you tell me, said Monkey, I can see that you are a good and devoted son, and your piety will certainly be rewarded. All I ask of you is that you will show me where the immortal lives, for I would very much like to visit him. It is quite close, said the woodcutter. This mountain is called the Holy Terrace Mountain, and on it is a cave called the Cave of the Slanting Moon and 3 Stars. In that cave lives an immortal called the Patriarch Subodhi. In his time he has had innumerable disciples, and at this moment there are some 30 or 40 of them studying with him. You have only to follow that small path southwards for 8 or 9 leagues, and you will come to his home. Honored brother, said Monkey, drawing the woodcutter towards him, come with me, and if I profit by the visit, I will not forget that you guided me. It takes a lot to make some people understand, said the woodcutter. I've just been telling you why I can't go. If I went with you, what would become of my work? Who would give my old mother her food? I must go on cutting my wood, and you must find your way alone. When Monkey heard this, he saw nothing for it but to say goodbye. He left the wood, found the path, went uphill for some 7 or 8 leagues, and sure enough found a cave dwelling. But the door was locked. All was quiet, and there was no sign of anyone being about. Suddenly he turned his head and saw on top of the cliff a stone slab about 30 feet high and 8 feet wide. On it was an inscription in large letters saying, Cave of the Slanting Moon and 3 Stars on the Mountain of the Holy Terrace. People here, said Monkey, are certainly very truthful. There really is such a mountain and such a cave. He looked about for a while but did not venture to knock at the door. Instead, he jumped up into a pine tree and began eating the pine seed and playing among the branches. After a time, he heard someone call. The door of the cave opened, and a fairy boy of great beauty came out, in appearance utterly unlike the common lads that he had seen till now. The boy shouted, Who is making a disturbance out there? Monkey leaped down from his tree and coming forward, said with a bow, Fairy boy, I am a pupil who has come to study immortality. I should not dream of making a disturbance. You a pupil, said the boy, laughing. To be sure, said Monkey. My master is lecturing, said the boy. But before he gave out his theme, he told me to go to the door, and if anyone came asking for instruction, I was to look after him. I suppose he meant you. Of course he meant me, said Monkey. Follow me this way, said the boy. Monkey tidied himself and followed the boy into the cave. Huge chambers opened out before them. They went on from room to room, through lofty halls and innumerable cloisters and retreats, till they came to a platform of green jade, upon which was seated the Patriarch Subodhi, with 30 lesser immortals assembled before him. Monkey at once prostrated himself and bumped his head 3 times upon the ground, murmuring, Master, Master. As pupil to teacher, I pay you my humble respects. Where do you come from? Asked the Patriarch. First tell me your country and name, and then pay your respects again. I am from the Water Curtain Cave, said Monkey, on the mountain of fruit and flowers in the country of Aeoli. Go away, shouted the Patriarch. I know the people there. They're a tricky, humbugging set. It's no good one of them supposing he's going to achieve enlightenment. Monkey, kowtowing violently, hastened to say, There's no trickery about this. It's just the plain truth I'm telling you. If you claim that you're telling the truth, said the Patriarch, how is it that you say you came from Aeoli? Between there and here there are 2 oceans and the whole of the southern continent. How did you get here? I floated over the oceans and wandered over the lands for 10 years and more, said Monkey, till at last I reached here. Oh well, said the patriarch, I suppose if you came by easy stages, it's not altogether impossible. But tell me, what is your shing? I never show shing, said Monkey. If I am abused, I am not at all annoyed. If I am hit, I am not angry, but on the contrary twice more polite than before. All my life I have never shown shing. I don't mean that kind of shing, said the patriarch. I mean, what was your family, what surname had they? I had no family, said Monkey, neither father nor mother. Oh indeed, said the patriarch. Perhaps you grew on a tree. Not exactly, said Monkey. I came out of a stone. There was a magic stone on the mountain of flowers and fruit. When its time came, it burst open and I came out. We shall have to see about giving you a school name, said the patriarch. We have 12 words that we use in these names according to the grade of the pupil. You are in the 10th grade. What are the 12 words? Asked Monkey. They are wide, big, wise, clever, true, conforming, nature, ocean, lively, aware, perfect, and illumined. As you belong to the 10th grade, the word aware must come in your name. How about aware of vacuity? Splendid, said Monkey, laughing. From now onwards, let me be called aware of vacuity. So that was his name in religion. And if you do not know whether in the end, equipped with this name, he managed to obtain enlightenment or not, listen while it is explained to you in the next chapter. Chapter 2. Monkey was so pleased with his new name that he skipped up and down in front of the patriarch, bowing to express his gratitude. Subodhi then ordered his pupils to take Monkey to the outer rooms and teach him how to sprinkle and dust, answer properly when spoken to, and how to come in, go out, and move around respectfully. Monkey bowed to his fellow pupils and went out into the corridor, where he made himself a sleeping place. Early next morning he and the others practiced the correct mode of speech and bearing, studied the scriptures, discussed doctrine, practiced writing, and burned incense. In this way he passed day after day, spending his leisure sweeping the floor, hoeing the garden, growing flowers, tending trees, getting firewood, lighting fires, and drawing and carrying water in buckets. Everything he needed was provided for him. And so he lived in the cave while time slipped by for 6 or 7 years. One day the patriarch, seated in state, summoned all his pupils and began a lecture on the Great Way. Monkey was so delighted by what he heard that he tweaked his ears and rubbed his cheeks. His brow flowered and his eyes laughed. He could not stop his hands from dancing, his feet from stamping. Suddenly the patriarch caught sight of him and shouted, "What is the use of your being here if, instead of listening to my lecture, you jump and dance like a maniac?" "I am listening with all my might," said Monkey. "But you were saying such wonderful things that I could not contain myself for joy. That is why I may, for all I know, have been hopping and jumping. Don't be angry with me." "So you recognize the profundity of what I am saying?" said the patriarch. "How long, pray, have you been in the cave?" "It may seem rather silly," said Monkey, "but really I don't know how long. All I can remember is that when I was sent to get firewood, I went up the mountain behind the cave, and there I found a whole slope covered with peach trees. I have eaten my fill of those peaches 7 times. "It is called the Hill of Bright Peach Blossom," said the patriarch. "If you have eaten there 7 times, I suppose you have been here 7 years. What sort of wisdom are you now hoping to learn from me?" "I leave that to you," said Monkey. "Any sort of wisdom, it's all one to me." "There are 360 schools of wisdom," said the patriarch, "and all of them lead to self-attainment. Which school do you want to study at?" "Just as you think best," said Monkey. "I am all attention." "Well, how about art?" said the patriarch. "Would you like me to teach you that?" "What sort of wisdom is that?" asked Monkey. "You would be able to summon fairies and ride the phoenix," said the patriarch, "divine by shuffling the yarrow stalks, and know how to avoid disaster and pursue good fortune." "But should I live forever?" asked Monkey. "Certainly not," said the patriarch. "Then that's no good to me," said Monkey. "How about natural philosophy?" said the patriarch. "What is that about?" asked Monkey. "It means the teaching of Confucius," said the patriarch, "and of Buddha and Lao Tzu, of the duelists and Emo Tzu and the doctors of medicine. reading scriptures, saying prayers, and learning how to have adepts and sages at your beck and call. But should I live forever? Asked Monkey. If that's what you are thinking about, said the patriarch, I am afraid philosophy is no better than a prop in the wall. Master, said Monkey, I am a plain, simple man, and I don't understand that sort of talk. What do you mean by a prop in the wall? When men are building a room, said the patriarch, and want it to stand firm, they put a pillar to prop up the walls. But one day the roof falls in and the pillar rots. That doesn't sound much like long life, said Monkey. I'm not going to learn philosophy. How about quietism? Asked the patriarch. What does that consist of? Asked Monkey. Low diet, said the patriarch, inactivity, meditation, restraint of word and deed, yoga practice prostrate or standing. But should I live forever? Asked Monkey. The results of quietism, said the patriarch, are no better than unbaked clay in the kiln. You've got a very poor memory, said Monkey. Didn't I tell you just now that I don't understand that sort of talk? What do you mean by unbaked clay in the kiln? The bricks and tiles, said the patriarch, may be waiting all shaped and ready in the kiln, but if they have not yet been fired, there will come a day when heavy rain falls and they are washed away. That does not promise well for the future, said Monkey. I don't think I'll bother about quietism. You might try exercises, said the patriarch. What do you mean by that? Asked Monkey. Various forms of activity, said the patriarch, such as the exercises called gathering the yin and patching the yang, drawing the bow and treading the catapult, rubbing the navel to pass breath. Then there are alchemical practices such as the magical explosion, burning the reeds and striking the tripod, promoting red lead, melting the autumn stone and drinking bride's milk. Would these make me live forever? Asked Monkey. To hope for that, said the patriarch, would be like trying to fish the moon out of the water. There you go again, said Monkey. What, pray, do you mean by fishing the moon out of the water? When the moon is in the sky, said the patriarch, it is reflected in the water. It looks just like a real thing, but if you try to catch hold of it, you find it is only an illusion. That does not sound much good, said Monkey. I shan't learn exercises. Tut! Cried the patriarch, and coming down from the platform, he caught hold of his knuckle wrapper and pointed it at Monkey, saying, You wretched simian! You won't learn this and you won't learn that. I would like to know what it is you do want. And so saying, he struck Monkey over the head 3 times. Then he folded his hands behind his back and strode off into the inner room, dismissing his audience and locking the door behind him. The pupils all turned indignantly upon Monkey. You villainous ape, they shouted at him, do you think that is the way to behave? The master offers to teach you, and instead of accepting thankfully, you begin arguing with him. Now he's thoroughly offended, and goodness knows when he'll come back. They were all very angry and poured abuse on him, but Monkey was not in the least upset, and merely replied with a broad grin. The truth of the matter was, he understood the language of secret signs. That was why he did not take up the quarrel or attempt to argue. He knew that the master, by striking him 3 times, was giving him an appointment at the 3rd watch, and by going off with his hands folded behind his back, meant that Monkey was to look for him in the inner apartments. The locking of the door meant that he was to come around by the back door and would then receive instruction. The rest of the day he frolicked with the other pupils in front of the cave, impatiently awaiting the night. As soon as dusk came, like the others, he went to his sleeping place. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, breathing softly and regularly. In the mountains there is no watchman to beat the watches or call the hours. The best Monkey could do was to count his incoming and outgoing breaths. When he reckoned that it must be about the hour of the rat, between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., he got up very quietly and slipped on his clothes. He softly opened the front door, left his companions and went around to the back door. Sure enough, it was only half shut. The master certainly means to give me instruction, said Monkey to himself. That is why he left the door open. So he crept in and went straight to the master's bed. Finding him curled up and lying with his face to the wall, Monkey dared not wake him and knelt down beside the bed. Presently, the patriarch woke, stretched out his legs and murmured to himself, Hard, very hard. The way is the most secret. Never handle the golden elixir as though it were a mere toy. He who to unworthy ears entrusts the dark truths to no purpose works his jaws and talks his tongue dry. Master, I've been kneeling here for some time, said Monkey when he saw the patriarch was awake. You wretched monkey, said Subodhi, who, recognizing his voice, pulled off the bedclothes and sat up. Why aren't you asleep in your own quarters instead of coming around behind mine? At the lecture today, said Monkey, you ordered me to come for instruction at the third watch by way of the back gate. That is why I ventured to come straight to your bed. The patriarch was delighted. He thought to himself, this fellow must really be, as he says, a natural product of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would never have understood my secret signs. We are alone together, said Monkey. There is no one to overhear us. Take pity upon me and teach me the way of long life. I shall never forget your kindness. You show a disposition, said the patriarch. You understood my secret signs. Come close and listen carefully. I am going to reveal to you the secret of long life. Monkey beat his head on the floor to show his gratitude, washed his ears and attended closely, kneeling beside the bed. The patriarch then recited, to spare and tend the vital powers, this and nothing else is sum and total of all magic, secret and profane. All is comprised in these three, spirit, breath and soul. Guard them closely, screen them well, let there be no leak, store them within the frame. That is all that can be learnt and all that can be taught. That I would have you mark the tortoise and snake, locked in a tight embrace. Locked in tight embrace, the vital powers are strong. Even in the midst of fierce flames, the golden lotus may be planted, the 5 elements compounded and transposed and put to new use. When that is done, be whichever you please, Buddha or immortal. By these words, Monkey's whole nature was shaken to the foundations. He carefully committed them to memory, then humbly thanked the patriarch and went out again by the back door. A pale light was just coming into the eastern sky. He retraced his steps, softly opened the front door, and returned to his sleeping place, purposely making a rustling noise with his bedclothes. Get up, he cried. There is light in the sky. His fellow pupils were fast asleep and had no idea that Monkey had received illumination. Time passed swiftly, and 3 years later, the patriarch again mounted his jeweled seat and preached to his assembled followers. His subject was the parables and scholastic problems of the Zen sect, and his theme the tegument of outer appearances. Suddenly he broke off and asked, "Where is the disciple aware of vacuity?" Monkey knelt down before him and answered, "Here." "What have you been studying all this time?" asked the patriarch. "Recently," said Monkey, "my spiritual nature has been very much in the ascendant, and my fundamental sources of power are gradually strengthening." "In that case," said the patriarch, "all you need to learn is how to ward off the 3 calamities." "There must be some mistake," said Monkey in dismay. "I understood that the secrets I have learned would make me live forever and protect me from fire, water, and every kind of disease. What is this about 3 calamities?" "What you have learned," said the patriarch, "will preserve your youthful appearance and increase the length of your life. But after 500 years, heaven will send down lightning which will finish you off, unless you have the sagacity to avoid it. After another 500 years, heaven will send down a fire that will devour you. This fire is of a peculiar kind. It is neither common fire nor celestial fire, but springs up from within and consumes the vitals, reducing the whole frame to ashes, and making a vanity of all your 1,000 years of self-perfection. But even should you escape this in another 500 years, a wind will come and blow upon you. Not the east wind, the south wind, the west wind, or the north wind, not flower wind or willow wind, pine wind or bamboo wind. It blows from below, enters the bowels, passes the midriff, and issues at the 9 apertures. It melts bone and flesh so that the whole body dissolves. These 3 calamities you must be able to avoid." When Monkey heard this, his hair stood on end, and prostrating himself he said, "I beseech you, have pity upon me, and teach me how to avoid these calamities. I shall never forget your kindness." "There would be no difficulty about that," said the patriarch, "if it were not for your peculiarities." "I have a round head sticking up to heaven and square feet treading earth," said Monkey. I have 9 apertures, 4 limbs, 5 upper and 6 lower internal organs just like other people. You are like other men in most respects, said the patriarch, but you have much less jowl. 4 monkeys have hollow cheeks and pointed nozzles. Monkey felt his face with his hand and laughed, saying, Master, I have my debits, but don't forget my assets. I have my pouch, and that must be credited to my account, as something that ordinary humans haven't got. True enough, said the patriarch. There are 2 methods of escape. Which would you like to learn? There is the trick of the heavenly ladle, which involves 36 kinds of transformation, and the trick of the earthly conclusion, which involves 72 kinds of transformation. 72 sounds better value, said Monkey. Come here then, said the patriarch, and I will teach you the formula. He then whispered a magic formula into Monkey's ear. That Monkey King was uncommonly quick at taking things in. He at once began practicing the formula, and after a little self-discipline he mastered all 72 transformations, whole and complete. One day when the master and disciples were in front of the cave, admiring the evening view, the patriarch said, Monkey, how is that business going? Thanks to your kindness, said Monkey, I have been extremely successful. In addition to the transformations, I can already fly. Let's see you do it, said the patriarch. Monkey put his feet together, leapt about 60 feet into the air, and riding the clouds for a few minutes, dropped in front of the patriarch. He did not get more than 3 leagues in the whole of his flight. Master, he said, that surely is cloud soaring? I should be more inclined to call it cloud crawling, said the patriarch laughing. The old saying runs, an immortal wanders in the morning to the northern sea, and the same evening he is in Tiesangwu. To take as long as you did to go a mere league or 2 hardly counts even as cloud crawling. What is meant by that saying about the northern sea and Tiesangwu? Asked Monkey. A real cloud soarer, said the patriarch, can start early in the morning from the northern sea, cross the eastern sea, the western sea, and the southern sea, and land again at Tiesangwu. Tiesangwu means Ling Ling in the northern sea. To do the round of all 4 seas in one day is true cloud soaring. It sounds very difficult, said Monkey. Nothing in the world is difficult, said the patriarch. It is only our own thoughts that make things seem so. Master, said Monkey, prostrating himself, you may as well make a good job of me. While you're at it, do me a real kindness and teach me the art of cloud soaring. I shall never forget how much I owe to you. When the immortals go cloud soaring, said the patriarch, they sit cross-legged and rise straight from that position. You do nothing of the kind. I saw you just now put your feet together and jump. I must really take this opportunity of teaching you how to do it properly. You shall learn the cloud trapeze. He then taught him the magic formula, saying, make the pass, recite the spell, clench your fists, and 1 leap will carry you head over heels 108,000 leagues. When the other pupils heard this, they all tittered, saying, Monkey is in luck. If he learns this trick, he will be able to carry dispatches, deliver letters, take around circulars. One way or another he will always be able to pick up a living. It was now late. The master and pupils all went to their quarters, but Monkey spent all night practicing the cloud trapeze, and by the time day came he had completely mastered it and could wander through space where he could. One summer day when the disciples had for some time been studying their tasks under a pine tree, one of them said, Monkey, what can you have done in a former incarnation to merit that the master should the other day have whispered in your ear the secret formula for avoiding the 3 calamities? Have you mastered all those transformations? To tell you the truth, said Monkey, although of course I am much indebted to the master for his instruction, I have also been working very hard day and night on my own, and I can now do them all. Wouldn't this be a good opportunity, said one of the pupils, to give us a little demonstration? When Monkey heard this, he was all on his mettle to display his powers. Give me my subject, he said. What am I to change into? How about a pine tree? They said. He made a magic pass, recited a spell, shook himself, and changed into a pine tree. The disciples clapped and burst into loud applause. Bravo, Monkey, bravo, they cried. There was such a din that the patriarch came running out with his staff trailing after him. Who's making all this noise? He asked. The disciples at once controlled themselves, smoothed down their dresses, and came meekly forward. Monkey changed himself back into his true form and slipped in among the crowd, saying, "Reverend Master, we are doing our lessons out here. I assure you there was no noise in particular." "You were all bawling," said the patriarch angrily. "It didn't sound in the least like people studying. I want to know what you were doing here, shouting and laughing." "To tell the truth," said someone, "Monkey was showing us a transformation just for fun. We told him to change into a pine tree, and he did it so well that we were all applauding him. That was the noise you heard. I hope you will forgive us." "Go away, all of you," the patriarch shouted. "And you, Monkey, come here. What were you doing, playing with your spiritual powers, turning into, what was it? A pine tree? Did you think I taught you in order that you might show off in front of other people? If you saw someone else turn into a tree, wouldn't you at once ask how it was done? If others see you doing it, aren't they certain to ask you? If you are frightened to refuse, you will give the secret away, and if you refuse, you're very likely to be roughly handled. You're putting yourself in grave danger." "I'm terribly sorry," said Monkey. "I won't punish you," said the patriarch, "but you can't stay here." Monkey burst into tears. "Where am I going to go?" he asked. "Back to where you came from, I should suppose," said the patriarch. "You don't mean back to the cave of the water curtain in Aeoli?" said Monkey. "Yes," said the patriarch. "Go back as quickly as you can if you value your life. One thing is certain in any case, you can't stay here." "May I point out," said Monkey, "that I have been away from home for 20 years and should be very glad to see my monkey subjects once more. But I can't consent to go till I have repaid you for all your kindness." "I have no desire to be repaid," said the patriarch. "All I ask is that if you get into trouble, you should keep my name out of it." Monkey saw that it was no use arguing. He bowed to the patriarch and took leave of his companions. "Wherever you go," said the patriarch, "I'm convinced you'll come to no good. So remember, when you get into trouble, I absolutely forbid you to say that you are my disciple. If you give a hint of any such thing, I shall flay you alive, break all your bones, and banish your soul to the place of ninefold darkness, where it will remain for 10,000 eons." "I certainly won't venture to say a word about you," promised Monkey. "I'll say I found it all out for myself." So saying, he bade farewell, turned away, and making the magic pass, rode off on his cloud trapeze, straight to the eastern sea. In a very little while, he reached the mountain of flowers and fruit, where he lowered his cloud and was picking his way, when he heard a sound of cranes calling and monkeys crying. "Little ones," he shouted, "I have come back." At once, from every cranny in the cliff, from bushes and trees, great monkeys and small leapt out with cries of "Long live our king!" Then they all pressed round Monkey, kowtowing and saying, "Great king, you're very absent-minded. Why did you go away for so long, leaving us all in the lurch, panting for your return as a starving man for food and drink? For some time past, a demon has been ill-using us. He has seized our cave, though we fought desperately, and now he has robbed us of all our possessions and carried off many of our children, so that we have to be on the watch all the time and get no sleep day or night. It's lucky you've come now, for if you had waited another year or two, you'd have found us and everything hereabouts in another's hands." "What demon can dare commit such crimes?" cried Monkey. "Tell me all about it, and I will avenge you." "Your Majesty," they said, "he is called the Demon of Havoc, and he lives due north from here." "How far off?" asked Monkey. "He comes like a cloud," they said, "and goes like a mist, like wind or rain, thunder or lightning. We do not know how far away he lives." "Well, don't worry," said Monkey. "Just go on playing around while I go and look for him. Dear Monkey King." He sprang into the sky straight northwards and soon saw in front of him a high and very rugged mountain. He was admiring the scenery when he suddenly heard voices. Going a little way down the hill, he found a cave in front of which several small imps were jumping and dancing. When they saw Monkey, they ran away. "Stop," he called. "I've got a message for you to take. Say that the master of the water curtain cave is here. The demon of havoc, or whatever he is called, who lives here, has been ill-treating my little ones, and I have come on purpose to settle matters with him." They rushed into the cave and cried out, "Great king, a terrible thing has happened." "What's the matter?" said the demon. Outside the cave, they said, There is a monkey-headed creature who says he is the owner of the water curtain cave. He says you have been ill-using his people and he has come on purpose to settle matters with you." "Ha ha," laughed the demon. "I have often heard those monkeys say that their king had gone away to learn religion. This means that he's come back again. What does he look like and how is he armed?" "He carries no weapon at all," they said. "He goes bareheaded, wears a red dress with a yellow sash and black shoes, neither priest nor layman nor quite like a Taoist. He's waiting naked-handed outside the gate." "Bring me my whole accoutrement," cried the demon. The small imps at once fetched his arms. The demon put on his helmet and breastplate, grasped his sword, and going to the gate with the little imps, cried in a loud voice, "Where's the owner of the water curtain cave?" "What's the use of having such large eyes," shouted Monkey, "if you can't see old Monkey?" Catching sight of him, the demon burst out laughing. "You're not a foot high or as much as 30 years old. You have no weapon in your hand. How dare you talk about settling accounts with me?" "Cursed demon," said Monkey. "After all, you have no eyes in your head. You say I am small, not seeing that I can make myself as tall as I please. You say I am unarmed, not knowing that these two hands of mine could drag the moon from the ends of heaven. Stand your ground and eat the old monkey's fist." So saying, he leapt into the air and aimed a blow at the demon's face. The demon parried the blow with his hand. "You such a pygmy and I am so tall," said the demon. "You use your fists and I my sword. No. If I were to slay you with my sword, I should make myself ridiculous. I am going to throw away my sword and use my naked fists." "Very good," said Monkey. "Now, my fine fellow, come on." The demon relaxed his guard and struck. Monkey closed with him and the two of them pummeled and kicked, blow for blow. A long reach is not as firm and sure as a short one. Monkey jabbed the demon in the lower ribs, pounded him in the chest, and gave him such a heavy drubbing that at last the demon stood back, and picking up his great flat sword, slashed at Monkey's head. But Monkey stepped swiftly aside and the blow missed its mark. Seeing that the demon was becoming savage, Monkey now used the method called body outside the body. He plucked out a handful of hairs, bit them into small pieces, and then spat them out into the air, crying, "Change." The fragments of hair changed into several hundred small monkeys, all pressing around in a throng. For you must know that when anyone becomes an immortal, he can project his soul, change his shape, and perform all kinds of miracles. Monkey, since his illumination, could change every one of the 84,000 hairs of his body into whatever he chose. The little monkeys he had now created were so nimble that no sword could touch them or spear wound them. See how they leap forward and jump back, crowd around the demon, some hugging, some pulling, some jabbing at his chest, some swarming up his legs. They kicked him, beat him, pummeled his eyes, pinched his nose, and while they were all at it, Monkey slipped up and snatched away the demon's sword. Then pushing through the throng of small monkeys, he raised the sword and brought it down with such tremendous force upon the demon's skull that he clove it in twain. He and the little monkeys then rushed into the cave and made a quick end of the imps, great and small. He then said a spell which caused the small monkeys to change back into hares. These he put back where they had come from, but there were still some small monkeys left, those that the demon had carried off from the cave of the water curtain. "How did you get here?" he asked. There were about 30 or 40 of them, and they all said with tears in their eyes, "After your majesty went away to become an immortal, we were pestered by this creature for 2 years. In the end he carried us all off and he stole all the fittings from our cave. He took all the stone dishes and the stone cups. Collect everything that belongs to us and bring it with you," said Monkey. They then set fire to the cave and burnt everything in it. "Now follow me," said Monkey. "When we were brought here," they said, "we only felt a great wind rushing past which whirled us to this place. We didn't know which way we were coming. So how are we to find the way home?" "He brought you here by magic," said Monkey. "But what matters? I'm now up to all that sort of thing, and if he could do it, I can. Shut your eyes, all of you, and don't be frightened." He then recited a spell which produced a fierce wind. Suddenly it dropped and Monkey shouted, "You may look now." The monkeys found that they were standing on firm ground quite close to their home. In high delight, they all followed a familiar path back to the door of their cave. They and those who had been left behind all pressed into the cave and lined up according to their ranks and age, and did homage to their king, and prepared a great banquet of welcome. When they asked how the demon had been subdued and the monkeys rescued, he told them the whole story, upon which they burst into shouts of applause. "We thought little of it," they said, "that when your majesty left us, you would learn such arts as this." "After I parted from you," said Monkey, "I went across many oceans to the land of Jambudvipa, where I learned human ways and how to wear clothes and shoes. I wandered restless as a cloud for 8 or 9 years, but nowhere could I find enlightenment. At last, after crossing yet another ocean, I was lucky enough to meet an old patriarch who taught me the secret of eternal life." "What an incredible piece of luck," the monkeys said, all congratulating him. "Little ones," said Monkey, "I have another bit of good news for you. Your king has got a name in religion. I am called Aware of Vacuity." They all clapped loudly, and presently went to get date wine and grape wine and fairy flowers and fruit, which they offered to Monkey. Everyone was in the highest spirits. If you do not know what the upshot was and how he fared now that he was back in his old home, you must listen to what is related in the next chapter. Chapter 3. Monkey, having returned in triumph after slaying the demon of havoc and snatching the demon's huge cutlass, practiced swordplay every day. He taught the small monkeys how to sharpen bamboos into spears, make wooden swords and carry banners. He instructed them on how to go on patrol, advance and retreat, pitch camp and build stockades. They had great fun doing this. But suddenly, sitting in a quiet place, Monkey thought to himself, "All this is only a game, but the consequences of it may be serious. Suppose some human king or king of birds or beasts should hear what we are doing. He may very well think that we are hatching a conspiracy against him and bring his armies to attack us. Bamboo spears and wooden swords wouldn't help you much then. You ought to have real swords, lances, and halberds. How are we to get hold of them?" "That's an excellent idea," they said, "but there's nowhere we can possibly get them from." At this point 4 old monkeys came forward, 2 red-bottomed horse apes and 2 tailless apes with plain behinds. "Great king," they said, "if you want to get weapons made, nothing could be easier." "Why do you think it's so easy?" asked Monkey. "East of our mountains," they explained, "there are 200 leagues of water. That is the frontier of Aeoli, and at that frontier there is a king whose city is full of soldiers. He must certainly have metalworks of all sorts. If you go there, you can certainly buy weapons or get them made for you. Then you can teach us to use them and we shall be able to defend ourselves. That is the way to protect us against extinction." Monkey was delighted with this idea. "You stay here and amuse yourselves," he said, "while I go off and see what can be done." "Dear Monkey." He set out on his cloud trapeze, and in a twinkling, he had crossed those 200 leagues of water. On the other side, there was indeed a city with walls and a moat, with wards and markets and myriad streets where men walked up and down in the happy sunshine. He thought to himself, "In such a place there are sure to be ready-made weapons. I'll go down and buy some. Or better still, I'll get some by magic." He made a magic pass, recited a spell, and drew a magic diagram on the ground. He then stood in the middle of it, drew a long breath, and expelled it with such force that sand and stones hurtled through the air. This tempest so alarmed the king of the country and all his subjects that they locked themselves indoors. Monkey lowered his cloud, made straight for the government buildings, and soon finding the arsenal, he forced open the door. Inside he saw a vast supply of swords, lances, scimitars, halberds, axes, scythes, whips, rakes, cudgels, bows and crossbows, every conceivable weapon. "That's rather more than I can carry," he said to himself. So, as before, he changed his hair into thousands of small monkeys, who began snatching at the weapons. Some managed to carry 6 or 7, others 3 or 4, till soon the arsenal was bare. Then a great gale of magic wind carried them back to the cave. The monkeys at home were playing in front of the cave door when suddenly they saw a great swarm of monkeys in the sky above, which scared them so much that they all rushed into hiding. Soon Monkey lowered his cloud and turned the thousands of little monkeys back into hares. He stacked the weapons on the hillside and cried, "Little ones, all come and get your arms." To their astonishment, they found Monkey standing all alone on the ground. They rushed forward to pay homage, and Monkey explained to them what had happened. When they had congratulated him on his performance, they all began to grab at swords and cutlasses, pick up axes, scramble for spears, and drag off bows and crossbows. This sport, which was a very noisy one, lasted all day. The next day they came on parade as usual, and the roll call disclosed that they numbered 47,000 in all. All the wild beasts of the mountain and demon kings of every kind, denizens of no less than 72 caves, came to pay homage to Monkey. Henceforward they brought tribute every year and signed on once in every season. Some supplied labor and some provisions. The mountain of flowers and fruit became as strong as an iron bucket or wall of bronze. The demon kings of various districts also presented bronze drums, colored banners, helmets, and coats of mail. Day after day there was a tremendous bustle of drilling and marching. Everything was going well when suddenly one day Monkey said to his subjects, "You seem to be getting on well with your drill, but I find my sword very cumbersome, in fact, not at all to my liking. What is to be done?" The 4 old monkeys came forward and said, "Great King, it is quite natural that you, being an immortal, should not care to use this earthly weapon. Do you think it would be possible for you to get one from the denizens of the sea?" "Why not, pray?" said Monkey. "Since my illumination, I have mastered 72 transformations. Greatest wonder of all, I can ride upon the clouds. I can become invisible, I can penetrate bronze and stone. Water cannot drown me, any more than fire can burn me. What's to prevent me from getting a weapon from the powers of the sea?" "Well, if you can manage it," they said. "The water that flows under this iron bridge comes up from the palace of the Dragon of the Eastern Sea. How about going down and paying a call upon the Dragon King? If you asked him for a weapon, he would no doubt be able to find you something suitable." "I'll certainly go," said Monkey. He went to the bridgehead, recited a spell to protect himself from the effects of water, and jumped in. He made his way along the watercourse till he came to the bottom of the Eastern Sea. Presently he was stopped by a yaksha who was patrolling the waters. "What deity is that?" he asked, pushing along through the water. "Give me an account of yourself, and I will announce your arrival." "I am the Monkey King of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit," said Monkey. "I am a near neighbor of the Dragon King and consider that I ought to make his acquaintance." The yaksha brought in the message, and the Dragon King rose hastily and came to the door of his palace, bringing with him his dragon children and grandchildren, his shrimp soldiers and crab generals. "Come in, high immortal, come in," he said. They went into the palace and sat face to face on the upper seat. When they had taken tea, the dragon asked, "How long, pray, have you been illumined, and what magic arts have you learned?" "I have led a religious life since my infancy," said Monkey, "and am now beyond birth and destruction. Recently I have been training my subjects how to defend their home, but I myself have no suitable weapon. I am told that my honored neighbor within the shell portals of his green jade palace certainly has many magic weapons to spare." The Dragon King did not like to refuse and ordered a trout captain to bring out a huge sword. "I'm no good with a sword," said Monkey. "Can't you find something else?" The Dragon King then told a whitebait guardsman, with the help of an eel porter, to bring out a 9-pronged fork. Monkey took hold of it and tried a few thrusts. "It's much too light," he said, "and it does not suit my hand. Can't you find me something else?" "I really don't know what you mean," said the Dragon King. "The fork weighs 3,600 pounds. "It doesn't suit my hand," said Monkey. "It doesn't suit my hand." The Dragon King was very upset and ordered a brim general and a carp brigadier to bring out a huge halberd, weighing 7,200 pounds. Monkey seized it and after making a few thrusts and parries, tossed it away saying, "Still too light." "It's the heaviest weapon we've got in the palace," said the Dragon King. "I have nothing else I can show you. The proverb says, 'It's no use the Dragon King pretending he's got no treasures,'" said Monkey. "Just look again, and if you succeed in finding something suitable, I'll give you a good price." "I warn you, I haven't got anything else," said the Dragon King. At this point, the Dragon Mother and her daughter slipped out from the back rooms of the palace and said, "Great King, we can see that this monkey sage is of no common capacities. In our treasury is the magic iron with which the bed of the Milky Way was pounded flat. For several days, it has been glowing with a strange light. Was this not perhaps an omen that it should be given to the sage who has just arrived? This, said the Dragon King, is the thing that was used by the great Yu when he subdued the flood, to fix the depth of the rivers and seas. It's only a piece of holy iron. What use could it be to him? Don't worry about whether he uses it or not, said the Dragon Mother. Just give it to him, and if he can cope with it, let him take it away with him. The Dragon King agreed and told Monkey. Bring it to me and I'll have a look at it, said Monkey. Out of the question, said the Dragon King. It's too heavy to move. You'll have to go and look at it. Where is it? Asked Monkey. Show me the way. The Dragon King accordingly brought him to the sea treasury, where he at once saw something shining with innumerable beams of golden light. There it is, said the Dragon King. Monkey respectfully tidied himself and approached the object. It turned out to be a thick iron pillar, about 20 feet long. Monkey took one end in both hands and raised it a little. A trifle too long and too thick, he said. The pillar at once became several feet shorter and one layer thinner. Monkey felt it. A little smaller still wouldn't do any harm, he said. The pillar at once shrunk again. Monkey was delighted. Taking it out into the daylight, he found that at each end was a golden clasp, while in between all was black iron. On the near end was the inscription, Golden Clasped Wishing Staff. Weight 13,500 pounds. Splendid, thought Monkey. One couldn't wish for a better treasure than this. But as he went along he thought to himself, fingering the staff, if only it were a little smaller it would be marvelous. And sure enough, by the time he got outside it was not much more than 2 feet long. Look at him, how he displays its magic, making sudden thrusts and passes on his way back to the palace. The Dragon King trembled at the sight, and the dragon princes were all in a flutter. Tortoises and turtles drew in their heads. Fishes, crabs, and shrimps all hid themselves away. Monkey, with the treasure in his hand, sat down by the Dragon King. I am deeply grateful for my honored neighbor's kindness, he said. Pray don't mention it, said the Dragon King. Yes, it's a useful bit of iron, said Monkey, but there is just one more thing I should like to say. Great Immortal, said the Dragon King, what else do you have to say? Before I had this iron, said Monkey, it was another matter, but with a thing like this in my hand, I began to feel the lack of anything suitable to wear with it. If you have got anything in that line, please let me have it. I should really be grateful. I have nothing at all, said the Dragon King. You know the old saying, said Monkey, one guest should not trouble two hosts. You won't get rid of me by pretending you haven't got any. You might try another sea, said the Dragon King. It's just possible they would be able to help you. Better sit in one house than run to 3, said Monkey. I insist on you finding me something. I assure you I don't possess anything of that sort, said the Dragon King. If I did, you should have it. All right, said Monkey. I'll try my iron on you, and we shall soon see whether you can give me one. Steady, steady, great Immortal, said the Dragon King. Don't strike. Just let me find out whether my brothers haven't got anything that you could have. Where do they live? Asked Monkey. They are the dragons of the southern, northern, and western seas, said the Dragon King. I am not going as far as that, said Monkey. 2 in hand is better than 3 in bond. You must find me something here and now. I don't mind where you get it from. I never suggested that you should go, said the Dragon King. We've got an iron drum and a bronze gong here. If anything important happens, I have them sounded and my brothers come immediately. Very well, said Monkey. Look sharp and sound the drum and gong. A crocodile accordingly beat the drum and a turtle sounded the gong, and in a twinkling the 3 dragons arrived. Brother, said the Dragon of the South, what urgent business has made you beat the drum and sound the gong? You may well ask, said the Dragon King. A neighbor of mine, the sage of the mountain of flowers and fruit, came to me today asking for a magic weapon. I gave him the iron with which the Milky Way was pounded. Now he says he must have clothes. We have nothing of that sort here. Couldn't one of you find me something so that we can get rid of him? The Dragon of the South was furious. Brothers, he cried, let us summon men-at-arms and arrest the rascal. Out of the question, said the Dragon King. "The slightest touch of that iron is deadly." "It would be better not to tamper with him," said the Dragon of the West. "We'll give him some clothes just to get rid of him, and then we'll complain to heaven, and heaven will punish him." "That's a good idea," said the Dragon of the North. "I've got a pair of cloud-stepping shoes made of lotus fiber." "I've got a cap of phoenix plume and red gold," said the Dragon of the South. "I've got a jerkin of chainmail made of yellow gold," said the Dragon of the West. The Dragon King was delighted and brought them in to see Monkey and offer their gifts. Monkey put the things on and, with his wishing staff in his hand, strode out. "Dirty old sneaks," he called out to the dragons as he passed. In great indignation, they consulted together about reporting him to the powers above. The 4 old monkeys and all the rest were waiting for their king beside the bridge. Suddenly they saw him spring out of the waves without a drop of water on him, all shining and golden, and run up the bridge. They all knelt down crying, "Great King, what splendors!" With the spring wind full in his face, Monkey mounted the throne and set up the iron staff in front of him. The monkeys all rushed at the treasure and tried to lift it. As well might a dragonfly try to shake an ironwood tree, they could not move it an inch. "Father," they cried, "you're the only person that could lift a thing as heavy as that." "There's nothing but its master," said Monkey, lifting it with one hand. "This iron lay in the sea treasury for I don't know how many 100,000 years, and only recently began to shine." The Dragon King thought it was nothing but black iron and said it was used to flatten out the Milky Way. None of them could lift it, and they asked me to go and take it myself. When I first saw it, it was 20 feet long. I thought that was a bit too big, so I gradually made it smaller and smaller. Now just watch while I change it again." He cried, "Smaller, smaller, smaller," and immediately it became exactly like an embroidery needle and could comfortably be worn behind the ear. "Take it out and do another trick with it," the monkeys begged. He took it from behind his ear and set it upright on the palm of his hand, crying, "Larger, larger." It at once became 20 feet long, whereupon he carried it up onto the bridge, employed a cosmic magic, and bent at the waist, crying, "Tall," at which he at once became 100,000 feet high. His head was on a level with the highest mountains, his waist with the ridges. His eyes blazed like lightning, his mouth was like a blood bowl, his teeth like sword blades. The iron staff in his hand reached up to the 33rd heaven and down to the 18th pit of hell. Tigers, panthers, wolves, all the evil spirits of the hill and the demons of the 72 caves did homage to him in awe and trembling. Presently he withdrew his cosmic manifestation, and the staff again became an embroidery needle. He put it behind his ear and came back to the cave. One day, when Monkey had been giving a great banquet to the beast monarchs of the neighborhood, after seeing them off and giving presents to the leaders great and small, he lay down under a pine tree at the side of the iron bridge and fell asleep. In his sleep, he saw 2 men coming towards him, bearing a document on which was his name. Without giving him time to say a word, they brought out a rope and, binding Monkey's dream body, they marched him away, presently bringing him to the outskirts of a walled city. Coming to himself and looking up, he saw that on the wall of this city was an iron placard saying, "Land of Darkness." "Why," said Monkey to himself, suddenly realizing with an unpleasant shock where he had got to, "that's where Yama, the King of Death, lives. How did I get here?" "Your time in the world of life is up," said the 2 men, "and we were sent to arrest you." "But I have got beyond all that," said Monkey. "I am no longer composed of the 5 elements and do not come under death's jurisdiction. What's all this nonsense about arresting me?" The 2 men took no notice and continued to drag him along. Monkey now became very angry, snatched the needle from behind his ear, changed it to a formidable size, and pounded the 2 messengers into mincemeat. Then he freed himself from his bonds and, swinging his staff, strode into the city. Bull-headed demons and horse-faced demons fled before him in terror. A mass of ghosts rushed to the palace, announcing that a furry-faced thunder god was advancing to the attack. In great consternation, the 10 judges of the dead tidied themselves and came to see what was afoot. Seeing Monkey's ferocious appearance, they lined up and accosted him in a loud voice, "Your name, please." "If you don't know who I am, why did you send 2 men to arrest me?" asked Monkey. "How can you accuse us of such a thing?" they said. No doubt the messengers made a mistake. I am the sage from the water curtain cave, said Monkey. Who are you? We are the 10 judges of the Emperor of Death, they said. In that case, said Monkey, you are concerned with retribution and rewards, and ought not to let such mistakes occur. I would have you know that by my exertions, I have become an immortal and am no longer subject to your jurisdiction. Why did you order my arrest? There's no need to lose your temper, they said. It's a case of mistaken identity. The world is a big place and there are bound to be cases of several people having the same name. No doubt our officers have made a mistake. Nonsense, said Monkey. The proverb says, magistrates err, clerks err, the man with the warrant never errs. Be quick and bring out the registers of the quick and the dead and we'll soon see. Come this way, please, they said, and took him to the great hall, where they ordered the official in charge of the record to bring out his files. The official dived into a side room and came out with 5 or 6 ledgers, divided into 10 files, and began going through them one by one. Bald insects, furry insects, winged insects, scaly insects. He gave up in despair and tried monkeys. But the Monkey King, having human characteristics, was not there. Not, however, being subject to the unicorn, he did not come into any animal category, and as he was not subject to the phoenix, he could not be classed as a bird. But there was a separate file which Monkey insisted on examining himself, and there, under the heading Soul 3150, he found his own name followed by the words, parentage, natural product. Description, stone monkey. Lifespan, 342 years. A peaceful end. I haven't got a lifespan at all, said Monkey. I'm eternal. I shall cross my name out. Give me a brush. The official hastened to provide a brush, soaked in heavy ink, and Monkey put a stroke not only through his own name but through those of all the monkeys named in the monkey file. Then, throwing down the ledger, there's an end to the matter, he exclaimed. Now at any rate you've got no hold over us. So saying, he picked up his staff and forced his way out of the palace of darkness. The 10 judges dared not protest but all went off at once to the Kshitigarbha, guide of the dead, and discussed with him the advisability of laying a complaint about the matter before the Jade Emperor in heaven. As Monkey rushed naked out of the city, his foot caught in a coil of creeper and he stumbled. He woke up with a start and found that it had all been a dream. Sitting up, he heard the 4 old monkeys and the others who were mounting guard over him saying, "Great King, isn't it time you woke up? You drank so heavily that you've been sleeping here all night." "I must have dozed off for a time," said Monkey, "for I dreamt that 2 men came to arrest me." And he told them his dream. "I crossed off all our names," he said, "so the fellows won't be able to interfere with us any more." The monkeys kowtowed and thanked him. From that time onward, it has been noticed that many mountain monkeys never grow old. It is because their names were crossed out from the registers of the King of Death. One morning, when the Jade Emperor was sitting in his golden-doored cloud palace, with all his ministers, civil and military, an officer announced, "Your Majesty, the dragon of the Eastern Sea is outside, with a plea to lay before you." The dragon was shown in, and when he had paid his respects, a fairy boy presented a document, which the Jade Emperor began to read. "This small dragon of the Eastern Sea informs your Majesty that a certain counterfeit immortal from the water curtain cave has maltreated your servant, forcing a way into his watery home. He demanded a weapon using gross intimidation and forced us to give him garments by violence and outrage. My watery kinsmen were dismayed, tortoises and turtles fled in panic. The dragon of the south trembled, the dragon of the west was appalled, the dragon of the north collapsed. Your servant was obliged to part with a holy iron staff, a phoenix plume hat, a coat of mail and a pair of cloud-stepping shoes, before we could get rid of him. But even then he threatened us with arms and magic and called us dirty old sneaks. We are ourselves quite unable to deal with him and must leave the matter in your hands. We earnestly beg that you will send soldiers to control this pest and restore peace to the world below the waves." Having read the document, the Jade Emperor gave judgment. "The dragon," he said, "is to return to his sea, and I will send officers to arrest the criminal." The Dragon King bowed and retired. Whereupon another officer immediately appeared, announcing that the first judge of the dead, supported by Kshitigarbha, the advocate of the dead, had arrived with a petition. With them was a fairy girl, who presented a document which read as follows: "We respectfully submit that heaven above is for spirits, and the underworld is for ghosts. Darkness and light must have their succession. Such is the way of nature and cannot be changed. But a counterfeit sage from the Water Curtain Cave has violently resisted our summons, beating to death our emissaries and menacing the 10 judges. He made an uproar in the Palace of Death and erased names from our books, so that in future monkeys and apes will enjoy improper longevity. We therefore appeal to your majesty to show your authority by sending spirit soldiers to deal with this monster, restore the balance of dark and light, and bring back peace to the underworld." The Jade Emperor gave judgment. "The lords of darkness are to return to the underworld, and officers shall be sent to arrest this pest." The first judge of the dead bowed and retired. "How long has this pernicious monkey been in existence?" the Jade Emperor asked of his ministers. "And how come it that he acquired illumination?" At once, the officer of the 1,000-league eye and the officer of the down-the-wind ear stepped forward. "This monkey," they said, "was emitted 300 years ago by a stone. At first, he displayed none of his present powers, but since then he has managed somehow to perfect himself and achieve immortality. He now subdues dragons, tames tigers, and has tampered with the registers of death." "Which of your deities will go down and deal with him?" asked the Jade Emperor. The spirit of the planet Venus came forward. "Highest and holiest," he said, "all creatures that have 9 apertures are capable of achieving immortality. Small wonder then that this monkey, produced by the natural forces of heaven and earth, nurtured by the light of the sun and the moon, fed by the frost and dew, should have achieved immortality and subdued dragons and tigers. I suggest that an indulgent course should be followed. Let us send a rescript commanding him to appear in heaven. We will then give him official work of some kind, so that his name will appear on our rolls, and we shall be able to keep an eye on him here. If he behaves well, he can be promoted, and if he misbehaves, he must be put under arrest. This course will save us from military operations and will add to our numbers an undoubted immortal." This suggestion pleased the Jade Emperor. He ordered the spirit of the book star to draw up a summons and make the planet Venus deliver it. He went out at the southern gate of heaven, lowered his magic cloud, and soon reached the Water Curtain Cave, where he said to the crowd of monkeys, "I am a messenger from heaven, bearing a command that your king is to proceed at once to the upper realms. Tell him of this immediately." The little monkeys outside the cave sent word to the interior that an old man had come with some writing in his hand. "He says he is a messenger from heaven, sent to ask you to go with him." "That's very convenient," said Monkey. "I have been thinking lately of making a little trip to heaven." Monkey hurriedly tidied himself and went to the door. "I am the spirit of the planet Venus," the messenger said, "and I bring an order from the Jade Emperor that you are to come up to heaven and receive an immortal appointment." "Old star," said Monkey, "I am much obliged to you for your trouble," and he told the monkeys to prepare a banquet. "With the sacred command about me, I dare not linger," said the star. "After your glorious ascension, we shall have ample opportunity for conversation." "I will not insist," said Monkey. "It is a great honor for us that you should have paid this visit." Then he called the 4 old monkeys to him. "Don't forget to put the young monkeys through their paces," he said. "I'll have a look around when I get to heaven, and if it seems all right there, I'll send for the rest of you to come and live with me." The old monkeys signified their agreement, and the Monkey King, following the star spirit, mounted the cloud and soared up. If you do not know what rank they gave him, you must listen to the next chapter. Chapter 4. After they had ridden together for a short while, Monkey forgot all about the star spirit and soon left him far behind. When he reached the southern gate of heaven, the spirit was out of sight. Monkey was just about to enter when a number of guardian deities, armed with daggers, swords, and halberds, barred his path. "What an old swindler that planet is!" exclaimed Monkey. "To let these cutthroats hold me up like this after inviting me to come." At this point the planet arrived, quite out of breath. "You old fraud," said Monkey, confronting him. "You said you had come with an invitation from the Jade Emperor. Why are these people barring the gate?" "Don't be angry," said the planet. Since you haven't been to the Hall of Heaven before and haven't yet been given a name, the guardians don't know who you are. They are quite right not to let you pass. Once you have seen the Emperor and received your appointment, they'll let you go in and out as you please." "That's as may be," said Monkey, "but at the present moment I can't get in." "You can if you come with me," said the planet, and he called out loudly, "Guardians of the Gate of Heaven, captains great and small, make way. This is an immortal from the earth below, whom the Jade Emperor commissioned me to bring here." The guardians then withdrew their weapons and stepped aside. Monkey, his confidence in the planet now quite restored, walked slowly by his side through the gates and into the palace. Without waiting to be announced, they went at once into the august presence. The planet immediately prostrated himself, but Monkey stood erect by his side, showing no sign of respect. He merely pricked his ears to hear what the planet would say. "I beg to report," said the planet, "that I have carried out your command. The esteemed immortal is here." "Which is he?" asked the Emperor, peeping over the top of his screen of state. At this point Monkey bowed, saying, "It's me." The assembled ministers turned pale with horror. "This barbarous monkey," they cried. When brought into the presence, he did not prostrate himself, and now, without being addressed, he has ventured to say, "It's me." Such conduct is worthy of death. "He comes from the earth below," said the Jade Emperor, "and only recently learned human ways. For the present, we must not be too hard on him if he does not know how to behave at court." The celestial ministers all congratulated the Emperor on his clemency, and Monkey shouted, "Bravo!" at the top of his voice. Officials were then ordered to look through the lists and see what appointments were vacant. "There is no vacancy at present in any section of any department," one of them reported. "The only chance is in the imperial stables, where a supervisor is wanted." "Very well then," said the Jade Emperor, "make him Paimawan in the stables." Accordingly, he was taken to the stables, and the duties of this department were explained to him. He was shown the list of the horses, of which there were 1,000, under the care of a steward whose duty it was to provide fodder. Grooms combed and washed the horses, chopped hay, brought them their water, and cooked their food. The superintendent and vice-superintendent helped the supervisor in the general management. All of them were on the alert night and day. In the daytime they managed to have a certain amount of fun, but at night they were constantly busy. The horses all seemed either to go to sleep just when they ought to be fed or to start galloping when they ought to be in their stalls. When they saw Monkey, the heavenly horses pressed around him in a surging mob and ate the food he brought them with an appetite they had never shown before. After a week or two, the other officers of the stables gave a banquet to celebrate Monkey's appointment. When the feast was at its height, he suddenly paused, cup in hand. He asked, "What does it really mean, this word Paimawan?" "It's the name of the rank you hold," they said. "What class of appointment is it?" Monkey asked. "It doesn't come in any class," they said. "I suppose it's too high to count as being in any class?" said Monkey. "On the contrary," they said, "it's too low." "Too low!" exclaimed Monkey. "What do you mean?" "When an officer doesn't manage to get classed, they put him to mind the horses. There's no salary attached. The most you'll get for fattening up the horses as you've done since you were here is a casual, not bad. But if any of them had gone a bit lame or out of condition, you'd have caught it hot. And if any of them had come to real harm, you'd have been prosecuted and fined." Flames leapt up in Monkey's heart when he heard this. He ground his teeth and said in a great rage, "So that's what they think of me. Don't they know that on the mountain of flowers and fruit, I was king and patriarch? How dared they swindle me by coming and looking after horses? If looking after horses is a job for the lowest riffraff of all, what do they want to put me into it for? I won't stand it. I'm going at once." With a sudden cry of rage, he pushed over the official desk, took his treasure from behind his ear, and rushed out to the southern gate. The deities on guard, knowing that he was now an official and authorized to go in and out, did not attempt to stop him. Soon, he lowered his cloud and landed on the mountain of flowers and fruit. "Little ones," he cried, "old Monkey has come back." They gave him a great banquet of welcome, saying, "As your majesty has stayed away in the upper regions for 10 years, we may surely presume that you have had great success there?" "I've been away for about a fortnight," said Monkey. What do you mean by 10 years? In heaven, they said, you did not notice how the time was going. One day in heaven is a year below. Tell us please what rank they gave you. Don't talk of it, said Monkey, or I shall die of shame. The Jade Emperor has no idea how to make use of one. He saw what I am, but all he could do with me was to make me into something they call a Paimon. I was told to look after his horses, just a menial post to which no rank attaches at all. I didn't realize this when I took the job, and didn't have a bad time playing about in the stables. But today I asked some of the others and discovered what sort of post it was. I was furious and gave up the job at once. So here I am. And a good thing too, they said. With an enchanted spot like this to rule over, what sense is there in going away to be a groom? Little ones, prepare a banquet to cheer our great king. They were just beginning to drink when someone announced that 2 one-horned demon kings were outside, asking to see the Monkey King. Show them in, said Monkey. The demons tidied themselves and hastened into the cave, prostrating themselves deeply. What has brought you here? Asked Monkey. We have known for a long time, they said, that you appreciate good qualities, but no suitable occasion presented itself for us to pay you our respects. However, hearing that you had secured a post in heaven and returned triumphant, we thought you would not object to receiving a little present. Here is a red and yellow rug which we hope you will accept. And if you will also deign to take into your service such humble folk as ourselves, we are ready to perform the most menial of tasks. Monkey wrapped the rug around himself in high glee, and all his subjects lined up and did homage. The demon kings were made marshals of the vanguard, and when they expressed their gratitude, they asked what position Monkey had held in heaven. The Jade Emperor, said Monkey, has no regard for talent. He made me a groom in the stables. With magic powers like yours, they said, why should you stoop to look after horses? The great sage equal of heaven, that is the title for such a one as you. Monkey was delighted with the sound of this and exclaimed, good, good, good. Many times, he ordered his generals to set up a banner with, Great Sage Equal of Heaven written on it in large letters. Henceforward, he said, he was to be addressed by no other name, and instructions to this effect were to be given to all fiends that acknowledged his sway. When the Jade Emperor held his court the next day, the head of the stable appeared kneeling on the steps of the throne, announcing that the newly appointed groom had complained that the job was not good enough for him and had returned to earth. Very good, said the Jade Emperor, you may return to your duties. I will send heavenly soldiers to arrest him. At once, Vaisravana and his son Natha came forward and volunteered for this service. They were put in command of the expedition and appointed the mighty magic spirit to lead the way, the fish-belly general to bring up the rear, and the captain of the Yakshas to drive the troops on. Soon they were out of the southern gate of heaven and on their way to the mountain of flowers and fruit. They then chose a piece of flat ground where they encamped, and the mighty magic spirit was chosen to provoke battle. He buckled on his armor and, brandishing his great axe, he strode towards the mouth of the water-curtain cave. Outside it were gathered a band of monsters, wolves, tigers, and so on, prancing about, flourishing spears and swords, leaping and noisily brawling. Accursed creatures, cried the spirit, go quickly and tell the groom that a great commandant from heaven has come by order of the Jade Emperor to receive his submission. Tell him to be quick about it, or you will all pay with your lives. The monsters came helter-skelter into the cave. A terrible thing has happened, they announced. What's the matter? Asked Monkey. There's a heavenly commandant at the gate, they said, declaring that he has been sent by the Jade Emperor to receive your submission. If you don't submit at once, he says we shall all pay for it with our lives. Bring me my arms, cried Monkey. He put on his bronze helmet, his golden corselet and cloud-stepping shoes, and with his magic staff in his hand, he led out his followers and arrayed them for battle. When the mighty magic spirit saw him, wretched monkey, he cried, do you know me or not? What scurvy deity are you? Asked Monkey. I have never set eyes on you. Tell me your name at once. Vile trickster, cried he, how dare you pretend you do not know me? I am the leader of the vanguard of Vaisravana's heavenly host, the mighty magic spirit. I come by command of the Jade Emperor to receive your submission. Disarm at once and throw yourself on heaven's mercy, or all the denizens of this mountain will be put to the sword. Breathe so much as half of the word no, and you will instantly be sliced to pieces. Scurvy deity, cried Monkey very angry, stop your bragging. If I were to strike you dead with one blow of my staff, you could not carry my message. So I shall spare your life, so that you may go back to heaven and tell the Jade Emperor that he does not know how to use a good man when he finds one. I have innumerable arts of magic. Why should I put the horses? Look at what is written on this banner. If he admits my right to this title, I will leave him in peace. But if he refuses, I will come up at once and strike such a blow at his palace as will tumble him from his dragon couch. Looking about, the spirit saw the banner with its inscription and laughed aloud. The impudence of this vile monkey, he cried. Call yourself equal of heaven if you please, but first swallow a good dose of this axe of mine. And he struck at Monkey's head. But Monkey was not ruffled and met the blow with his staff. It was a good fight that followed. At last the spirit could no longer withstand it. Monkey aimed a smashing blow at his head, which he attempted to parry with his axe. The axe split in two and he was obliged to run for his life. Back in the camp, he went straight to Vice-Ravana and kneeling before him, panted out, "The groom has magic powers that are too great for us. I was unable to stand up to him and have come to plead for mercy." "This wretch," said Vice-Ravana, looking contemptuously at the spirit, "has humiliated me. Take him away and cut off his head." But his son, Prince Natha, slipped forward and said, bowing profoundly, "Father, do not be angry. Spare the spirit for a while, and let me go to battle, so that we may know how things really stand." Vice-Ravana accepted this offer and ordered the spirit to go back to his camp and await trial. The prince, having buckled on his armor, sprang from the camp and rushed to the cave of the water curtain. Monkey was just disarming himself, but now came to the gate and said, "Whose little brother are you, and why have you come gate-crashing here?" "Nauseous ape," cried Natha, "why pretend you do not know me? I am Vice-Ravana's third son. The Jade Emperor has sent me here to arrest you." "Little prince," laughed Monkey, "you have not yet lost your milk teeth, your womb down is not yet dry. How dare you talk so big? For the moment I'll spare your life, provided that you look at what is written on that banner and tell the Jade Emperor that if he will give me that rank, he need send no more armies. I will submit of my own accord. But if he will not agree, I shall come and batter down his jewel palace of the magic mists." Natha looked up and saw the inscription, "Great Sage Equal of Heaven." "You must think yourself a wonder-worker indeed, that you dare lay claim to such a title. Don't worry. One stroke of my sword will settle you," said Natha. "I'll stand my ground," said Monkey, "and you can break as many swords upon me as you like." "Change," roared Natha, and he at once changed into a deity with 3 heads and 6 arms. "So this little brother," said Monkey, "knows some tricks. I'll trouble you to look at my magic." So saying, he too assumed 3 heads and 6 arms, and at the same time changed his cudgel into 3 cudgels, each of which he grasped with 2 hands. The battle that followed was one that shook the earth and rattled the hills. Truly a good fight. Each displayed his terrifying powers, and they battled as many as 30 times. The prince turned his 6 weapons into 1,000 weapons. Monkey followed suit. The sparks fell like falling stars as they fought halfway up in the sky, and still neither gained an advantage. But Monkey was very swift of hand and eye. Just at the height of the fray, he changed back into his proper shape and, cudgel in hand, closed with Natha. In his own shape he moved with greater freedom. Getting behind the prince's head, he brought down a mighty blow on his shoulder. Just as Natha was preparing new magic, he heard the swish of Monkey's cudgel as it cleaved the air. He had no time to dodge, and so great was his pain that he at once took to his heels, changed into his true form, and returned ignominiously to his father's camp. Vice-Ravana had been watching the battle and was just thinking of going to his son's assistance when Natha suddenly appeared before him and, trembling from head to foot, said, "My father and king, the groom has indeed stupendous powers. Even such magic as mine could not withstand him, and in the end, he wounded my shoulder. If a fellow has such powers as this, said Vaisravana, dismayed. "How are we to bring him to heel?" "Outside his cave," said the prince. "He has put up a banner, upon which is written Great Sage Equal of Heaven. He had the insolence to say that if you would acknowledge his right to this title, he would give no more trouble. Otherwise he will batter down the jewel palace of magic mists." "If that is so," said Vaisravana, "we had better leave him alone for the present. I will report this to the Jade Emperor and ask for heavenly reinforcements, that we may hem him in while there is still time." "Am I to believe," said the Jade Emperor when the situation was explained to him, "that one monkey is so powerful that reinforcements are needed to deal with him?" Natha then stepped forward. "Great One," he said, "though I know that I deserve death at your hands, I beg you to hear me. That monkey possesses an iron cudgel with which he first defeated the river spirit and then wounded my shoulder. Take the whole army," said the Emperor, "and slay him immediately." At this moment the spirit of the planet Venus stepped forward. "That monkey," he said, "flings his words about recklessly, and there is no reason to suppose that he can do all he threatens to do. But if soldiers are sent to deal with him, it will mean a long and exhausting campaign. It would be better if your Majesty were to pursue a policy of mercy. Say that you desire a peaceful solution and are quite willing to let him be the sage equal to heaven. There will be no harm in having a nominal post under that title, of course without salary." "I don't think I quite understand," said the Jade Emperor, "what you are proposing that his position should be." "He could be called by that title," said the planet, "without having any special duties or any salary. The advantage would be that living on celestial ground, he would soon turn from his depravity, cease his mad tricks, and the universe would have a chance to settle down quietly." "Agreed," said the Emperor. And the planet was sent to convey the peace offering. He left heaven by the southern gate and went straight to the cave of the water curtain. Things were very different this time. The place bristled with weapons. Every sort of wild ogre was on guard, and they were armed with lances, swords, and staves, which they brandished fiercely, leaping this way and that. Seeing the star spirit, they all rushed forward. "Come, chieftains," said the spirit, "I'll trouble you to tell your master that I am here. I am a heavenly messenger sent by God on high, and I come with a summons to your king." "Welcome to him," said Monkey, when he heard that a messenger had come. "It must be the spirit of the planet Venus, who came to fetch me before. That time, although the job I got was not worthy of me, my time in heaven was not entirely wasted. I ran around a good deal and got to know my way about. No doubt he has come this time to offer me something better." And he ordered the chieftains to lead the spirit in, with a great waving of flags and rattle of drums. Monkey received him at the mouth of the cave in full panoply, surrounded by hosts of lesser apes. "Step in, old star," he called, "and forgive me for not having come to meet you. Your colleagues," said the planet, "informed the Jade Emperor that you were discontented with your appointment in the stables and had absconded." "Everyone has to start with something small and work his way upward," said the Emperor. "What has he got to complain of? And armies were sent to subdue you. When your magic powers proved superior to theirs, and it was proposed to band together all the forces of heaven and dispatch them against you, I put in a word, suggesting that you should be accorded the title you have assumed. This was accepted, and I have come to fetch you." "I am much obliged to you for your trouble this time and last," said Monkey. "But I don't know whether there is such a rank in heaven as Great Sage Equal of Heaven." "My proposal was that you should have this rank," said the planet, "and it was accepted. Otherwise I should never have dared to come with the message. If anything goes wrong, I am ready to take the responsibility." Monkey wished to detain the planet and give a banquet in his honor. But the planet would not stay, and they both set off together for the southern gate of heaven. When the monkey groom was announced, the Jade Emperor said, "Come forward, Monkey. I hereby proclaim you Great Sage Equal of Heaven. The rank is a high one, and I hope we shall have no more nonsense." Monkey gave a great whoop of delight and thanked the Emperor profusely. Heavenly carpenters were ordered to build the office of the Great Sage to the right of the Peach Garden. It had two departments, one called Peace and Quiet and the other Calm Spirit. In each were immortal officers who attended Monkey wherever he went. A star spirit was detailed to escort Monkey to his new quarters, and he was allowed a ration of 2 jars of imperial wine and 10 sprays of gold leaf flowers. He was begged not to allow himself to get in any way excited or start again on his pranks. As soon as he arrived, he opened both jars and invited everyone in his office to a feast. The star spirit went back to his own quarters, and Monkey, left to his own devices, lived in such perfect freedom and delight as in earth or heaven have never had their like. And if you do not know what happened in the end, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 5. Monkey knew nothing about official matters, and it was fortunate that all he had to do was mark his name on a list. For the rest, he and his subordinates ate their 3 meals, slept soundly at night, had no worries, only perfect freedom and independence. When there was nothing else going on, he went around and made friends with the other denizens of heaven. He was careful to address the members of the Trinity as Venerable, and the 4 emperors as Majesty. But all the rest, planets, lunar mansions, spirits of the hours and days, he treated as equals. One day he wandered east, the next he rambled west. His comings and goings were unhampered, like the passage of the clouds. One day at court, an immortal stepped forward and made a petition. I submit that the great sage equal of heaven has no duties to perform. He spends all his time going around and making friends. All the stars of heaven, high and low, are now his cronies. Trouble will come of it, unless some way is found to employ his time. The Jade Emperor accordingly sent for Monkey, who arrived in high glee, asking, "What promotion or reward has your Majesty sent for me to announce?" "I hear," said the Emperor, "that you have nothing in particular to do, and I am going to give you a job. You are to look after the peach garden. I wish you to devote the greatest attention to this work." Monkey was wild with delight. Unable to wait a moment longer, he rushed off to take over his new duties. In the peach garden, he found a local spirit who cried out, "Great sage, where are you going?" "To take charge of the peach garden," he said. "I've been appointed by His Majesty." The spirit bowed low and called to Hoearth, Drawwater, Peach Tender, and Leaf Sweeper, the strong men who worked the garden, to come forward and kowtow to Monkey. "How many trees are there?" Monkey asked the local spirit. 3,600, he said. On the outer side, 1,200, with inconspicuous flowers and small fruit. They ripen once in 3,000 years. Whoever eats them becomes a fairy, all-wise. His limbs are strong and his body light. In the middle of the garden are 1,200 trees, with double blossoms and sweet fruit. They ripen once in 6,000 years. Whoever eats them can levitate at will and never grows old. At the back of the garden are 1,200 trees. The fruit has purple markings and the stones are pale yellow. They ripen once in 9,000 years. Whoever eats them outlasts heaven and earth and is the compeer of sun and moon. Monkey was delighted and began at once inspecting the trees and listing the arbors and pagodas. Henceforward, he amused himself only once a month, on the day of the full moon. Otherwise he saw no friends and went nowhere. One day he saw that high up on some of the trees many peaches were ripe. He made up his mind to eat them before anyone else got a chance. Unfortunately, he was closely watched by his followers. To shake them off, he said, "I am feeling tired and am going to take a short rest in that arbor. Go and wait for me outside the gates." When they had retired, he took off his court hat and robes, scrambled up onto a high tree, and began to pluck the ripest and largest fruit he could see. Sitting astride a bough, he regaled himself to his heart's content and then came down. He put on his hat and robes and called to his followers to attend him while he returned to his lodging. After a few days he did the same thing again. One morning Her Majesty the Queen of Heaven, having decided to give a peach banquet, told the fairy maidens, "Red jacket, blue jacket, white jacket, black jacket, purple jacket, yellow jacket, and green jacket, to take their baskets and pick peaches in the peach garden." They found Monkey's followers barring the gate. "We have come," they said, "by command of Her Majesty to pick peaches for a banquet." "Halt, my fairy beauties," said one of the guards. "Things have changed since last year. This garden has been put in charge of the great sage equal of heaven, and we must get his permission before we can let you in." "Where is he?" they asked. "He's feeling rather tired. a guardian spirit said, and is having a nap in the arbor. Very well then, they said, go and look for him, for we must get to work at once. The guards consented to go and tell him, but found the arbor empty, save for Monkey's hat and robe. They began looking for him, but he was nowhere to be seen. The fact was that Monkey, after slipping away and eating several peaches, had changed himself into a little fellow 2 inches long and was curled up asleep under a thick leaf high up on the tree. We must carry out our orders, said the fairy maidens, whether you find him or not. We can't go back empty-handed. Quite right, fairy beauties, said an officer. We must not keep you waiting. Our master has been used to going about a great deal, and probably he has gone to look up some of his old friends. Just you go and pick your peaches and we'll tell him when he comes back. So they went into the garden. First they picked 3 baskets from the trees in the near part of the garden, then 3 from the trees in the middle. But when they came to the trees at the back they found nothing but snapped stalks. All the peaches had been taken. However, after looking for some time, they did succeed in finding one solitary peach that was not quite ripe, hanging on a southward-facing bough. Blue Jacket pulled the bough towards her and picked the peach, then let go. This was the very bough where Monkey was sleeping in his diminutive form. The jerk awoke him, and rapidly changing himself back again, he cried out, "Where have you come from, monsters, and how come it that you have the audacity to pick my peaches?" The terrified fairy maidens with one accord fell upon their knees, crying, "Great sage, don't be angry. We are not monsters. We are 7 fairy maidens sent by the Queen of Heaven to pick peaches for her peach banquet. When we came to the gate we found your officers on guard. They looked everywhere for you but couldn't find you. We were afraid to keep Her Majesty waiting, so as you could not be found, we came in and began to pick. We beseech you to forgive us. It is an official banquet," they said, "and certain deities are invited as a matter of course. The Buddha of the Western Heaven will be there, and the Bodhisattvas and Lohans, Kuan Yin too, and all the immortals of the 10 islands. Then there will be the 5 spirits of the pole star, the emperors of the 4 quarters, the gods and immortals of the seas and hills. All of them will come to the banquet." "Shall I be asked?" inquired Monkey. "I haven't heard it suggested," one of them said. "But I am the great sage equal of heaven," said Monkey. "I don't see why I shouldn't be invited." "We can only tell you who is invited according to the rules," they said. "What will be done this time we don't know." "Quite right, my dear," said Monkey. "I'm not blaming you. Just you wait here while I go off and scout around a little, to see whether I'm to be invited or not. Dear Monkey." He recited a magic formula and cried to the maidens, "Stay, stay, stay." This was a fixing magic, and the fairies consequently remained rooted to the spot where they stood. Monkey set off on his magic cloud, sailed clear of the garden, and hastened towards the pool of green jade. On the way he ran straight into the red-legged immortal. At once he thought of a plan by which he might trick the immortal and attend the feast himself. "Old Wisdom, where are you going?" he asked. "I have been invited to the peach banquet," the immortal answered. "You probably haven't heard," said Monkey. "I've been asked by the Jade Emperor, because I get about so fast on my cloud, to go around to all the guests and tell them there's going to be a rehearsal of ceremonies first, in the Hall of Penetrating Light." The immortal was a guileless soul and was completely taken in. "Other years we've always had the rehearsal at the same place as the banquet," he said. "However, I'm much obliged," and turning his cloud, he made towards the Hall of Penetrating Light. Then, reciting a spell, Monkey changed himself into the exact image of the red-legged immortal and went straight to the green jade pool. After a little while he came to the treasure tower and stepped softly in. Everything was set out for the feast, but no one had yet arrived. Monkey was gazing at the scene when suddenly a smell of brewing assaulted him. He turned around and in a gallery on the right, saw a number of fairy ministers making wine. Some were carrying the mashed grain, others bringing water. Boys were keeping up the fire, jugs were being washed, and jars swept. The wine that had already been made was exhaling a delicious perfume. Monkey's mouth watered, and he would have gone and drunk some at once, had it not been for the presence of all these servants. He was obliged to employ his magic powers. Pulling out a handful of his finest down, he tossed it into his mouth and bit it into ever smaller pieces. Then he spat it out, crying, "Change?" And the hairs changed into so many drowsy insects, which flew towards the servants and settled on their cheeks. Look at them, how their hands fell to their sides and their heads sank down, their eyes closed, and they fell asleep. Monkey then snatched up some of the finest viands, the daintiest dishes, ran into the gallery, seized a jug, tilted a jar, and set to drinking deeply. When he had been drinking for some time and was already pretty drunk, he thought to himself, "Bad. Bad. The guests will soon be arriving and I shall get into trouble. It's not good staying here, I'd better go and sleep in my own quarters." Dear monkey. Staggering and blundering along, very much the worse for liquor, he lost his way. Instead of getting home, he arrived at the Tushita Palace. Suddenly he came to himself and realized where he was. "Why, this is where Lao Tzu lives," he said to himself. "How did I get here? Well, I've always wanted to meet that old man and have never had the chance. It wouldn't be a bad idea, as I am here, to go and have a look at him." So he tidied his clothes and went in. But there were no signs of Lao Tzu or anyone else. Actually, Lao Tzu was in an upper room with Dipankara, Buddha of the past, expounding the way to an audience of immortal officers, pages, and officials. Monkey went straight into the alchemical laboratory. There was no one there, but a brazier at one side of the hearth was burning, with 5 gourds arranged around it, and in these gourds was finished elixir. "This," said Monkey to himself in high glee, "is the highest treasure of the immortals. Since my illumination, I have solved the secret of the identity of inside and outside, and was on the verge of producing a little elixir on my own account, when unexpectedly I came home and was busy with other things. I think I'll try a pill or two." He tilted the gourds and ate up the contents, for all the world as though it had been a dish of fried beans. After a while, full of elixir, and with the effects of the wine now wearing off, he again took stock of the situation and said to himself, "Bad. Bad. This escapade of mine is even more unfortunate than the last. If the Jade Emperor gets to hear of it, I am lost. Run, run, run. I was better off as a king in the world below." He rushed out of the Tushita Palace, not going his usual way, but making for the western gate of heaven. Here he used a magic that made him invisible and lowered his cloud till he was back on the borders of the mountain of flowers and fruit. A flash of banners and gleam of spears told him that his followers were practicing the arts of war. "Little ones, I am here," he cried aloud. They all flung down their weapons and fell upon their knees. "Great sage," they said, "you're very neglectful of your subjects. Fancy going off all this while without a thought about what becomes of us." However, they made a great banquet to welcome him and brought him a huge stone bowl full of date wine. After drinking a mouthful, he made a very wry face, saying, "What horrible stuff! I can't drink this." 2 of his generals rushed forward. "Great sage," they said, "no doubt in the palace of heaven you have been drinking the wine of the immortals, and for that reason cannot stomach this date wine. But the proverb says, 'There is no water like home water.' And it goes on, 'There are no folk like home folk,'" said Monkey. "When I was enjoying myself at the pool of green jade, I saw flagon after flagon of jade juice and ruby extract, such as you have never tasted in your lives. I'll go back and steal some for you. Half a cup each and you'll never grow old." All the monkeys were delighted, and the sage went out to the cave door, turned his somersault, made himself invisible and returned to heaven. He found the makers of wine, carriers of dregs and water, and lighters of fire, all still snoring heavily. Taking a couple of large flags, 1 under each arm and 2 more, 1 in each hand, he turned his cloud and came back. A great assembly of monkeys was held, and each got a cupful or 2. There was a rapturous scene. Meanwhile, the 7 fairy maidens remained spellbound a whole day. When at last they could move, they took up their flower baskets and, going back to the Queen of Heaven, they told her that the sage equal of heaven had held them back by magic, which was why they were so late. "How many peaches did you pick?" she asked. "We got 2 baskets of small peaches and 3 baskets of middling peaches. But when we came to the back of the garden, we found that half the big peaches were already gone. It seems that the great sage has eaten them." While he was being looked for, he suddenly appeared in our midst, made a scary scene, and asked who had been invited to the banquet. We told him about the usual arrangements for such feasts, whereupon he bound us by a spell and went off. We didn't know where. We have only just managed to break the spell and come back." The Queen of Heaven went straight to the Jade Emperor and was telling him what had happened when a crowd of winemakers and other celestial officials came pouring in, announcing that someone had made a mess of all the arrangements for the banquet, stolen the wine, and eaten up all the dainties. At this moment, the Supreme Patriarch of Tao was announced. The Emperor and his consort went out to meet him. "I am sorry to have to report to your majesties," said Lao Tzu, "that the elixir which I was concocting for the next cinnabar banquet has been stolen." Presently, one of Monkey's celestial attendants arrived and reported that the great sage had been missing since the day before and no one knew what had become of him. The Jade Emperor's suspicions were now confirmed. At this point, the red-legged immortal appeared before the throne. "I was on my way to the banquet," he said, in response to Her Majesty's invitation, "when I met the great sage, equal to heaven, who told me that he had been asked to inform all guests that they were to go first to the Hall of Penetrating Light and rehearse the ceremonies of the banquet. I did as he said. But when I got there, I saw no sign of your majesties having arrived, and thought it better to come at once to court." The Jade Emperor was more outraged and astounded than ever. "So the rogue counterfeits imperial orders and deceives my ministers," he exclaimed. "Tell the celestial detective to get on to his tracks at once." After an exhaustive inquiry, the detective reported that the disturbances in heaven had been caused by the great sage. The Jade Emperor then commanded the kings of the four quarters and Vaisravana and his son to marshal the 28 lunar mansions, the 9 planets, the 12 hours, and all the stars, together with 100,000 heavenly soldiers, and draw a cordon around the mountain of flowers and fruit, so that Monkey should have no escape. When this had been done, the 9 planets were called upon to issue the challenge. Monkey and his generals were drinking wine from heaven, and when he was told that the planets were at the door, he refused to worry himself. "If today you have wine, get drunk today, pay no heed to what is at the door, be it good or ill," he quoted. A small imp now scurried up, saying that these 9 fierce deities were raging at the gate, flinging battle taunts. Monkey only laughed. "Don't pay any attention to them," he said. "Poetry and wine are enough to make this day glad. High deeds must take their turn, glory can afford to wait." But while he was speaking, another imp rushed in. "Father," he cried, "those 9 fierce deities have broken down the gates and are advancing to the attack." "Have those scoundrels have no manners?" cried Monkey. "I've never interfered with them. Why should they come here worrying about me?" And he ordered the one-horned ogre to lead out the kings of the 72 caves to battle, while he and his 4 generals came in the rear. The ogre and his followers could get no further than the iron bridge. Here the planets barred their path. "Make way!" cried Monkey, and he strode through their midst, brandishing his cudgel. The planets dared not oppose him and beat a hasty retreat. When they had reformed their ranks a little way back, their leader cried, "Insensate groom! What crime is there that you have not committed? You have stolen peaches and stolen wine, upset the high feast, purloined Lao Tzu's elixir, and then taken more wine for your banquet here. You have piled up sin upon sin. Do you not realize what you have done?" "Quite true," said Monkey, "all quite true. What are you going to do about it?" "We have been sent by the Jade Emperor," they said, "to receive your submission. If you surrender at once, you will be spared. If not, we shall stamp on your mountain till it is flat, and smash your cave to bits." "And where are you going to get the strength from," asked Monkey, "to do that? How dare you talk such nonsense? Stand your ground and take old Monkey's cudgel." The planets leapt at him, but Monkey was not in the least afraid. He brandished his cudgel, parrying here and thrusting there, till the planets were quite worn out and one by one slunk away, trailing their weapons after them to seek refuge in their tents. "That Monkey King is a valiant fighter indeed," they said to Vaisravana. "We were unable to overcome him and have had to give up the fight." The kings of the 4 quarters and the 28 lunar mansions were then ordered to advance. But Monkey did not quail, but bade the one-horned ogre, the kings of the 72 caves, and his 4 valiant generals to take their stand outside the cave. The combat began at dawn and lasted till the sun sank behind the western hills. The one-horned ogre and all the kings of the 72 caves were captured and carried away. Only the 4 generals and the monkeys escaped and hid in the far recesses of the cave. But Monkey, all alone, cudgel in hand, held back the kings of the 4 quarters, Vaisravana and Natha, warring with them halfway up the sky. At last, seeing that dusk was at hand, he plucked a handful of his hairs, tossed them into his mouth, chewed them up small and spat them out, crying, "Change!" Whereupon they changed into thousands of monkeys, each armed with a metal-plated cudgel. They drove back Vaisravana, Natha and the 4 kings. Then Monkey, at last victorious, withdrew the hairs and returned to his cave. At the iron bridge he was met by the 4 generals and all the host of monkeys. On seeing him they wailed 3 times and laughed, "Hee-ho-ho, 3 times? What made you wail 3 times and laugh 3 times when you saw me?" asked Monkey. "We wailed," they said, "because the one-horned ogre and the 72 kings were defeated and captured, and because we had to fly for our lives. We laughed with joy because you have come back victorious and unharmed." "There is always defeat in victory and victory in defeat," said Monkey. "There is an old saying, 'To slay 10,000 costs 3,000. In this case the chieftains captured were all tigers, leopards, wolves and the like. Not one of our monkey kind was taken or hurt, so there is nothing to worry about. By the art of self-division I have put them to flight. But it is certain that they have encamped at the foot of our mountain. We must keep a strict guard and husband our strength. Tomorrow, you shall see me use my most potent magic against those divinities and avenge the captured." Then the 4 generals and all the monkeys drank a cup or 2 of date wine and went quietly to sleep. After the retreat of the kings of the 4 quarters, all the celestial warriors told of their deeds. Some had captured tigers and leopards, some deer, some wolves and foxes. But not one of them could boast that he had taken a monkey. They did indeed, as Monkey had foretold, set up a camp, surrounding it with a great palisade. Here the meritorious were rewarded, and the troops who formed the cordon around the caves were instructed to give warning by bell or cry and be ready for the great battle that would begin at dawn. How they fared after day broke you will hear in the next chapter. Chapter 6. So the great sage quietly rested, encompassed by the hosts of heaven. Meanwhile, the great compassionate Bodhisattva Kuan Yin arrived, invited by the Queen of Heaven to attend the grand feast. With her was her chief disciple, Huiyin. Upon their arrival, they were astonished to find the banqueting halls in utter desolation and confusion. Couches were broken or pushed aside, and although many immortals were present, they had not taken their places. Instead they stood in noisy groups, protesting and disputing. After saluting the Bodhisattva, they recounted the entire story of what had occurred. "If there is no banquet and no drinks are flowing," Kuan Yin said, "you had all better come with me to see the Jade Emperor." On their way they met the red-legged immortal and others, who informed them that a heavenly army had been dispatched to arrest the culprit, but had not yet returned. "I would like to see the Emperor," Kuan Yin stated. "I must trouble you to announce my arrival." Lao Tzu was with the Emperor, and the Queen of Heaven attended behind the throne. "What about the peach banquet?" Kuan Yin asked after customary greetings. "It has always been such fun year after year," the Emperor lamented. "It is terribly disappointing that this year everything has been upset by that terrible ape. I have sent 100,000 soldiers to pen him in, but the whole day has passed without news, and I don't know whether they have been successful. I think you had better go down quickly to the mountain of flowers and fruit," the Bodhisattva instructed her disciple, Huiyin, "and investigate the military situation. If hostilities are actually in progress you can lend a hand. In any case, let us know exactly how things stand." When Huiyin arrived, he found a close cordon, many soldiers deep, with sentries at every exit. The mountain was completely surrounded, and escape was impossible. Day was just breaking when Huiyin, who was the second son of Vaisravana and had been called Prince Moksha before his conversion, was shown into his father's tent. "Where do you come from, my son?" asked Vaisravana. "I have been sent to see how things are progressing," he replied. "We camped here yesterday," Vaisravana explained, "and I sent the 9 planets as challengers, but they were unable to withstand this rogue's magic and returned discomfited. Then I led an army myself and he marshaled his followers. We were about 100,000 men and fought with him until dusk. when he used some magical method of self-multiplication, and we had to withdraw. On examining our booty, we found we had captured a number of tigers, wolves, leopards, and other animals, but not a single monkey. Today the fight has not yet begun. While they were speaking, a messenger rushed in and announced that the great sage and all his host of monkeys were outside, shouting their battle cries. The kings of the four quarters, Vaisravana, and his son Natha had just agreed to go out and meet him, when Huiyin interjected, "Father, I was sent by the Bodhisattva to obtain information. But she said that if hostilities were in progress, I was to lend a hand. I confess I would like to go and have a look at this great sage of yours." "My son," said Vaisravana, "you cannot have studied with the Bodhisattva for so many years without having learned some form of magic. Don't forget to put it into practice." The brave prince, girding up his embroidered cloak and brandishing his iron cudgel with both hands, rushed out to the camp gate, crying in a loud voice, "Which of you is the great sage equal to heaven?" Monkey held up his wishing staff and answered, "I am he." "Who are you that you so rashly dare inquire for me?" Huiyin said, "I am Vaisravana's second son, Moksha. Now I am a pupil and defender of the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin and stand before her throne. My name in religion is Huiyin." "What are you doing here?" asked Monkey. "I was sent," he said, "to get news of the battle. And as they are having so much trouble with you, I have come myself to arrest you." "How dare you talk so big?" said Monkey. "Stand your ground and taste old Monkey's cudgel." Moksha was not at all afraid, but advanced, flourishing his iron cudgel. Those two stood face to face at the foot of the mountain, outside the gate of the camp. It was a grand fight. They closed 50 or 60 times, until at last Huiyin's arms and shoulders were aching. He could resist no more and fled from the battlefield. Monkey too withdrew his monkey troops and bade them rest outside the cave. Moksha, still gasping and panting, tottered into his father's camp. "It's only too true," he said. "That great sage is indeed the most formidable of magicians. I could do nothing with him and have had to come back, leaving him in possession of the field." Vaisravana was very astonished. He saw nothing for it but to write an appeal for further help. This he entrusted to the demon king Mahabali and his son Moksha, who at once passed through the cordon and soared to heaven. "How are you people down below getting on?" asked Kuan Yin. "My father told me," said Huiyin, "that in the first day's battle, they captured a number of tigers, leopards, wolves and other animals, but not a single monkey. Soon after I arrived, the battle began again, and I closed with the great sage some 50 or 60 times, but could not get the better of him and was obliged to retire to the camp. My father then sent the demon king Mahabali and me to ask for help." The Bodhisattva Kuan Yin bowed her head and reflected. When the Jade Emperor opened Vaisravana's missive and saw that it contained an appeal for help, he said laughing, "This is preposterous. Am I to believe that a single monkey spirit is so powerful that 100,000 heavenly troops cannot deal with him? Vaisravana says that he must have help, but I don't know what troops he expects me to send." Before he had finished speaking, Kuan Yin pressed together the palms of her hands and said, "Your Majesty need not worry. I know of a divinity who can certainly catch this monkey." "Whom do you mean?" asked the emperor. "Your nephew, the magician Erlang," she said. "He lives at the mouth of the river of libations, and there receives the incense burnt in the world below. In the old days he once overcame 6 ogres. He has his brothers with him and 1,000 plant-headed deities of very great magical powers. Though he would not come if ordered to, he would listen to an appeal. If you send an appeal to him for troops, with his assistance, we could effect a capture." The demon king Mahabali was sent as messenger, and in less than half an hour, the cloud he rode on reached Erlang's temple. Erlang came out with his brothers and after burning incense read the appeal. "Let the heavenly messenger go back," he said, "and announce that I will help to the utmost of my power." So he called together his brothers and said, "The Jade Emperor has just asked us to go to the mountain of flowers and fruit and receive the submission of a troublesome monkey. Let's be off." The brothers were delighted, and they at once marshaled the divinities in their charge. The whole temple set out, falcons on wrist, or leading their dogs, bow in hand, carried by a wild magic wind. In a trice, they had crossed the eastern ocean and reached the mountain of flowers and fruit. Having announced their mission, they were led through the cordon and shown into the camp. They asked how matters stood. "I shall certainly have to try a transformation," Erlang said. "Keep the cordon closely drawn, but don't worry about what goes on overhead. If I am getting the worst of it, do not come to my assistance. My brothers will look after me. If I conquer him, do not try to bind him, but leave that to my brothers. All I ask is that Vaisravana should use an imperflecting mirror, standing with it halfway up the sky. If he tries to run away and hide, watch his reflection in the mirror, so that we don't lose sight of him." The heavenly kings then took up their places, and Erlang and his brothers went out to issue the challenge, telling their fellows to form a circle, keeping their falcons tethered and their dogs on leash. When he reached the door of the cave, Erlang found a host of monkeys drawn up in coiling dragon formation. In their midst was a banner with, "The Great Sage Equal to Heaven" inscribed upon it. "How dare the cursed monster call himself equal to heaven?" snarled Erlang. "Don't worry about that," said the brothers, "but go and challenge him at once." When the small monkeys at the entrance to the camp saw Erlang coming, they scuttled inside and made their report. Monkey seized his metal-bound cudgel, donned his golden breastplate, put on his cloud-treading shoes and golden cap, and rushed out to the gate, glaring about him. "What little captain are you and where do you hail from?" shouted Monkey, "that you dare come here and challenge me to battle? Have you eyes with no eyeballs that you fail to know me?" shouted Erlang. "I am the Jade Emperor's nephew. I have come now by His Majesty's command to arrest you, rebellious groomape that you are. Your hour has come." "I remember," said Monkey, "that some years ago the Emperor's sister fell in love with a mortal of the world below, became his consort, and had a son by him, who is said to have split the Peach Mountain with his axe. Are you he? I am half-minded to give you a bit of my mind, but you are not worth it. I should be sorry to strike you, for one blow of mine would be the end of you. Go back where you came from, little fellow, and tell the 4 kings of heaven to come instead." Erlang was furious. "Keep a civil tongue in your head," he cried, "and taste my blade." Monkey dodged aside and swiftly raised his cudgel, struck in his turn. They closed over 300 times without reaching a decision. Erlang exerted all his magic power, shook himself hard, and changed into a giant figure 100,000 feet high. His 2 arms, each holding aloft a magic trident, were like the peaks that crown Mount Hua. His face was blue and his teeth stuck far out, the hair on his head was scarlet, and his expression was malignant beyond words. This terrible apparition advanced upon Monkey, aiming a blow straight down upon his head. But Monkey, also using his magic powers, changed himself into an exact counterpart of Erlang, save that he held above him a single gigantic cudgel, like the solitary pillar that towers above Mount Kunlun. With this he fended off Erlang's blow. But Monkey's generals were completely discomfited by the giant apparition, and their hands began to tremble so much that they could not wave their banners. His other officers were in a panic and could not use their swords. At a word from the brothers, the plant-headed divinities rushed in, letting loose their falcons and dogs, and bow in hand, all charged into the fray. Alas, Monkey's 4 generals fled, and 2,000 or 3,000 of the creatures they commanded were captured. The monkeys threw down their weapons and rushed screaming, some up the mountain, some into the cave. It was just as when a cat at night disturbs roosting birds and their panic fills the starry sky. When Monkey saw his followers scatter, his heart fluttered. He abandoned his giant form and fled as fast as his feet could carry him. Erlang strode after him with huge steps, crying, "Where are you off to? Come back this minute and I will spare your life." But Monkey fled faster than ever to his cave, where he ran straight into the brothers. "Wretched Monkey, where are you running to?" they cried. Monkey, trembling in every limb, hastily turned his cudgel into an embroidery needle, and hiding it about his person, changed himself into a fish and slipped into the stream. Rushing down to the bank, Erlang could see nothing of him. "This simian," he said, "has certainly changed himself into a fish and hidden under the water. I must change myself too if I am to catch him." So he changed himself into a cormorant and skimmed hither and thither over the stream. Monkey, looking up out of the water, suddenly saw a bird hovering above. It was like a blue kite, but its plumage was not blue. It was like a heron but had no tuft on its head. It was like a crane but its feet were not red. I'll be bound that's Erlang looking for me. He released a few bubbles and swam swiftly away. That fish letting bubbles, said Erlang to himself, is like a carp but its tail is not red. It is like a tench but there are no patterns on its scales. It is like a blackfish but there are no stars on its head. It is like a bream but there are no bristles on its gills. Why did it make off like that when it saw me? I'll be bound. It's Monkey who has changed himself into a fish. And swooping down he opened his beak and snapped at him. Monkey whisked out of the water and changed himself into a freckled bustard, standing all alone on the bank. Seeing that he had reached the lowest possible stage in transformation, for the freckled bustard is the lowest and most promiscuous of creatures, mating at hazard with any bird that comes its way, Erlang did not deign to close with him, but returned to his true form. Fetching his sling he shot a pellet that sent Monkey rolling. Taking advantage of his opportunity, Monkey rolled and rolled down the mountainside, and when he was out of sight, he changed himself into a wayside shrine. His mouth wide open was the door opening, his teeth turned into door flaps, his tongue into the guardian bodhisattva. His two eyes were the two round windows. He didn't quite know what to do with his tail, but sticking up straight behind, it looked like a flagpole. When Erlang arrived at the bottom of the slope, he expected to find the bustard that he had toppled over, but instead he only found a small shrine. Examining it closely, he noticed the flagpole sticking up behind and laughed, saying, "That's Monkey, that is. He's trying his tricks on me again. I have seen many shrines but never one with a flagpole sticking up behind. No doubt about it, this animal is playing one of his games. He hopes to lure me up close to him and then he will bite me. He won't get me that way. I'll clench my fist and bang in the windows first. Afterwards I'll kick down the doors." When Monkey heard this he was horrified. "That's a bit too much," he said to himself. "The doors are my teeth and the windows are my eyes. If he kicks my teeth and bangs my eyes, that won't be nice." So saying, he made a tiger spring and disappeared into the sky. Erlang was just getting tired of the vain pursuit when his brothers arrived. "Well, have you caught the great sage?" they asked. "He has just been trying to dodge me," said Erlang, "by turning into a shrine. I was just going to hit his windows and kick down his doors, when he suddenly disappeared. It's a queer business." They all began peering helplessly about in every direction, but could find nothing. "You stay here and keep a lookout," said Erlang, "while I go up and search for him." He mounted the clouds and halfway up the sky came across Vaisravana, who was holding the magic mirror, his son at his side. "Have you seen the Monkey King?" he asked. "He has not been up here," said Vaisravana. "I can see him in my mirror, you know." When Erlang had told him about the capture of the lesser monkeys and the great sage's repeated transformations, he added, "Then he changed into a shrine and when I hit him he suddenly disappeared." Vaisravana looked in his mirror and burst out laughing. "Make haste, Erlang, make haste," he cried. "That monkey has made himself invisible, decamped, and made straight for your river of libations." When Erlang heard this, he picked up his magic lance and fled towards the river of libations as fast as he could. Now, as soon as Monkey reached the river, he changed himself into the exact image of Erlang and went straight into Erlang's shrine. The guardian demons of the shrine could not tell the difference and bowed low as he came in. He examined the incense smoke and was looking at the votive paintings around the walls when someone came and announced, "Another Erlang has arrived." The guarding deities rushed out and could hardly believe their eyes. "Has a creature calling himself the great sage equal to heaven been here?" the real Erlang asked. "We've seen nothing of any great sage," they said, "but there's another holy Erlang inside, examining the incense smoke." He rushed in and as soon as Monkey saw him, he changed into his true form and said, "Erlang, I don't mind telling you the surname of that shrine was Sunday." Erlang raised his three-pronged, two-bladed magic lance and struck at Monkey's cheek. Monkey dodged, and the two of them, cursing and fighting, edged towards the shrine gate and out into the mists and clouds, struggling as they went, until at last Monkey was driven to the mountain of flowers and fruit, where the kings of the four quarters were keeping strict guard. The brothers came to meet Erlang and surrounded Monkey, pressing him on every side. Meanwhile, in heaven, everyone was wondering why a whole day had passed without any news from Erlang. "Would your majesty," asked Kuan Yin, "permit me and the Patriarch of Tao to go down in person and see how things are going on?" "Not a bad idea," said the Jade Emperor, and in the end he and the Queen of Heaven, as well as Kuan Yin and Lao Tzu, all went to the southern gate of heaven and looked out. They saw the great cordon of heavenly troops, and Vice-Ravana standing halfway up the sky, holding a mirror, while Erlang and his brothers pressed round Monkey, tussling fiercely with him. "That Erlang whom I proposed hasn't done so badly," said Kuan Yin. "He has hemmed the great sage in, though he has not yet taken him prisoner. With a little help, I think he could manage it." "What weapon do you propose to use? How are you going to help him?" asked Lao Tzu. "I shall throw my vase and willow spray down onto his head," said Kuan Yin. "That won't kill him, but it will make him lose his balance, and Erlang will easily be able to catch him." "Your vase," said Lao Tzu, "is made of porcelain. If it fell in just the right place it might be all right. But if it misses his head and falls on his iron cudgel, it will get broken. You had better leave him to me." "Have you got a weapon?" asked Kuan Yin. "I certainly have," said Lao Tzu, and he produced from his sleeve a magic snare. "This," said he, "is called the diamond snare. In the old days when I left China, converted the barbarians of the West, and became a god, I owed my success entirely to this snare. It comes in handy for keeping off all manner of dangers. Let me throw it down onto him." Standing at the gate of heaven, he cast his snare, and it went rippling down straight onto Monkey's head. Monkey was busy warring with Erlang and his brothers and did not notice that a weapon was falling upon him out of the sky. It hit him just on the crown of the head and toppled him over. He scrambled to his feet and fled, pursued by Erlang's dogs who went for his calves so that he stumbled again. Lying on the ground he cursed, saying, "That has done for me. Why can't you go and trip up your own master instead of coming and biting old Monkey's legs?" He twisted and turned but could not rise, for the brothers were holding him down. Soon they had bound him tightly with ropes and severed his lute bone with a knife, so that he could not transform himself. Lao Tzu drew in his snare and begged the Emperor, Kuan Yin, the Queen of Heaven, and all the immortals to go back to the palace. On earth below, the kings of the four quarters and Vice-Ravana, and all the heavenly hosts, sheathed their swords and plucked up their palisades. Then they came up to Erlang and congratulated him, saying, "We owe this victory to you." "Not at all," said Erlang. "It was entirely due to the founder of Tao and the gallant performances of the heavenly contingent. I can claim no credit at all." "Elder brother," said the brothers of Erlang, "you have said enough. What we must do now is to hoist this fellow up to heaven and get a ruling from the Jade Emperor as to how he is to be disposed of." "Brothers," said Erlang, "you are not on the roll of immortals and cannot appear before the Emperor. Heavenly troops must be told to carry him up, and Vice-Ravana and I will go up and report. The rest of you had better search the mountain, and when you can report that all is clear, come to the river of libations and let me know. Meanwhile, I will claim the reward due for my services and then come back to make merry with you." The brothers bowed their assent. Erlang mounted the clouds, chanting songs of victory, and made his way to heaven. Here he sent in a message saying, "The great sage has been captured by the hosts of heaven, and I have come to receive your instructions." The Jade Emperor accordingly told the Demon King Mahabali and a contingent of heavenly troops to hoist Monkey up and bring him to the executioner's block, where he was to be cut into small pieces. If you do not know what became of this Monkey King, listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 7. Monkey was brought to the place of execution. There, heavenly soldiers bound him to a pillar and began to hew him with axes, stab him with spears and slash him with swords. But all this had no effect whatsoever. Presently, the southern pole star sent for the spirits of the fire stars to come and set him alight. Still they were quite unable to burn him. The thunder spirits hurled thunderbolts at him, but this had even less effect. "I don't know where the great sage got this trick of inviolability," said Mahabali to the Jade Emperor. "Neither weapons nor thunderbolts have the least effect on him. What are we to do?" "Yes indeed," said the Jade Emperor. "With a fellow like that, what line can one take?" "It's not surprising," said Lao Tzu. After all, he ate the peaches of immortality, drank the wine of heaven, and stole the elixir of long life. 5 bowls full, some raw, some cooked, are all inside him. No doubt he has worked on them with samadhi fire and fused them into a solid mass. This makes his whole body harder than diamond, so he is very difficult to damage. Lao Tzu continued, the best thing would be to bring him to me. I'll put him in my crucible of the 8 trigrams and smelt him with alchemic fire. In a little while, he will be reduced to ashes, and I shall recover my elixir, which will be left at the bottom of the crucible. So Monkey was handed over to Lao Tzu. Erlang was rewarded with 100 golden flowers, 100 jars of heavenly wine, and 100 grains of elixir, along with a great store of jewels, pearls, brocades, and embroideries, which he was asked to share with his brothers. He thanked the emperor and went back to the river of libations. When Lao Tzu got back to the Tushita palace, he untied Monkey's ropes and removed the blade stuck through his lute bone. He pushed him into the crucible and told his servant to blow up a good fire. Now this crucible was in 8 parts, each representing one of the 8 trigrams. Monkey wriggled into the part corresponding to the trigram, sun. Sun is wind, and wind blows out fire. However, wind also raises smoke, and Monkey's eyes smarted and became red, a condition from which he never recovered. This is why he is sometimes called fiery eyes. Time passed, and at last the 49th day came. Lao Tzu's alchemical processes were complete. When he came to the crucible to take off the lid, Monkey was rubbing his eyes with both hands so hard that the tears fell. When he heard the lid being moved, he looked quickly up, and the light that came in hurt him so much that he could not bear it. He jumped straight out of the crucible, uttering a piercing cry and kicking it over as he jumped. He rushed out of the room, pursued by Lao Tzu's servants, all of whom he tripped up. When Lao Tzu clutched at him, Monkey gave him such a push that he went head over heels. Then Monkey took his cudgel from behind his ear and, armed once more, ran amok in heaven. He frightened the 9 planets so much that they locked themselves in, and the kings of the 4 quarters vanished from the scene. This time, Monkey hit out recklessly, not caring whom he struck or what he smashed. No one could stop him, and he would have broken up the Hall of Magic Mists had not the divinity Wang Lingquan rushed forward with his great metal lash. "Halt, cursed monkey," he cried. "See who stands before you and cease your mad pranks." Monkey did not deign to parley with him but raised his cudgel and struck. Lingquan faced him with his whip aloft. It was a great fight that the two of them had in front of the Hall of Magic Mists, but neither gained the advantage. At last, the 36 thunder deities came to Lingquan's aid, and Monkey found himself beset on every side by swords, lances, spears, whips, axes, hooks, and sickles. He thought it time to transform himself and took on a form with 3 heads and 6 arms. He wielded 6 magic cudgels which he whirled like a spinning wheel, dancing in their midst. The thunder deities dared not approach him. The noise of the combat reached the Jade Emperor, who, in great consternation, sent 2 messengers to the western region to see if Buddha could not come and help. When they had recounted Monkey's misdeeds and explained their mission, Buddha said to the bodhisattvas who surrounded him, "You stay quietly here in the Hall of Law and don't relax your yoga postures. I've got to go and deal with this creature who is making trouble at the Taoist court." But he called on his disciples Ananda and Kasyapa to follow him. Arriving in heaven, they heard a fearful din and found Monkey beset by the 36 deities. Buddha ordered the deities to lower arms and go back to their camp and called Monkey to him. Monkey changed into his true form and shouted angrily, "What bronze are you that you ask for me in the middle of a battle? I am the Buddha of the Western Paradise. I have heard of the trouble you have been giving in heaven. Where do you come from, and how long ago did you get your illumination, that you should dare behave like this?" Monkey replied, "Born of sky and earth, immortal magically fused, from the mountain of flowers and fruit an old monkey am I that I in the cave of the water curtain I ply my home trade. I found a friend and master, who taught me the great secret that I made myself perfect in many arts of immortality. I learned transformations without bound or end that I tired of the narrow scope afforded by the world of man. Nothing could satisfy me but to live in the green jade heaven. Why should heaven's halls always have one master? In earthly dynasties king succeeds king. The strong to the stronger must yield precedence and place. Hero is he alone who vies with powers supreme. So Monkey recited, at which Buddha burst out laughing. After all, he said, you're only a monkey spirit. How can you delude yourself into supposing that you can seize the Jade Emperor's throne? He has been perfecting himself for 1,750 kalpas, and every kalpa is 129,000 years. Just see how long it takes to achieve such wisdom as his. How can you, an animal who has only in this incarnation received half-human form, dare make such a boast? You exceed yourself and will surely come to a bad end. Submit at once and talk no more of your nonsense. Otherwise, I shall have to deal sharply with you, and there won't be much left of the longevity you crave. He may have begun young, said Monkey, but that is no reason why he should keep the throne forever. There is a proverb that says, this year the Jade Emperor's turn, next year mine. Tell him to clear out and make room for me. That is all I ask. If he won't, I shall go on like this and they will never have any peace. What magic have you got, asked Buddha, that would enable you to seize the blessed realms of heaven? Many, said Monkey. Apart from my 72 transformations, I can somersault through the clouds 108,000 leagues at a bound. Aren't I fit to be seated on the throne of heaven? I'll have a wager with you, said Buddha. If you are really so clever, jump off the palm of my right hand. If you succeed, I'll tell the Jade Emperor to come and live with me in the Western Paradise, and you shall have his throne without more ado. But if you fail, you shall go back to earth and do penance for many a kalpa before you come to me again with your talk. This Buddha, Monkey thought to himself, is a perfect fool. I can jump 108,000 leagues, while his palm cannot be as much as 8 inches across. How could I fail to jump clear of it? You're sure you are in a position to do this for me? He asked. Of course I am, said Buddha. He stretched out his right hand, which looked about the size of a lotus leaf. Monkey put his cudgel behind his ear and leapt with all his might. That's all right, he said to himself. I'm right off it now. He was whizzing so fast that he was almost invisible, and Buddha, watching him with the eye of wisdom, saw a mere whirligig shoot along. Monkey came at last to 5 pink pillars sticking up into the air. This is the end of the world, said Monkey to himself. All I have got to do is to go back to Buddha and claim my forfeit. The throne is mine. Wait a minute, he said presently. I'd better just leave a record of some kind in case I have trouble with Buddha. He plucked a hair and blew on it with magic breath, crying, Change? It changed at once into a writing brush charged with heavy ink, and at the base of the central pillar, he wrote, The great sage equal to heaven reached this place. Then, to mark his disrespect, he relieved nature at the bottom of the first pillar and somersaulted back to where he had come from. Standing on Buddha's palm, he said, Well, I've gone and come back. You can go and tell the Jade Emperor to hand over the palaces of heaven. You stinking ape, said Buddha, you've been on the palm of my hand all the time. You're quite mistaken, said Monkey. I got to the end of the world where I saw 5 flesh-colored pillars sticking up into the sky. I wrote something on one of them. I'll take you there and show you if you like. No need for that, said Buddha. Just look down. Monkey peered down with his fiery, steely eyes, and there, at the base of the middle finger of Buddha's hand, he saw written the words, The great sage equal to heaven reached this place. And from the fork between the thumb and first finger came a smell of Monkey's urine. It took him some time to get over his astonishment. At last he said, Impossible, impossible. I wrote that on the pillar sticking up into the sky. How did it get onto Buddha's finger? He's practicing some magic on me. Let me go back and look. Dear Monkey. He crouched and was just making ready to spring again when Buddha turned his head and pushed Monkey out at the western gate of heaven. As he did so, he changed his 5 fingers into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They became a 5-peaked mountain, named Wuxing Shan, Mountain of the 5 Elements, which pressed upon him heavily enough to hold him tight. The thunder spirits, Ananda and Kasyapa, all pressed the palms of their hands together and shouted, Bravo! Buddha, having thus quelled the baleful Monkey, called to Ananda and Kasyapa to come back with him to the western heaven. Just as they were leaving, 2 messengers arrived from the Hall of Magic Mists, saying, We beseech the Tathagata to wait a minute. Our master is on his way. Buddha turned his head and a moment later, saw a chariot drawn by 8 phoenixes, covered by a canopy gleaming with jewels. There was a sound of many instruments and a chanting of innumerable spirit hosts. Flower petals fell through the air, and the smell of incense billowed forth. "I am profoundly beholden to you for dealing with that monster," said the Jade Emperor when his equipment drew up. "And if you will consent to stay for a while, I will invite all the immortals to join us in a feast of thanks." Buddha did not like to refuse. "I could not do anything other than come at your Majesty's request," he said. "What small success we have had is, however, not my work, but is entirely due to the founder of Tao and the other divinities." The banquet was nearing its end when one of the heavenly detectives arrived saying, "The great sage is sticking out his head." "No matter," said Buddha, and he took out of his sleeve a seal on which was engraved, "Om Mani Padme Hum." He gave it to Ananda and told him to stamp it on the top of the mountain. So Ananda left heaven, carrying the seal, and when he got to the mountain of the 5 elements, he stamped the seal hard upon a square slab of rock that lay right on the top of the mountain. At once, this mountain struck its roots and joined its seams. There was enough air to breathe, but not a crack through which my hand or head could squeeze. "I have sealed him down," Ananda announced. Whereupon Buddha said goodbye to the Jade Emperor and all the spirits and with his 2 disciples, left the gate of heaven. But in his mercy, he appointed a guardian spirit to watch over the mountain. When he is hungry, he said, give him an iron pill to eat. When he is thirsty, give him verdigris to drink. When the days of his penance are fulfilled, there will be one who will come to rescue him. And if you do not know how long afterwards, in what year and in what month, the time of his penance was fulfilled, you must listen to what is related in the next chapter. Chapter 8. One day, after Buddha had been preaching to the bodhisattvas and arhats, he said at the end of his sermon, "I have been noticing that there is a lot of difference among the inhabitants of the 4 continents of the universe. Those in the eastern continent are respectful, peaceable, and cheerful. Those of the northern continent are somewhat prone to take life, but they are so dumb, lethargic, and stupid that they don't do much harm. In our western continent there is no greed or slaughter. We nurture our humors and hide our magic, and although we have no supreme illuminates, everyone is safe against the assaults of age. But in Jambudvipa, the southern continent, they are greedy, lustful, murderous, and quarrelsome. I wonder whether a knowledge of the true scriptures would not cause some improvement in them." "Do you yourself possess those scriptures?" asked the bodhisattvas. "Yes, 3 baskets of them," said Buddha. "One contains the Vinaya, which speaks of heaven. One contains the Sastras, which tell of earth. One contains the Sutras, which save the damned. The whole is divided into 35 divisions, written on 15,144 rolls. These are the path to perfection, the only gate to virtue. I would send it straight to the people of the common world, but they are so stupid that they would only jeer at the truth, misunderstand the meaning of my law, and scorn the true sect of yoga. I wish I knew of a holy one who would go to the eastern land and find a believer who could be sent over hill and dale, all the way from China to this place. I would give him the scriptures to take back to China, and he would explain them to the people and change their hearts. That would be an untold blessing. Are any of you willing to go?" Kuan Yin came up to the lotus platform, bowed 3 times to the Buddha, and said, "I don't know if I can make a success of it, but I should like to go to the eastern land and find someone to fetch the scriptures." "You're just the person," said Buddha. "A venerable bodhisattva with great sanctity and magic powers. We couldn't do better." "Do you have any particular instructions?" asked Kuan Yin. "I want you," said Buddha, "to make a thorough study of the air at a fairly low altitude, not up among the stars. Keep an eye on the mountains and rivers, and make careful note of the distances and traveling stages, so that you may assist the scripture seeker. But it is going to be a very difficult journey for him, and I have 5 talismans which I would like you to give him." An embroidered cassock and a priest's staff with 9 rings were then fetched, and he said to Kuan Yin, "When he feels his courage failing him on the road, let him put on this cassock. If he carries this staff, he will never meet with poison or violence." Buddha continued, "And here I have 3 fillets. They are all alike, but their use is different. Each has its separate spell. If on his journey the pilgrim meets with any ogre of superlative powers, you must attempt to convert this ogre and make him the scripture seeker's disciple. If he resists, the pilgrim is to put one of these fillets on his head, reciting the spell that belongs to it. Whereupon the ogre's eyes will swell and his head ache so excruciatingly that he will feel as if his brains were bursting, and he will be only too glad to embrace our faith. Kuan Yin bowed and called upon her disciple Huyen to follow her. He carried a great iron cudgel, weighing 1,000 pounds, and hovered around the Bodhisattva, acting as her bodyguard. Kuan Yin made the cassock into a bundle and put it on his back. She took the fillets herself and held the 9-ringed staff in her hand. When they came to the weak waters which formed the boundary of the river of sand, Kuan Yin said, "My disciple, this place is very difficult going. The scripture seeker will be a man of common mortal birth. How will he get across?" "Tell me first," said Huyen, "how wide is the river of sands?" The Bodhisattva was examining the river when suddenly there was a great splash, and out jumped the most hideous monster imaginable. Holding a staff in its hand, this creature made straight for the Bodhisattva. "Halt!" cried Huyen, fending off the monster with his iron cudgel. And there, on the shore of the river of sands, a fearful combat began. Up and down the shore the battle moved, and they had fought 20 or 30 bouts without reaching a decision. Then the monster halted with his iron cudgel held up in front of him and said, "What priest are you, and where do you come from, that you dare resist me?" "I am Prince Moksha, second son of Vaisravana, now called Huyen. I am now defending my superior on the journey to China, where we hope to find one who will come and fetch scriptures. What creature are you who dare to bar our path?" "Ah," said the monster, suddenly remembering, "didn't I used to see you in Kuan Yin's bamboo grove, practicing austerities? What have you done with the Bodhisattva?" "You didn't realize then that it was her on the bank?" said Huyen. The creature was aghast. He lowered his weapon and allowed himself to be brought to Kuan Yin. "Bodhisattva, forgive my crime," he cried, bowing profoundly. "I am not the monster that I seem, but was a marshal of the hosts of heaven, charged to wait upon the Jade Emperor when he rode in his phoenix chariot. But at a heavenly banquet, I had the misfortune to break a crystal dish. By the Emperor's orders, I received 800 lashes and was banished to the world below, transformed into my present hideous shape. He sends flying swords that stab my breast and sides one day every 7. I get nothing to eat, and every few days hunger drives me to come out and look for some traveler on whose flesh I feed. Little did I think today that the traveler whom I was blindly attacking was none other than the Bodhisattva. It was for sinning in heaven," said Kuan Yin, "that you were banished. Yet here you are adding sin to sin, slaying living creatures. I am on my way to China to look for a scripture seeker. Why don't you join our sect, reform your ways, become a disciple of the scripture seeker, and go with him to India to fetch the scriptures? I'll see to it that the flying swords stop piercing you. If the expedition is a success, you will have expiated your crime and be allowed to go back to your old employment in heaven. Doesn't that idea please you?" "I would gladly embrace the faith," said the creature, "but there is something I must first confess. I have, since I came here, devoured countless human beings. Pilgrims have come this way several times and I ate them all. The heads I threw into the river of flowing sands and they sank to the bottom. Such is the nature of this river that not even a goose feather will float upon it. But there were 9 skulls that remained floating on the water and would not sink. Seeing that these skulls behaved so strangely, I moored them with a rope, and in leisure moments, drew them in and sported them. If this is known, it seems likely that future pilgrims will not care to come this way, and my chances of salvation are lost." "Not come this way? Nonsense," said the Bodhisattva. "You can take the skulls and hang them round your neck. When the scripture seeker arrives, a good use will be found for them." The monster accordingly took his vows and was received into the faith, receiving the name of Sandy Priest. Having escorted Kuan Yin across the river, he went back and devoted himself to penances and purifications, never again taking life, but watching all the while for the pilgrim who was destined to come. So the Bodhisattva parted with him and went on with Huyen towards China. After a while they came to a high mountain from which there came an extremely bad smell. They had just decided to ride high over it on their clouds when there came a mad blast of wind, and there suddenly appeared before them a monster of hideous appearance. His lips curled and drooped like withered lotus leaves, his ears flapped like rushwork fans. He had tusks sharp as awls and a snout like the nozzle of a bellows. He rushed straight at Kuan Yin, striking at her with a muckrake. Huiyin warded off the blow, crying, "Foul fiend, mend your manners and look out for my cudgel." "This priest," cried the monster, "little knows what he is up against. Look out for my rake." And at the foot of the mountain the two of them had a great fight. Just when it was at its best, Kuan Yin, who was watching in the sky above, threw down some lotus flowers which fell just between the cudgel and the rake. "What sort of a priest are you," the monster cried, "that you dare play upon me the trick of the flower in the eye?" "Groveling, low-born monster," said Huiyin, "I am a disciple of the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin, and it was she who threw down these flowers. Didn't you recognize her?" "You don't mean it," he said. "The great Bodhisattva, the one that saves us from the 3 calamities and 8 disasters?" "Whom else should I mean?" said Huiyin. The monster dropped his rake and bowed low. "Old chap," he said, "where is the Bodhisattva? I wish you'd introduce me." Huiyin looked up and pointed. "There she is all right," he said. The monster kowtowed skyward, crying in a loud voice, "Forgive me, Bodhisattva, forgive me." Kuan Yin lowered her cloud and came up to him, saying, "How dare a filthy old pig spirit like you attempt to bar my path?" "I am not really a pig at all," he said. "I was a marshal of the hosts of heaven, but one day I got a bit drunk and misbehaved with the goddess of the moon. For this, the Jade Emperor had me soundly thrashed and banished me to the world below. When the time came for my next incarnation, I lost my way and got by mistake into the belly of an old mother pig, which accounts for what I look like now. I spend my time eating people that I own. But I never noticed it was you I had run into. Save me, save me." "There is a proverb," said the Bodhisattva, "which runs, 'Works of damnation cannot lead to salvation.' Having been banished from heaven because you broke its laws, you have not repented but live on human flesh. Are you not inviting a double punishment for both your crimes?" "Salvation indeed," cried the monster. "If I followed your advice, what should I live on? On the wind, I suppose. There's another proverb which says, 'If the government gets hold of you, they'll flog you to death. If the Buddhists get hold of you, they'll starve you to death.' Go away. I see I shall get on much better by catching a family of travelers now and then, and eating their daughter if she's buxom and tasty, no matter whether that's 2 crimes, 3 crimes, or 1,000 crimes." "There is a saying," the Bodhisattva replied, "Heaven helps those who mean well. If you give up your evil ways, you may be sure you won't lack nourishment. There are 5 crops in the world, so there is no need to starve. Why should you feed on human flesh?" The monster was like one who wakes from a dream. "I should like to reform," he said, "but him no prayer can help who has sinned against heaven." "Here's a chance for you," said Kuan Yin. "We are on our way to China to look for a seeker of scriptures. If you were to become his disciple and go with him to India, you would wipe out all your old sin." I will," blurted out the creature. All that remained now was to tonsure him and administer the vows, and it was agreed that he should be known in religion as Pigsy. He was told to fast, do penance, and keep all the while on the watch for the destined pilgrim. Proceeding on their way, Kuan Yin and Huiyin were presently accosted by a dragon. "What dragon are you?" asked the Bodhisattva, "and what have you done that you should be cast adrift here?" "I am a son of the Dragon King of the Western Ocean," the dragon said. "I inadvertently set fire to his palace, and some of his pearls of wisdom were burnt. My father insisted that I had done it on purpose and accused me in the courts of heaven of attempted rebellion. The Jade Emperor hung me up here in the sky, had me given 300 cuts of the lash, and in a few days I was to be executed. Can you do anything to help me?" Kuan Yin promptly went up to heaven, secured an interview with the Jade Emperor, and begged that the dragon might be forgiven, on condition that he allowed himself to be ridden upon by the pilgrim who was going to India to bring back the true scriptures. The request was granted, and the Bodhisattva ordered the little dragon to go down into a deep canyon and await the arrival of the pilgrim. It was then to change into a white horse and carry him to India. Kuan Yin and Huiyin had not gone far on their way to China when they suddenly saw great shafts of golden light and many wreaths of magic vapor. That is the mountain of the 5 elements, said Huyen. I can see the imprint of Buddha's seal upon it. Is not that the mountain, said Kuan Yin, under which is imprisoned the sage equal to heaven, who upset the peach banquet and ran amuck in the halls of heaven? Very true, said Huyen. They alighted on the mountain and examined the seal, which was the 6-syllable spell, Om Mani Padme Hum. Kuan Yin sighed a deep sigh and recited the following poem. Long ago performed in vain prodigies of valor. In his blackness of heart, he upset the heavenly peach banquet. In mad rashness, he dared to rob the patriarch of Tao. 100,000 heavenly troops could not overcome him. He terrorized the realm of heaven throughout its 9 spheres. At last, in Buddha Tathagata, monkey met his match. Will he ever again be set at large and win back his renown? Who is it? A voice came from inside the mountain. Who recites verses that tell of my misdoings? Kuan Yin came down towards the place from which the voice seemed to come, and at the foot of a cliff found the guardian deities of the place, who, after welcoming the Bodhisattva, led her to where Monkey was imprisoned. He was held in a kind of stone box, and though he could speak, he could not move hand or foot. Monkey, cried the Bodhisattva, do you know me or not? He peered through a chink with his steely, fiery eyes and cried aloud, how should I not know you? You are she of Patalaka, the savior Kuan Yin. To what do I owe this pleasure? Here, where days and years are one to me, no friend or acquaintance has ever come to seek me out. Where, pray, do you come from? Buddha sent me, said she, to China, to look for one who will come to India and fetch the scriptures, and as this place is on the way, I took the opportunity of calling upon you. Buddha tricked me, said Monkey, and imprisoned me under this mountain 500 years ago, and here I have been ever since. I entreat you to use your powers to rescue me. Your sins were very great, she said, and I am by no means confident that if you get out, you would not at once get into trouble again. No, said Monkey, I have repented, and now want only to embrace the faith and devote myself to good works. Very well then, said the Bodhisattva, delighted. Wait while I go to the land of Tang and find my scripture seeker. He shall deliver you. You shall be his disciple and embrace our faith. With all my heart, said Monkey. In that case, said Kuan Yin, you will have to have a name in religion. I've got one, said Monkey. I am called Aware of Vacuity. In that case, said Kuan Yin, there is nothing more I need to tell you at present. I must be going. They left Monkey and went eastwards. In a few days they reached the land of Tang and soon came to the city of Xichang'an. There they changed themselves into shabby wandering priests, and coming to the shrine of a local deity in one of the main streets, they went straight in. The deity and his attendant demons recognized Kuan Yin at once, despite her disguise, and welcomed her with a great flurry of bowings and scrapings. Then he sent word to the god of the municipal shrine and all the temples in Xichang'an, informing the gods that the Bodhisattva had arrived. Presently they all came tramping along, begging to be excused for not having come to meet her. This must not get out, she said. I am here completely incognito. I have come by Buddha's orders to look for someone to bring the scriptures from India. I would like to put up for a day or two in one of your temples, and as soon as I have found my pilgrim I shall leave. The gods then all retired to their temples, Kuan Yin and Huyen putting up for the time being in the shrine of the municipal god, where they passed for a couple of ordinary priests. If you do not know whom they found to fetch scriptures, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 9. The great city of Xichang'an had, for generations, been the capital of all China. During this time, Tai Tsung of the Tang dynasty sat on the throne. The entire land was at peace, tribute-bearers poured in from every side, and the whole world paid homage to him. One day, as he received his ministers at court, the Prime Minister Wei Qing submitted a proposal. Now that the empire is everywhere at peace, he began, let us conform with ancient custom and invite scholars from every corner to come for examination. In doing so, Your Majesty may acquire new talent to assist in your work of government. The emperor accepted the proposal. A summons was sent all over China, inviting those learned in books, whether soldiers or peasants, to come to the capital and attend an examination. When this summons reached Haichou, a man named Sino went straight home and told his mother, An examination is to be held to select men of talent, and I intend to respond. One never knows. I may succeed in securing some small position, which would bring credit to my parents and allow me to support a family. That is all I desire. I have come to tell you of my departure. My son, she replied, you are a well-read man. Learn when young, act when grown. You are quite right to go. All I ask is that you take care of yourself on the journey and return as soon as you have secured a post. Xian then ordered his servant to prepare his belongings. After bidding farewell to his mother, he hurried to the capital. Upon his arrival, he found the examination had just begun, and he went straight in. He qualified in the preliminary tests and at the final court examinations, achieved first place. His certificate was signed with the emperor's own hand. For 3 days, as was the custom, he was led through the streets on horseback. At one point, the procession passed the house of a minister named Yin Kaishan. This minister had an only daughter named Wen Xiao, who was not yet married. She sat in a high, festooned tower, holding an embroidered ball. The man whom this ball struck when she threw it down was to be her husband. As Xijun was led past the tower, she observed his fine appearance and knew he had just taken first place in the examinations. The idea of marrying him pleased her uncommonly. She threw down her ball, and it fell exactly on the middle of Xiechen's black gauze hat. The next moment Xijun heard the twittering of flutes and reed organs. Down from the tower came a whole posse of maids and serving girls, who took Xiechen's horse by the bridle and led him into the minister's courtyard. The minister and his wife hurried down from the hall, calling upon all their guests and visitors to assist in the wedding ceremony. After the bridal pair had bowed to heaven and earth and saluted the bride's parents, a banquet was prepared. The entire event passed in merry-making and drinking. Then, hand in hand, the two of them entered the bridal chamber. Early the next morning, at the audience in the Palace of Golden Bells, the emperor inquired what post should be given to the first graduate. The prime minister replied that there was a vacancy at Changzhou. Xijun was accordingly made governor of Changzhou and ordered to take up his duties at once. Xijun thanked the emperor and returned to the minister's house to make arrangements with his wife and pay his respects to his parents-in-law. He then set out with his wife for Changzhou. It was late spring when he left the capital. A gentle wind fanned the green of the willows, and a fine rain stabbed the red of the flowers. Xiechen's journey took him close to Haichou, where he was able to introduce his wife to his mother. The power of your blessing, he explained to her, enabled me to come out on top in the examination. While being led through the streets on horseback, I happened to pass Minister Yin's house, from which an embroidered ball fell upon me, and I found myself invited to become his son-in-law. The emperor has made me governor of Changzhou, and I count upon you to come with us. His mother was delighted and set out with them at once. After traveling a few days, they reached the Inn of 10,000 Blossoms, kept by a man named Lu Xiaoer. Here the mother suddenly became unwell. She said to her son, I am not feeling well. Let us rest here for a day or two before going on. Xiachen consented. The next day, a man arrived at the inn with a golden-colored carp for sale. Xiachen bought it for a string of cash, thinking it would make a wholesome dish for his mother. Suddenly, he noticed that the fish's eyes flickered in a peculiar manner. I have heard, he said, that when the eyes of fish or snake flicker, one may be sure they are not ordinary creatures. He asked the man where the fish came from. From the Hung River, said the man, about 15 leagues from the town. Xian accordingly had the fish put back alive into this river. When his mother heard of it, she thoroughly approved. To release living things, she said, is an act of piety. I am very glad you did it. We have been here 3 days, said Xian, and if I do not start out again at once, I shall not arrive by the appointed time. I'm thinking of starting tomorrow. Shall you be well enough by then? I am afraid not, said his mother. It is beginning to get very hot for traveling and I fear I should get worse. Please arrange for me to have a room here. You can leave some of the luggage and I will follow you when the weather is cooler. So Xijun hired a room for his mother and he and his wife set off for Changzhou. At the crossing over the Hung River, they were met by 2 ferrymen named Lu and Li, whom, so it happened, Xijun had injured in a previous incarnation. When they were on board the boat, Lu began to stare at Xijun's wife, who was indeed of matchless beauty. After whispering to Li, he took the boat to a totally unfrequented spot. At the dead of night, he first killed the servants and next Sin himself, throwing all the bodies into the river. Seeing the fate of her husband, Mrs. Sin tried to jump into the river. But Lu threw his arms about her and stopped her, saying, "Come with me and everything will be all right. If you refuse, the same sword will serve well enough for both." Zichen's wife could think of nothing better to do than give in for the time being. She told Lu to do as he would. He took the boat across to the other shore, where he left it in charge of Li. Lu then purloined Zichen's official robes, hat, and credentials. With Mrs. Zichen he set out for Changzhou. The other bodies floated downstream, but Zichen sank straight to the bottom and stayed there. A yaksha patrolling the water saw it and rushing off to the Dragon King's palace, announced that an unknown body, apparently that of a scholar, had been thrown into the river and was lying at the bottom. The Dragon King ordered the body to be brought to him, and at once recognized it as that of his benefactor. "One good deed deserves another," he said. "I must restore his life in return for his kindness the other day." So he sent a yaksha to the municipal shrine at Hangzhou to ask for Ziechen's soul. The god of the shrine soon found it among those of the newly dead and gave it to a little demon to hand over to the yaksha, who brought it back to the Dragon King in his palace. "Now," said the Dragon King, "perhaps you wouldn't mind telling me your name and where you come from." When Xian had told his story, the Dragon King said to him, "It will surprise you to learn that the golden carp which you put back in the water was I myself. Thus, you are my benefactor, and it was only natural that when you got into difficulties I came to your assistance. For the present, I am going to ask you to serve in my water bureau as an officer." Zichen bowed his thanks and consent and was presently entertained to dinner by the Dragon Court. Mrs. Xian was so disgusted by Lu's presence that she could neither eat nor sleep. But she remembered that she was going to have a child, and there was nothing for it but to keep going as best she could and follow her captor. At last they reached Changzhou, where they were met by all the clerks and lictors. Lu, posing as the new governor, was entertained by his subordinates at the great official banquet. "My arrival here is due solely to your flattering support." "Not at all," they said. "Your entertainment is, on the contrary, the due reward of your exceptional talents, your parental kindness towards those in your charge, and your fairness in settling litigation. Pray do not be too modest." One day, when the counterfeit governor had gone on official business to a place some way from the city, his wife sat in her high bower, thinking sadly of her mother and husband. Suddenly, a great lassitude seized her, together with sharp pains in her belly. She fell into a swoon upon the floor and gave birth then and there to a son. At this moment, a mysterious voice whispered in her ear, "Listen to what I am telling you. I am the Lord of the Southern Pole Star. It was by command of the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin that I brought you this child. One day he will be famous throughout the world. Be sure that he is no common mortal. When Lu comes back he will certainly try to harm this child. You must guard it with all your might. The Dragon King has your husband in his care, and in due time, you are to be reunited, both you, he, and the child, and in due time your enemies will be punished." When she came to herself, the visitant had departed, but she remembered every word. She clasped the child in her arms but could think of no further way to protect it. As soon as Lu came back and saw the child, he ordered it to be slain. She objected that it was now too late in the day but promised to throw it into the river early in the morning. Fortunately, Lu was again called away on urgent business early the next day. "If he finds it here when he comes back," she said to herself, "he will certainly destroy it. I had better go at once and abandon it in the river, on the chance that some miracle may save it. Perhaps heaven will take pity on it and cause someone to pass that way and save it. Who knows but that I may indeed one day see the child again." But how should she recognize the child? To make sure of doing so, she bit her finger and wrote a letter with her blood, naming its parentage and setting forth all its history. Then she bit off the top joint of the little toe of its left foot, so that there might be no mistake about its identity. She took her inner garment, wrapped it around the child, and when no one was looking, slipped out with it into the street. Luckily the river was not far off. When she reached the river, she gave one long, piercing cry and was just about to throw it in when she saw a plank come floating along by the bank. Lifting her head and praying to heaven, she tied the child to the plank with her sash, the blood letter at its breast, and pushed the plank out into the river to float where it would. Then, weeping bitterly, she returned to the town. Meanwhile, the plank floated downstream and eventually came to a standstill just opposite the Temple of the Golden Mountain. The abbot of this temple was called Fa Ming and was a man of great sanctity. He was sitting in meditation when he suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying. Moved to pity, he went down to the river bank. What should he see but a plank with an infant tied to it, lodged against the bank of the stream. He fished the plank out and at once saw the letter, which acquainted him with the child's origin. He named it River Float and gave it to some peasants to bring up, himself keeping the letter safely locked away. Years slipped by. When River Float was 17, the abbot had him shaved and admitted into the priesthood with the name Xuanzang. Xuanzang applied himself with great industry to the study of the way. One spring day, as the priests were discussing abstract points of doctrine in the shade of some pine trees, a doltish priest who had been bested in argument by Xuanzang lost his temper and cried, "Who are you to lay down the law to us, you miserable animal? No one knows who you are, who your parents are, or where you come from." Stung by this insult, Xuanzang rushed to the abbot with tears in his eyes and said, "You have taught me that all human beings receive their portion of yin and yang and their share of the 5 elements from a male and female parent. Can there be such a thing in the world as a man without father and mother? If you indeed wish to seek your true parents," said the abbot, "follow me to my cell." Xuanzang followed him. From a hiding place above the beam, the abbot took down a small box, opened it, and took out a letter written in blood and a woman's shirt, which he gave to Xuanzang. Xuanzang read the letter and knew at last the names of his parents and the wrong that had been done to them. "He who fails to avenge the wrongs done to a parent is unworthy of the name of man," said Xuanzang. "Let me go and find my mother, and I swear that afterwards, with an incense bowl upon my head, I will rebuild this temple to repay your reverence for all you have done for me." "If you are determined to go," said the abbot, "take this letter and shirt with you. Travel in the guise of a mendicant priest, and when you get to Changzhou, go straight to the chancellery and demand to see your mother." It happened that when Xuanzang arrived, Lu was again absent on business, for heaven wished mother and child to meet. Xuanzang went straight to the door and begged for alms. Now it also happened that his mother had dreamt that night of a waning moon becoming full again. She thought to herself, "Of my mother I have no news, my husband was slain, and my child I threw into the river. If by chance he was rescued and cared for, he must by now be 17. Perhaps today heaven will cause us to be reunited. Who can tell?" Suddenly, she heard someone at the gate reciting the scriptures and begging for alms. She went out and asked him where he came from. When he said he came from the Golden Mountain, she made him come in and gave him some rice. "Do you know, you're very like my husband," she said, looking at him closely. Then, dismissing her maids, she asked, "Little priest, were you admitted to the order in childhood or when you grew up? What is your name and who were your parents?" "To tell the truth," said Xuanzang, "I have a wrong to avenge as great as heaven, an enmity deep as the sea. My father, the abbot Fa Ming, told me to come here and find my mother." "What is your mother's surname?" she asked. "It is Yin," he said, "and her name is Wenxiao. My father's surname is Xiachen. I am called River Float, and my name in religion is Xuanzang." "I am Wenxiao," she said. "But have you any proof of what you are?" At this, he flung himself upon his knees and sobbing said, "Mother, if you do not believe me, here is a letter written in blood and a shirt as proof." She recognized them at once and they embraced, weeping. Suddenly she cried, "Leave me, leave me. What, after being apart for 17 years, must we separate again so soon? Go quick as lightning," she said. "If Lu comes back and finds you here, he will strike you dead on the spot. Tomorrow I will pretend that I am unwell and that I once made a vow to give 100 pairs of slippers as alms. I will come to your temple to fulfill the vow. Then we can talk." The next day she lay on her bed refusing food and drink. When Lu questioned her, she said, "I once made a vow to give 100 pairs of shoes as alms." 5 nights ago, I dreamed that a priest, holding a sword in his hand, came to claim the shoes. Since then I have felt ill. That can easily be settled, he said. I wish you had told me before. He went to his stewards and told them to get 100 peasant families of the neighborhood each to plait a pair of straw shoes and send them in within 5 days. When this had been done and the shoes duly received, she asked Lu what temples there were in the neighborhood where she could fulfill her vow. The Golden Mountain Temple and the Burnt Mountain Temple, he said. Either would do. I have often heard that the Golden Mountain Temple is well worth a visit, she said. I think I will go there. Lu ordered his servants to make ready a boat, and with some confidential maids, she went on board and was brought to the Golden Mountain. When the maids came up to the temple and announced that their lady had come to fulfill a vow, all the priests came out to welcome the visitor. After paying her respects to the image of the Bodhisattva and distributing small alms, she told her maids to put the shoes in a basket and bring them to the hall while she burned heart incense and prayed. Then she asked the abbot to tell all the priests to withdraw, and kneeling in front of Xuanzang, she drew the shoe and sock from his left foot. Sure enough, the top joint of his little toe was missing. Mother and son then embraced again, and she thanked the abbot for all his kindness to her child. Now that you have met, said the abbot, the safest thing for you, madam, would be to go home at once so as not to arouse the suspicions of your captor. Xuanzang agreed and gave an incense ring to Xuanzang, telling him to take it to the Inn of the 100,000 Blossoms, where his grandmother had been left behind. I will give you a letter, she said, which you will take to the king's capital, to the house of the minister In Kaishan, which is just to the left of the Golden Hall. Give the letter to my father and tell him to ask the emperor to send horses and men to Changzhou, that the impostor may be taken and executed, your father avenged, and I myself rescued from his clutches. For the present, I dare not stay any longer, or he will be wondering why I have been away so long. When Xuanzang reached the Inn of 10,000 Blossoms, he asked the landlord what had become of the lady who had been left there some time ago by a traveler called Xian. Yes, he said, she was here for a long time. But she went blind and for several years wasn't able to pay for her room. In the end, she went to live in a derelict potter's kiln near the southern gate, and she picks up a living by begging in the streets. It's a very strange thing that the gentleman who left her should have disappeared like this for years on end without a word of news. Xuanzang succeeded in finding the old lady. Your voice, she said, is very like that of my son Xian. I am not Xian, but I am his son, and Xuanzang is my mother. Why did your father and mother not come too? She asked. My father, he said, was killed by a bandit who forced my mother to be his wife. I have a letter of hers here and an incense ring. Alas, cried the old woman, that I should ever have thought my son had cruelly abandoned me. Little did I think that he had been done to death. Heaven, however, has taken pity on me and continued our line, so that at last, a grandson has come to seek me out. He took her back to the inn, paid what was owing, and hired her a room. Then, promising to be back in a few weeks, he set off for the capital and soon found the minister Yin's house. I am a relation of your master's, he said to the porter, and I should like to see him. We have no kinsman who is a priest, said the minister. But his wife interposed, last night I dreamed of my daughter Xuanzang. Perhaps he has a message from her. So Xuanzang was shown in, and when he saw the minister and his wife, he fell weeping to his knees and bowed to them, taking from the folds of his dress a letter. When the minister had read it through, he uttered a piercing cry. What is it? His wife asked. Wife, he said, this is our grandchild. Our son-in-law Xian was killed by robbers, and my daughter was forced to live with the murderer as his wife. But do not despair. At tomorrow's court, I will tell the emperor of this, and he will send soldiers to avenge the death of our son-in-law. When the king of Tang heard the story, he fell into a great rage and put 60,000 soldiers at the minister's disposal. They hurried to Changzhou by forced marches and pitched camp on the north bank of the river. Then he sent a message to the 2 imperial assessors of Changzhou, telling them the whole story and asking for their assistance. Before dawn, Lu's house was surrounded. He was woken by the sound of cannons and drums, and before he could collect his wits, he was in his enemy's hands. Minister Yin ordered him to be bound and taken to the place of execution, while the army camped outside the walls of the city. When Yin had taken his seat in the governor's residence, he at once sent for Wenxiao. At first, she was ashamed to be seen, remembering that she had yielded herself to a stranger. But she was at last persuaded that she had acted under compulsion and had nothing to be ashamed of. Then father and child embraced, weeping, and Xuanzang still wept bitterly. "You two have no need to worry any more," said Yin. "The culprit has been bound, and it only remains to dispose of him." It so happened that the other bandit, Li, who had been left in charge of the boat, had recently been arrested. He was first cut to pieces and his head exposed on a stake. But Lu was brought to the exact spot where he had beaten Xichen to death. In the presence of Yin, Wenxiao, and Xuanzang, he was ripped open, and his heart and liver were offered to the soul of Xichen, a written dedication being solemnly burnt. A yaksha patrolling the waters brought the dedication in its spirit form to the Dragon King. The dragon at once sent a turtle officer to Xichen saying, "Best congratulations. Your wife, child, and father-in-law are all on the bank, sacrificing to you. I will now restore your soul to you and let you go." He told a yaksha to escort Xiechen's body to the surface of the water and there to give him back his soul. After the sacrifice, Wenxiao tried hard to fling herself into the river and was only with difficulty restrained by her son. While the struggle was in progress, a corpse suddenly appeared floating on the water and finally rested on the river bank. Craning forward to peer at it, Wenxiao recognized the body as that of her husband, whereupon she burst once more into loud wailing. Everyone pressed forward to look, and in a moment, they saw the hands unclasp and the legs stretch. The whole body began to stir gradually, and Xian clambered up onto the bank and sat down, to the intense astonishment of everyone present. Blinking and opening his eyes, Xian saw his wife, father-in-law, and a young priest gathered about him, weeping. "What are you all doing here?" he asked. "After you were killed, I bore this son," said Wenxiao, who fortunately found a patron in the abbot of the Golden Mountain Temple. Then she told him the whole story, adding, "But how did you get back your soul?" "It all came from my buying that golden carp and setting it free," he said. "For the carp turned out to be a dragon king. Afterwards, when the brigand threw me into the river, I came to no harm thanks to his protection, and he has just given me back my soul." When the officials of the place heard the story, they all came to congratulate Xichen. Minister Yin then ordered a grand banquet to fete them, and next day he and his troops set out on their homeward march. When they reached the Inn of 10,000 Flowers, Yin called a halt, and Xian and his son went to look for the old lady. The night before she had dreamt that a plank of wood blossomed and that magpies were clamoring behind the house. She thought to herself, "Perhaps it means that my grandson is coming." She was just thinking this when Xichen and Xuanzang arrived. After mother and son had embraced and the bill had been paid, they all started off for the capital. At the next court, Minister Yin stepped forward, reported to the emperor what had happened, and recommended that Xichen should be used in some important capacity, commensurate with his great talents. He was accordingly made sub-chancellor of the Grand Secretariat and assisted the government in the framing of its policies. Xuanzang devoted himself to meditation and religious austerities in the Hongfu Temple. If you do not know how things went on after this, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 10. On the banks of the river Qing, there lived two honorable men, a fisherman named Chang Xiao and a woodman named Li Ting. Neither had passed the official examinations. They were known as lettered countrymen. One day after visiting the capital, Li with his load of firewood and Chang with his basket of carp, they stopped at a wine shop for a few drinks. Somewhat tipsy, they started home, rambling along the banks of the Qing, jug in hand. They recited songs and linked verses as they went, until they reached the point where their paths diverged. There they bowed ceremoniously to each other. "Look after yourself, brother Li," said Chang. "If a tiger comes along, as the saying goes, I may have one friend less in the street." "That's no way to talk to a friend," Li replied. "It's unlucky to speak of such things. And besides, you're just as likely to capsize in your boat and get drowned." "So you say," said Chang, "but as a matter of fact I would know if anything were going to happen to me. In Westgate Street there is a fortune teller. Every day I bring him a carp and he consults the little sticks. He has not been wrong once in 100 times. Today he told me to set my nets to the east of the big bend of the Qing River and to cast my line from the western bank. I shall certainly get a good catch which I will sell in the city. With the money we'll pay for another drink and finish our talk. But there is a proverb, what is said on the road is heard in the grass. A yaksha patrolling the river overheard this conversation and reported it to the Dragon King. If he's never wrong once in 100 times, said the yaksha, work it out for yourself, it won't be long before our whole watery tribe is extinct. The Dragon King was ready to seize his sword and rush off to slay the soothsayer. But his dragon children and grandchildren, along with all his fish ministers and generals, restrained him. Your Majesty, they said, you had better find out first if it is true. If you rush off like this, the clouds will follow you and the rains will go at your side. Great damage will be done to the people of Xihangan, who will complain of you in their prayers, and heaven will intervene. Why don't you use your magic powers? Disguise yourself as a scholar and investigate on the spot. If anything of this kind is really going on, destroy the fellow at once. If the story is untrue, it would be a pity to slay an innocent man. Arriving at Westgate Street, disguised as his counselors suggested, the Dragon King saw a noisy crowd thronging around someone who was holding forth on the conjunctions of planets and stars. The Dragon King pushed through the crowd, and after exchanging civilities with the soothsayer, said he particularly wished to know what the weather would be like. The soothsayer handed him a slip on which was written, mists hide the treetops, clouds veil the hill, that if you want rain tomorrow, you shall have your fill. At what hour will it rain and how much will fall? Asked the Dragon King. At the hour of the dragon, said the soothsayer, clouds will gather. At the hour of the snake there will be a peal of thunder. At noon rain will fall and continue till the hour of the sheep. The total quantity will be 3.048 inches. The Dragon King laughed. However, it is no laughing matter, he said. If rain comes tomorrow exactly in the quantity and under the circumstances you have described, I shall reward you with 50 weights of gold. But if there is no rain or any of the particulars given by you fail to come true, I shall come and tear down your shop sign and drive you out of the city, lest you continue to impose on the ignorant. Make any conditions you please, said the soothsayer affably. Goodbye for the present. I shall see you again tomorrow after the rain has fallen. The dragon returned to his people very agitated, but they only laughed at him. Your Majesty, they said, is supreme regent of the 8 rivers. All the rain dragons are under your control. It is for you to decide whether it shall rain or not. Why let yourself be imposed upon by such nonsense? In such a wager as this, the soothsayer hasn't a chance. Suddenly, a voice in the sky called upon the Dragon King to receive a command from on high. They all looked up and saw a messenger dressed in gold. The king hastily burned incense and tidied himself. When the message was handed to him, it turned out to be an order from the Jade Emperor to go the next day with all his thunder and lightning to Xihangan and give the city a heavy deluge of rain. Detailed instructions followed, coinciding exactly with what had been promised by the soothsayer. The Dragon King was completely overcome by his surprise. I should never have believed, he gasped, that in the mortal world there could exist such a magician. He has mastered the principles of heaven and earth. There can be no question of winning against him. Calm yourself, great king, said a fish general. You can easily get the better of him. I've got a little plan that will easily stop his mouth. All you have to do is make a trifling alteration in the time and quantity of the rain. Then you can claim that his prediction was false and can proceed to pull down his shop sign and drive him out into the street. It's all quite simple. The next day the king summoned the lords of the wind and of thunder, the rain boys and the mother of lightning, and took them with him to the sky above Xihangan. He waited till the hour of the snake before spreading the clouds. At noon he thundered, and at the hour of the sheep he released the rain. The rain stopped at the hour of the monkeys, and there was only 3.04 inches of it. He had altered the times by an hour and the quantity by 8 points. When all was over, he disguised himself again as a scholar and went to the soothsayer's house. Here, without allowing any time for discussion, he smashed the shop sign, brushes, inkstone, and everything else. The soothsayer sat all the while in his chair, utterly unperturbed. Then, brandishing one of the doorboards that he had wrenched off, the Dragon King bawled, "You lying quack, you impostor! You've swindled all these people long enough. Your divination is a fraud, and all your talk is lunatic twaddle. You were utterly wrong about the time of the rain and all the other particulars into which you entered so rashly. Yet there you sit, looking as if the world belonged to you. Clear out this minute, or you shall pay for it with your life."
The soothsayer showed not the slightest sign of perturbation. On the contrary, he threw back his head and laughed. "I am not afraid," he said. "It is you, not I, who have committed a mortal offense. You may deceive others, but you can't deceive me. I know quite well that you are not a student, but the dragon of the Qing River in disguise. You have disobeyed the orders of the Jade Emperor, changed heavens, appointed times and measures. There is a special block designed for the execution of dragons, and I fear that is where you will meet your end. Yet you come here and rail at me." When the dragon heard this, his scale stood on end with fright. The board fell out of his hand, and he flung himself on his knees before the soothsayer. "Good sir," he cried, "I assure you I was only joking. I had no idea that my harmless imposture could really be taken as an affront to the powers above. I implore you to do what you can for me. If you let me die, my ghost will give you no peace." "I can't myself do anything for you," said the soothsayer, "but I can give you a hint on how to save yourself. You are to be executed tomorrow at noon by the minister Wei Chung. If you want to escape with your life, you must go at once to the great Emperor of Tang, by whom this minister is employed. If the emperor appeals to him to show mercy, you are saved." The dragon went away, weeping bitterly. That night, at the hour of the rat, the emperor dreamt that he went out of his palace to walk under the blossoming trees by moonlight. Suddenly someone knelt before him, saying, "Save me, your majesty, save me." "Who are you?" asked the emperor. "Of course I'll help you." "Your majesty," said the Dragon King, "is a true dragon. I am but a dragon by karma. I have disobeyed heaven's instructions and am to be executed by your minister Wei Chung. I have come to ask you to help me." "If it is Wei Chung who is to execute you," said the emperor, "I can certainly put things right. You needn't worry." The dragon thanked him profusely and went off, scanning the ranks of his ministers at court the next morning. The emperor noticed that Wei Chung was not in his usual place. "You must get him to come here at once and keep him occupied all day," said one of the other ministers when he heard the emperor's dream. "That is the only way to keep your promise and save the dragon." Meanwhile, Wei Chung, sitting in his house at night, surveying the constellations and burning rare incense, suddenly heard the cry of a crane high up in the sky. In a moment, a heavenly messenger alighted, bearing instructions from the Jade Emperor that Wei Chung was to execute the Dragon King of the Qing River in a dream at noon next day. Wei Chung accordingly purified himself, tested the sword of his intelligence and the free fling of his soul, and kept away from court. But when the emperor's summons came, he dared not delay. Hastily robbing himself, he went back to court at once with the messenger and apologized for his absence. "I am not complaining," said the emperor. After they had discussed state affairs for a while, he sent for a drafts board and invited Wei Chung to a game. Just before noon, when there were still a good many pieces on the board, Wei Cheng's head suddenly nodded. He began to snore heavily and was evidently fast asleep. The emperor smiled. "No wonder he's tired," thought the emperor. "When one thinks of all the public business he has on his shoulders." He did not attempt to wake him. When at last Wei Chung woke up, he was appalled to find that he had dozed in the imperial presence and flung himself at the emperor's feet, saying, "I deserve death 1,000 times. I suddenly felt tired. I don't know why it happened. I beg your majesty to pardon me for this gross disrespect." "Get up," said the emperor. "You've done nothing disrespectful." Then, emptying the remaining pieces off the board, he suggested that they should start a new game. They were just setting the pieces when 2 captains rushed in, carrying a dragon's head dripping with blood. They flung it at the emperor's feet, crying, "Your Majesty, we have heard of seas becoming shallow and rivers running dry. But of such a strange thing as this, we have never heard tell. Where does this thing come from? Wei Chang, and the emperor exclaimed in chorus. To the south of the Thousand Steps Gallery at the top of Cross Street, they said, "It fell from clouds, and we thought it right to inform you at once." "What does all this mean?" asked the emperor, turning much perturbed to Wei Chang. "It is the head of the dragon that I killed in a dream just now when I fell asleep," he said. "But while you were asleep," said the emperor, "you never moved hand or foot, nor had you sword. How can you have beheaded this dragon?" The emperor was very sad. He had undertaken to save the dragon and failed to keep his promise. At last, he composed himself and gave orders that the dragon's head should be hung in the market as a spectacle for the people of Xiechang'an. That evening in his palace, he continually thought of how the dragon had begged for his help and felt utterly wretched at having failed entirely to protect it from its fate. He worried so much that in the end he began to feel quite ill. At the second watch, a sound of weeping was heard outside the palace gates, and the emperor became more agitated than ever. A moment later, there appeared before him the figure of the Dragon King, carrying his gory head in his hand. "Give me back my life," the head cried. "Yesterday you promised faithfully that you would save me. Yet when the time came, you set your minister to cut off my head. Come back with me. I am going to impeach you before Yama, King of Death." And he laid hands on the emperor, who tried again and again to shake him off. He tried to cry for help, but the cry stuck in his throat. So violent was his struggle that sweat flowed over all his frame. When at last he came to himself, the apparition had vanished. A ghost, he cried. And neither he nor his queens and concubines, in fear and trembling, could sleep a wink for the rest of the night. At dawn, his ministers waited in vain for the emperor to appear at court, and the sun was well up when at last a messenger informed them that the emperor was indisposed, and the court would not be held. News came that the court physician had been summoned, and when he came out of the palace, the waiting courtiers asked him anxiously what kind of sickness it was. "His Majesty's pulse is irregular," he said. "It misses beats, and then is overfrequent. He talks wildly of seeing a ghost. The pulse showed 1 intermission to every 10 beats. There is no humor in the 5 entrails. I fear the disease will prove fatal within 7 days." His verdict caused consternation among the assembled officials. In the midst of the confusion came a message from the emperor, summoning Sun Wukong and other ministers to his bedside. Addressing them in a firm voice, His Majesty said, "Wise counselors, for my 19th year I waged war on 4 frontiers, and for years on end took part in fierce campaigns. In all that time, I was never once assailed by spirits of the dead. Yet now I have begun to see ghosts." "In your conquests," said his minister, "you took countless lives. Why should you begin now to fear ghosts?" "Believe me or not," said the emperor, "as soon as night comes on, bricks and tiles hurtle about just outside my room, and ghosts or goblins scream in a truly terrible manner. If it were in the daytime, I could make a shift to put up with it, but on dark nights it is unendurable." "Your Majesty need not be disquieted," said the minister Qin Shupao. "I and my colleague, Hu Qingti, will tonight mount guard outside the palace gates and will find out what spirit it is that is haunting you." The offer was accepted, and the 2 ministers, in full armor and axe in hand, took up their position outside the palace gates. But dawn came without the slightest sign of any apparition. The emperor had a good night's rest, and in the morning sent handsome rewards to the 2 watchers. The same precaution was taken for several nights in succession, with the same result. But the emperor was able to take very little nourishment, and his condition became more and more grave. At the end of this period, the emperor sent for the 2 ministers and said that he could not bear the idea of their being put to this inconvenience any longer. "I shall send for a clever painter," he said, "to make your portraits and fasten them up on each side of the gate. Would that not be a good plan?" The ministers accordingly dressed up in armor and posed for the painter. Their portraits were fastened up on the gate, and nothing happened all night. However, when this had gone on for several nights, a great din was suddenly heard at the back gate of the palace. Tiles again hurtled through the air, And in the morning the news came that the emperor had been as badly disturbed as ever. "We seem to have dealt successfully with the front gate," said Sun Wukong. "The best thing would be to get Wei Cheng to guard the back gate." So when night came, Wei Cheng donned his armor, and with the sword with which he had beheaded the dragon in his hand, he took his stand outside the back gate. Nothing happened all night, but in the morning, the emperor was much worse. During the day, the empress, despairing of his recovery, summoned the ministers and discussed with them the details of the imperial interment. The emperor himself gave final instructions upon vital points of national policy and named the Prince of Chu as his successor. He was then washed, put into fresh clothing, and lay awaiting his end. Wei Cheng now approached the bed and, pulling at the imperial bedclothes, whispered, "Your Majesty, have no anxiety. I have a plan which will ensure that you will still live many years." "The sickness has entered the marrow of my bones," said the emperor. "I am at the very point of death. How can you hope to save me?" "I have a letter," said Wei Cheng, "which I shall give you to take with you to the realms of death. It is addressed to Tsu, one of the judges of the dead." "I have never heard of him," said the emperor. "He was a minister of the founder of our dynasty," said Wei Cheng, "and rose to be vice president of the Board of Rights. He was held in great esteem, and when he died, he was put in charge of the archives of the Court of Death. He often appears to me in dreams, and if you take this letter as an introduction to him, he will certainly oblige me by sending you back." The emperor took the letter and put it in his sleeve. Then his eyes grew dim, and he died. His wives and concubines, his heir, and all his ministers mourned for him with exemplary piety, and the body was duly laid in state in the hall of the White Tiger. If you do not know how the emperor came to life again, you must read what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 11. Everything was dim and blurred, but it seemed to the emperor that he was standing outside the Tower of the Five Phoenixes. A little way off, he saw a groom holding his war charger and motioning to him to come and ride to the hunt. The emperor gladly accepted the suggestion and set off in that direction. But when he had gone some way, he suddenly became aware that both horse and groom had vanished. He was in a wild country, walking all alone. He was looking for some path or track when he heard a voice shouting at him, "This way, great emperor of Tang, this way." Going in the direction of the voice, he found a man kneeling down and crying, "Forgive me, great king, for having come only this far to meet you." "Who are you?" asked the emperor. "And why did you come out to meet me?" "About half a month ago," said the man, "in the halls of death, I came across the dragon of the Qing River, who complained that your majesty first promised to save him and then had him beheaded. The senior judge of the dead had sent demons to arrest you and bring you to trial. That is why I expected that you would be coming this way. My name is Tsu, and I was once vice president of the Board of Rights. Now I am an assistant judge at the courts of the dead." "This is indeed a fortunate meeting," said the emperor, motioning Tsu to rise from his knees. "I have a letter for you from my minister, Wei Cheng." And he took the letter out of his sleeve. This was what Tsu read: "Your junior, Wei Cheng, unworthy of your love, bows his head and salutes his venerable bond brother Tsu. Looking back upon our meetings in the old days, I seem to see you before me and hear the sound of your voice. But years have sped since I received the benefit of your advice. At stated times and seasons, I make offerings to your soul, but do not know whether you receive them. You have indeed been kind enough to inform me in dreams of your high promotion. But the worlds of light and darkness lie far apart, and we cannot meet face to face. It occurred to me when His Majesty the Emperor suddenly passed away that he would certainly come across you at the tribunal of the dead. I beg of you, in remembrance of our friendship while you were alive, to put in a word for His Majesty, in case there is any question of his being allowed to return to life. Thank you again. I must now close." "I heard about Wei Cheng killing the dragon in a dream," said Tsu. "A remarkable feat. I know that he has been very kind in looking after my descendants. Your Majesty may rest assured that, having received this letter, I shall see to it that your Majesty returns to the world of light and to your palace." At this point, two servants carrying a huge umbrella of state with long streamers arrived, crying, "The King of Death requests your presence." The emperor let them take charge of him, and he soon arrived at a gate, above which was the inscription, "Tribunal of the Realms of Darkness," written in letters of gold. Going in, he came to a street at the side of which stood his predecessor Li Yuan, his elder brother Li Qianqing, and his deceased younger brother Li Yuanqi. They came forward crying, "Here is Shi Min." His brothers clutched at him, imploring him to save them. He tried to slip past, but they barred his path. At last, Tsui Chio told the hook-tusked, blue-faced demon to drive them back, and the emperor was able to proceed. Soon they came to a high, green-tile platform. There was a tinkle of girdle jades, a waft of strange perfume, and a number of torchbearers arrived, followed by the 10 judges of the dead, who advanced towards the emperor, bowing low. He did not dare accept their homage and stood hesitating. "We are kings of the dead in the world of darkness. You are a king of men in the world of light. We and you each have our sphere and need not stand on too much ceremony." "I come here to answer for a crime," said the emperor, "and it is not for me to stand upon my rights as a sovereign of the living." When they had taken their seats in the hall, and the emperor had been motioned to his proper place as defendant, the first judge addressed him as follows. "The dragon of the Qing River accuses your majesty of having promised to save him, and having then beheaded him. What do you have to say?" "It was with the express intention of saving him," said the emperor, "that I invited Wei Cheng to play drafts with me. Unfortunately, Wei Cheng fell asleep, and in his dream he executed this dragon. What happened was due to a momentary nervous breakdown which incapacitated my minister. And in any case, the dragon was guilty of a mortal offense. I can't see that I am to blame." "We are quite aware," said the judge, "that even before this dragon was born, it was already entered in the book of fate that he was to be beheaded by a human official. But as he made this complaint about you, we were under an obligation to bring your majesty here and investigate the charge. We shall now submit him to the action of the wheel of incarnation, and he will enter upon a new existence. It only remains to ask your majesty to step down and forgive us for the inconvenience to which you have been put." He then ordered the records to be brought, so that he might see how long the emperor had still to live. Tsui, whose duty it was to keep the archives, hurried off to the office where they were kept, taking out the file where the dossiers of all the kings in the world were kept. He turned up that of the king of Tang, and found that he was destined to die in the 13th year of the period Chengquan. He quickly seized a brush and added 3 strokes. Then he presented the papers. The first judge glanced at them and saw that the emperor was to die in the 33rd year of Chengquan. "How long have you been on the throne?" he asked. 13 years, said the emperor. "That gives you 20 more years to live," said the judge. "There's no need to detain you any further." Tsui and a captain ghost called Chu were detailed to escort him back to life. As he was going out, he turned and asked whether he might feel happy about the various members of his family, or whether any of them was in danger. "They are all quite safe," said the judge, "except your younger sister. It does not look as though she has long to live." The emperor thanked him and added, "I would very much like to send you a little present of some kind when I get back. How about some melons?" "We have plenty of Western melons and Eastern melons," said the judge, "but we are very bad off for Southern melons." "I'll make a point of sending you some," said the emperor. Then, guided by Chu, who led the way with his ghost guiding banner, and Tsui escorting him in the rear, the emperor set out for the realm of light. They crossed the river of death and came presently to the city of the slain. As he entered, the emperor's ears were assailed by a hubbub of clamoring voices. He could clearly distinguish the words, "Li Shimin has come." A moment later, a throng of pitiable ghosts, some headless, some with mangled limbs or bodies deformed by the rack, pressed about him shouting, "Give us back our lives." He tried to evade them, crying to Tsui for help. "Those," said Tsui, "are the ghosts of brigands and robbers who were caught and put to death. Here there is no one to receive them, and they are cut off from salvation. They have no money or belongings, and are indeed what is known as pretas, or hungry ghosts. If you gave them some money, you would soon be rid of them. I came here empty-handed, said the emperor. How do I get money? Among the living, said Tsui, there's one who has credit with us for great sums of silver and gold. You can borrow from him on my guarantee and scatter alms among these ghosts. Then they will let you pass. Who is this man? The emperor asked. He is called Xiangliang, said Tsui, and there are 13 casks of silver and gold to his credit here. You can repay him what you borrow and get back to life. So the emperor borrowed silver and gold, and Captain Chu flung it among the ghosts. Divide it fairly between you, and let his majesty pass. Tsui cried to them. When he gets back, he will have a great mass said for you, and you shall all be saved. Setting out again, they came presently to a gate where Tsui said, This is almost the end of your journey. I shall now leave you in the hands of Captain Chu, who will escort you on the short remaining stage. Don't forget to celebrate the great mass for the salvation of the souls of the hungry. A king against whom no tongue clamors in the underworld for vengeance will rule long years in peace. He parted from Tsui and followed Chu through the gate. At the far side, they found a dappled palfrey, ready saddled. Chu helped him to mount it, and in a single short gallop, the emperor came to the banks of the Wei River, which ran to the south of his capital. In the river were 2 golden carps sporting together and leaping in and out of the waves. The emperor found them delightful to look at, and, reining in his horse, he watched them attentively. There's no time to lose, cried Chu, coming up from behind. You must press on to the city. But the emperor continued to gaze at the river. Suddenly, with a loud cry, Chu pushed the horse and its rider into the river. Meanwhile, the emperor's family and ministers and all the ladies of the court were gathered round the coffin in the hall of the White Tiger, sadly performing the last rites of the imperial mourning. Suddenly, there came from within the coffin a stifled cry. He has drowned me, he has drowned me. The mourners were so startled that no one dared approach the coffin to see what was amiss. At last, the upright Su, the valiant Qin, and the dauntless Qing Ti approached the coffin, and bending over it said, If your majesty is in any sort of discomfort, we beg that you will tell us about it frankly. But we must ask you not to indulge in any spookeries or ghost tricks, or you will unnerve your family. It isn't a question of spookeries or anything of the kind, insisted the minister Wei Cheng. The simple fact of the matter is that his majesty has come back to life. Bring tools at once. They accordingly pried open the coffin, and there was the emperor sitting inside, still shouting, He's drowned me. Will no one fish me out? Your majesty will soon come to your senses, they said, supporting him on each side. Your ministers are all here in attendance upon you. I was in a very awkward fix just now, said the emperor, opening his eyes. I had hardly escaped from the courts of death when I was pushed into the water and almost drowned. Pray calm yourself, said his ministers, and tell us what water it was that you were drowning in. I was on horseback, he said, and had just reached the Wei River when I noticed a pair of fishes playing in the stream. While I was watching them, Captain Chu pushed my horse, and I fell headlong into the river. Your majesty is not yet quite in possession of your living senses, said Wei Cheng. The court physician was hastily summoned and prescribed restorative medicines, and gruel was prepared. After a few doses, the emperor was completely restored and capable of transacting affairs. At the next day's court, after pronouncing a general amnesty, the emperor issued an appeal for a volunteer who would undertake to bring melons to the judges of the dead. At the same time, he ordered the treasurer to go with gold and silver to Kaifeng and repay Xiangliang. After a few days, a certain Lu Sichuan, a man of considerable wealth, answered the appeal with regard to the melons. It appeared that one day his wife, Blue Lotus, was standing at the door of the house when a priest passed by, and she took out her golden hairpin and gave it to him as alms. Lu spoke roughly to her, saying that a woman had no right to be in the front part of the house at all. Blue Lotus, stung to the quick by his reproaches, immediately hanged herself, leaving behind her 2 little girls who wept piteously night and day. Lu now began to feel such remorse that he decided to end his life, and he was quite ready to take the melons with him. When he reported to the emperor, he was asked to go to the storerooms, where he was given a pair of southern melons. Yellow cash was put into his sleeve, and a dose of poison into his mouth. He arrived at the frontier gates of death, carrying the melons on his head. When the guardian ghost asked him his business, he explained that he was bringing the melons as a present to the judges of the dead from His Majesty, the King of China. The guardian hesitated to show him in. "He's a truthful, reliable fellow, that emperor," said Yama, King of Death. "That's fine." He took the melons and asked Lu who he was. "I am called Lu Sichuan," said Lu. "My wife hanged herself, leaving me with 2 small girls. I decided to do away with myself, and wishing at the same time to do a service to my country, I undertook to bring with me this present of melons, which the Emperor of China wishes to give your Majesty as a thank-off." When Yama and the judges heard this, they sent for the ghost of Blue Lotus, whom the ghostly messengers at once discovered and brought to Lu. Reference to the registers of death showed that both of them were destined to live to a ripe old age. But when Yama ordered them to be taken back to life, the messenger objected that Blue Lotus's spirit had been in the underworld for a considerable time, and he doubted whether the body which he had left behind would still be serviceable. "The Emperor's sister Jade Bud is due to die," said Yama. "You had better borrow her body." So the messenger took the souls of Lu and his wife to the frontiers of the world of death. And if you do not know the manner of their return to life, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 12. The gale of dark wind that blew through the gates of death, when they were opened, carried Lu, his wife, and the demon that escorted them, all the way to the city of Xiachanan. Lu's soul was blown straight to the imperial stores, but Blue Lotus's soul was carried to the inner gardens. It happened that at this time, Princess Jadebud was walking slowly on the green moss under blossoming trees. The demon escort gave her a shove, and she fell to the ground. Thereupon he stole her soul and inserted Blue Lotus's in its place. Then he vanished to the realms of death. The princess's attendants, seeing her lying as though dead, rushed into the palace of golden bells, crying, "Our Lady the Princess has fallen down dead." The empress, in turn, rushed in consternation to the emperor, who nodded and sighed, saying, "This does not surprise me. When I asked the judges of death about the prospects of my family, they told me that my sister did not have long to live. When they all went to the spot where the princess had fallen, they found that she was still breathing faintly. 'Raise no cry,' commanded the emperor. 'We must not disturb her.' He then supported the princess's head with his hand and after a moment announced, 'She is coming to.' The princess now suddenly rolled over and cried, 'Wait for me, husband. I can't keep pace with you.' 'Sister,' said the emperor, 'we are all here.' She raised her head and stared at him. 'Who are you?' she cried. 'And how dare you lay hands upon me?' 'I am your royal brother, royal sister,' he said. 'I haven't got any royal brother,' she cried, 'and I am not anyone's royal sister either. I am Blue Lotus, and my husband is Lu Xiachuan. We are both from the city of Chuanzhou. 3 months ago, I had words with my husband and hanged myself from the house beam with my sash. My husband followed me to death, bringing some melons as a present to the judges of the dead. Yama took pity on us and sent us back to life. He went on ahead, and hurrying after him, I tripped and fell. But that's no reason why you should mishandle me. Here you are mauling me about, and you didn't even know my name. I can't make head or tail of this," said the emperor. "Evidently, she has hurt herself and is delirious." He ordered the court physician to bring medicines and help the princess back to her apartments. Presently, it was announced that the melon bearer had returned. Lu Xiachuan was shown in and gave a full report on his mission. "But what has become of my wife?" he wound up. "I have no idea." "Did Yama say anything in particular to her?" asked the emperor. "He said nothing," replied Lu. "But I heard a demon officer say that her body would be no good, as she had been dead too long. And Yama said, 'The Princess Jadebud is due to die. You had better take her body and put Blue Lotus's soul into it. I don't know where this princess is to be found. If I did, I should go and call her.'" "Why, that explains everything," said the emperor. You remember how the princess said, "Husband, wait for me," and so on. All is now clear. Let us send for the princess herself, suggested Wei Cheng, and see what she has to say. The ladies who went to fetch the princess found her in her room, shouting, "What are you trying to do for me? This isn't my home. I live in a decent tiled house, not in a sickly yellow place like this that looks as if it had got the jaundice. Let me out, let me out." A number of ladies in waiting and eunuchs caught hold of her and carried her, still shouting and protesting, into the emperor's presence. "Would you recognize your husband?" he asked. "What a question," she exclaimed. "We were pledged to one another when we were children, and I have had children with him. How could I fail to get to know him?" Lu Seijuan was then sent for, and she rushed at him saying, "Why ever did you go on ahead like that and not wait for me?" I stumbled and fell down. When I came to, I found all these people gathered around me. I'd like to know what it all means. Lu did not know what to do. The voice was certainly that of his wife, but her appearance was entirely different. The kindly emperor stepped in, ordering that all the princess's toilet boxes, dresses, combs, and whatnot should be handed over to Lu Seijuan, exactly as though he had been giving him his sister in marriage. He also granted Lu permanent exemption from forced labor and sent the pair back to Chuanzhou. Meanwhile, the minister Wei Ch went to Kaifeng with a store of silver and gold to pay back the money lent by Xiang Liang. Now Xiang Liang was a water carrier, and his wife made a living by selling pottery. They only spent on themselves what was necessary to keep them alive. All the rest they gave to priests, or spent on paper cash, which they dedicated and burned. Consequently, though in the world they ranked as pious people, but very poor, in the world below they gradually accumulated a very considerable fortune. When Wei Chih came to their door, laden with silver and gold, their astonishment knew no bounds, accompanied as he was by a numerous following of horsemen and coaches. They were reduced to speechless consternation, and throwing themselves onto their knees, they bowed low and long. "Rise," cried Wei Chih. "I have merely come to repay the money that you were good enough to lend to His Majesty the Emperor." "We have never lent money to anyone," they stammered, "and cannot possibly accept what does not belong to us." "I am aware," said he, "that you are poor people, but owing to your constant alms and dedication of paper cash to the spirits of the world below, you have great sums to your credit in that world. Recently, when the Emperor spent 3 days in the realms of death, he had occasion to borrow heavily from your account there, and now I have come to repay the debt. It is true," they said, "that we have something to our account in that world. But what proof have we that His Majesty borrowed from us there? We could not dream of accepting it." "The loan," said Wei Cih, "was authorized by Tsuichio, one of the assessors there, and he could bear testimony." "That's as may be," they said, "but nothing will induce us to accept." Finding that they were unyielding, Wei Cih sent a report to the emperor, who remarked on reading it, "Such virtue is indeed rare among the rich," and he issued a rescript that with the money a temple was to be built, and a shrine at its side, dedicated to the Xiangs. A site was found on ground not required either by the people or the military authorities, to the extent of 50 acres, and when the building was finished, it was called the Xiangqua National Temple. A great inscription gave an account of its inauguration and the fact that the building of it had been superintended by Wei Cih. This is the great Xiangqua Temple that still stands today. The next thing to think about was the general mass for the dead that the emperor had promised to celebrate. Priests of particular learning and piety were collected from all over China and asked to sit in solemn congregations and select from among their number one whose outstanding holiness fitted him to take charge of the ceremonies. The choice fell upon the priest Xuanzang, who was brought before the emperor and presented by the minister Xiaoyu and the rest, who said, "We have carried out the august commands, and this is the holy man on whom the choice has fallen. He is called Xuanzang." After reflecting for a while, the emperor said, "The choice is a good one. I have heard of this priest, and it is certain that he is a man of high virtue and great powers of concentration." And turning to Xuanzang, he said, "I bestow upon you the rank of supreme controller of all priests and all matters of religion throughout the land." and in addition he gave him a cassock of brocade and a golden skullcap, bidding him use his best endeavors. Then he sent him back to his own temple to choose a lucky day for the great ceremony. Xuanzang, when the necessary seats and benches had been made and the music provided, selected 1,200 worthy priests to take part in the ceremony. The 3rd day of the 9th month was found by the astrologers to be favorable, and on that day began the great mass that was to last for 49 days, and was attended by the emperor and his family, the court, and all the ministers, civil and military. Meanwhile, the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin had been looking everywhere in Xiaochang'an for a priest to fetch the scriptures from India. Hearing that the Emperor Taizong was celebrating a great mass, and that the ceremony was being directed by that river float with whose birth she had herself been connected, who, she asked herself, could be better fitted for that mission than he? And she set out into the streets, taking with her moksha and the treasures that Buddha had given to her. What were these treasures, you ask? They were a magic brocaded cassock and a priest staff with 9 rings. Apart from these, there were the 3 magic fillets which she left in safekeeping for future use, only taking with her the cassock and staff. Wandering about the streets of Xiaochang'an was a stupid priest who had failed to be chosen to take part in the Massachusetts seeing the Bodhisattva, disguised as a shabby priest barefoot and in rags, holding up this shining cassock, as though for sale. He remembered that he still had a few strings of cash upon him, and coming forward he said, "What would you take for the cassock?" "The cassock," said Kuan Yin, "is worth 5,000 pounds, the staff 2,000. 7,000 pounds for a couple of coarse, low-class articles like that." "He must be mad," he said. "Why? If it were guaranteed that the user of them would be immortal, or that he would become a living Buddha, they wouldn't fetch that price. Be off with you. I don't want them." The Bodhisattva said not a word more, but signing to moksha, went on her way. They had not gone far before they reached the eastern flower gate, where they should meet, but the minister Xiaoyu, just returning from court. His outriders were clearing the streets, but Kuan Yin, so far from removing herself, stood right in the minister's path, holding up the cassock. He reined in his horse, and seeing this dazzling object held up in front of him, he told his servant to ask the price. 5,000 pounds for the cassock and 2,000 for the staff, said Kuan Yin. "What makes them so expensive?" asked Xiao. "The cassock," said Kuan Yin, "would be valuable to some people and quite the reverse to others. It would cost some people a lot of money, and others none at all." "What does that mean?" asked Xiao. "The wearer of my cassock," said Kuan Yin, "will not be drowned or poisoned or meet wild beasts upon his way. But that is only if he is a good man. If it gets onto the back of a gluttonous, lustful priest, or one who does not keep his vows, or of a layman who destroys scriptures and speaks evil of Buddha, he will rue the day that he saw this cassock." "And what do you mean?" asked Xiao. "By saying that it would cost some people a lot of money and others none at all. To a purchaser who does not reverence Buddha's law and 3 treasures, the price of the cassock and staff together would be 7,000 pounds, said Kuan Yin. "But a pious and reverent man, devoted to our Buddha, could have them both for the asking." Hearing this, Xiao dismounted and bowed respectfully. "Reverend sir," he said, "the emperor of this great land is himself a most devout man, and all his ministers vie with one another in carrying out his behests. At present he is celebrating a great mass, and this cassock might well be worn by the high priest Xuanzang, who is in charge of the whole ceremony. Let us go to the palace and speak to the emperor about this." The emperor was delighted at this proposal, and at once told Xuanzang to put it on the cassock and hold the staff in his hand. Then he appointed a retinue to accompany him and had him led through the city in triumph, for all the world like a successful candidate at the examinations. In the great city of Xiaochang'an, traveling merchants and tradesmen, princes and nobles, writers and scholars, grown men and young girls, all fought with one another for good places from which to view the procession. A noble priest, a low hand comes to earth, a living bodhisattva. They cried in admiration when they saw Xuanzang pass, and the priests in his temple when he returned, seeing him thus accoutred, could scarcely believe that it was not the Bodhisattva Kshitigarbha himself who had come to visit them. Time passed, and now at last came the final ceremonies of the 49th day, at which Xuanzang was to deliver the closing sermon. "The great mass closes today," said Kuan Yin to Moksha. "Let us mingle in the throng so that we may see how the ceremonies are conducted and what blessing there is in our gift, and hear what school of Buddhism he preaches." The great Xuanzang, mounted on a high dais, first read the sutra on the salvation of the dead, then discussed the collect upon the security of kingdoms, and finally expounded the exhortation to pious works. At this point, Kuan Yin approached the dais and cried in a loud voice, "Why can't you give us some big vehicle scriptures?" So far from being put out by this interruption, Xuanzang was delighted to hear of other scriptures, and scrambling down from the dais, he saluted his interrupter and said, "Reverend Sir, forgive me for not knowing that I had one so learned as you in my audience. It is true that we have none of us any knowledge of the big vehicle, and have only expounded the little vehicle." At this point, one of the ushers rushed to the emperor and announced that 2 shabby priests had interrupted the master, pulled him down from the dais, and started some nonsensical argument with him. The emperor ordered them to be seized and brought to him. On appearing before the emperor, they did not prostrate themselves or even salute him, but merely asked what he wanted of them. "Are you not the priest who gave me the cassock the other day?" said the emperor. "I am," said Kuan Yin. "You had a perfect right," said the emperor, "to come here and listen to the preaching, eat with the other priests, and go away quietly. But you have no business to interrupt the preaching and disturb the whole proceedings. Your preacher," Kuan Yin said, "knows only about the little vehicle, which cannot save souls. We possess the Tripitaka of the big vehicle, which saves the souls of the dead and succors those that are in peril." The emperor was delighted at this news and asked at once where it was. "It is in India," said Kuan Yin, "at the temple of the great thunderclap, where the Buddha Tathagata dwells." "Do you know these teachings by heart?" asked the emperor. "I do," said the Bodhisattva. "Then Xuanzang shall retire," said the emperor, "and you shall mount the dais and expound them to us." But instead of doing so, Kuan Yin floated up into the sky and revealed herself in all the glory of her true form, holding the willow spray and the sacred vase, while Moksha stood at her left side, holding his staff. The emperor hastened to prostrate himself, and all his ministers knelt down and burned incense, while the audience, priests, nuns, officers, craftsmen, and merchants, bowed down crying, "The Bodhisattva, the Bodhisattva." The emperor's joy was so great that he forgot his rivers and hills. His ministers, in their excitement, broke every rule of etiquette, and all the multitude murmured again and again, "Glory be to the great Bodhisattva Kuan Yin." His Majesty decided to have a picture of the Bodhisattva painted by a skillful artist in full colors. His choice fell upon Wu Taozi, that genius of the brush, that prodigy of portraiture, that fabulous embodiment of vision and inspiration. It was this painter who afterward made the portraits of the heroes of the dynasty in the Tower of Rising Smoke. He now wielded his magic brush and rendered every detail of these sacred forms. Presently, the figures began to recede further and further into the sky, and finally their golden effulgence could be seen no more. At this point, the emperor dismissed the assembly and declared that the next thing to do was to find a traveler who would go to India and fetch the scriptures. An inquiry was made in the temple, and Xuanzang immediately came forward and bowing low said, "I am a humble cleric, devoid of any capacity, but I am ready to undertake the quest of these scriptures, be the fatigues and difficulties what they may, if by doing so I may promote the security of your Majesty's streams and hills." The emperor was delighted, and raising him from his knees with his royal hand, "Reverend sir," he said, "if indeed you are willing to do me this loyal service, undeterred by the length of the journey and all the mountains and rivers that you will have to cross, I will make you my bond-brother." And true to his word, in front of the Buddha image in that temple, he bowed 4 times to Xuanzang and addressed him as "Holy priest, my brother." Xuanzang, on his side, burning incense before the Buddha, swore to do all that lay in his power to reach India. "And if I do not reach India and do not bring back the scriptures, may I fall into the nethermost pit of hell, rather than return empty-handed to China." When Xuanzang rejoined the other priests, they pressed him, asking whether it was indeed true that he had sworn to go to India. For I have heard, one of them said, that it is a very long way and that on the road there are many tigers, panthers, and evil spirits. I fear you will not come back to us alive. I have taken my oath, said Xuanzang, and I must faithfully fulfill it. I know well enough that the hazards of such a journey are great. And presently he said, My disciples, I may be away for 2 or 3 years, or 5 or 7. If you see the branches of the pine tree at the gate turning eastward, you will know I am coming back. If not, it will mean that I shall never return. Early next day, in the presence of all his ministers, the emperor signed a rescript authorizing Xuanzang's quest and stamped it with the seal of free passage. The astrologers announced that the posture of the heavens made the day particularly favorable for the start of a long journey. At this point, Xuanzang himself was announced. Brother, said the emperor, I am told that this would be a lucky day for you to start. Here are your traveling papers, and here is a golden bowl for you to collect alms in during your journey. I have chosen 2 followers to go with you, and a horse for you to ride. It only remains for you to start. Xuanzang was ready enough, and taking the emperor's present, set out towards the gates of the city, accompanied by the emperor and a host of officials. When they reached the gates, they found that the priests of the Hung Fu temple were waiting there, with a provision of winter and summer clothing. When it had been added to the luggage, the emperor told a servant to bring wine, and raising the cup, he asked Xuanzang if he had a byname. Being a priest, said Xuanzang, I have not thought it proper to assume a byname. The Bodhisattva mentioned, said the emperor, that the scriptures in India are called the Tripitaka. How would it be if you took Tripitaka as your byname? Xuanzang accepted with thanks, but when he was offered the wine cup, he declined, saying that abstinence from wine was the first rule of priesthood and that he never took it. This is an exceptional occasion, said the emperor, and the wine is not at all strong. Just drink 1 cup to speed you on your journey. Tripitaka dared not refuse, but just as he was going to drink, the emperor stooped down and with his royal fingers scooped up a handful of dust and threw it into the cup. At first, Tripitaka could not make out why he had done this, but the emperor said, laughing, Tell me, brother, how long do you expect to be away? I hope, said Tripitaka, to be back in 3 years. That's a long time, said the emperor, and you have a long way to go. You would do well to drink this cup, for are we not told that a handful of one's country soil is worth more than 10,000 pounds of foreign gold? Then Tripitaka understood why the emperor had thrown the dust into the cup, drank it down to the last dregs, and set out upon his way. And if you do not know how he fared upon that way, listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 13. It was 3 days before the full moon, in the 9th month of the 13th year of Chengquan, when Tripitaka, seen off by the emperor and all his ministers, left the gates of Chang'an. After a day or 2 of hard riding, he reached the temple of the Law Cloud. The abbot and some 500 priests, drawn up in 2 files, ushered him into the temple. After supper, sitting by lamplight, they discussed questions of religion and the purpose of Tripitaka's quest. Some spoke of the wide rivers he must cross and the high mountains he must climb. Others spoke of roads infested by panthers and tigers, or of precipices hard to circumvent and demons impossible to overcome. Tripitaka said nothing, but only pointed again and again at his own heart. The priest did not understand what he meant, and when at last they asked him to explain, he said, It is the heart alone that can destroy them. I made a solemn vow, standing before the Buddha's image, to carry through this task, come what may. Now that I have started, I cannot go back till I have reached India, seen Buddha, got the scriptures, and turned the wheel of the law, so that our holy sovereign's great dynasty may forever be secure. A loyal, valiant cleric, they all cried in chorus, as they escorted Xuanzang to his bed. The next morning, Tripitaka rose early, eager to be on his way again. It was now far into autumn, and had he waited until cockcrow, it would have been the 4th watch before he started. A bright moon glistened on the frosty ground as he and his 2 followers set out. They had not gone 10 leagues when they came to a mountain range. The path they had been following vanished, and the going became excessively difficult. It seemed only too probable that they had missed their way. They were discussing the position, when suddenly the ground gave way under their feet, and they fell into a deep pit, the horse floundering along with them. They had hardly recovered from their first astonishment when they heard voices calling, "Seize them! Seize them!" Looking up, they saw 50 or 60 ogres crowding around the hole. The 3 travelers were hauled to the surface, and Tripitaka, when he could summon enough courage to look round, saw a demon king of the most terrifying aspect, who was obviously the leader of the gang. He gave orders that the captives should be bound, and a band of lesser ogres had already trussed them up and were about to prepare them for eating. Just then, there was a bustle outside, and someone announced that my lord of the Bear Mount and the steer hermit had arrived. Looking up, Tripitaka saw a swarthy fellow followed by a great hulking figure. The demon king hastened to welcome them as they came lurching and swaggering along. "General Een," said the first, "you are looking very pleased with yourself. I congratulate you." "General Een," said the other, "you're looking in very fine form. You may congratulate yourself." "How have you two been getting on?" asked the demon king. "Just managing to exist," said the one. "Just jogging on somehow," said the other. While they were talking, one of Tripitaka's followers, who had been trussed very tight, screamed with pain. "Where'd you find these 3?" asked the swarthy fellow. "I didn't find them," said the demon. "They just came here of their own accord." The hermit laughed. "May we venture to impose on your hospitality?" he asked. "If you'll do me the favor," said the demon. "There is more than we should get through at one meal," said the lord of the Bear Mountain. "How about eating 2 and keeping 1? The demon accordingly gave orders that the 2 followers should be carved up at once. The heads, hearts, and livers were to be offered to the guests. He himself bespoke the arms and legs. The other odds and ends were to go to the sundry lesser ogres. A frightful scrunching ensued, for all the world like a tiger devouring its prey. By the time the meal was over, Tripitaka was almost dead with horror and fright. It was now beginning to grow light, and the 2 guests retired. Tripitaka was in the depths of despair and had lost all hope of escaping with his life, when suddenly an old man appeared, carrying a heavy staff. Coming forward, he pulled at Tripitaka's ropes, which fell away at the first touch. Then he blew into his face, with the result that Tripitaka suddenly revived and, falling upon his knees, profusely thanked his rescuer. "That's all right," said the old man. "Pray get up, and tell me, have you lost anything?" "My 2 followers," said Tripitaka, "have been devoured by ogres. What has become of my luggage and horses, I have no idea." "I see a horse over there," said the old man, "and 2 saddle packs. I don't know whether by any chance they belong to you." Tripitaka looked in the direction in which the old man was pointing with his staff, and there, sure enough, was the horse, saddle packs and all, quite unharmed. "What place is this?" asked Tripitaka, brightening a little. "And what are the 3 ogres that haunt it?" "It is called the 2-Forked Ridge," said the old man, "and is a place much infested by tigers and wolves. You would have done well to keep clear of it. As for the ogres, the hermit is a buffalo spirit, the lord of the Bear Mountain is a bear spirit, and General Een is a tiger spirit. The other lesser ogres are all animal spirits of one kind and another. The purity of your inner nature made it impossible for them to eat you. Follow me, and I will put you on the proper path." Full of gratitude, Tripitaka adjusted the saddle packs, and pulling the horse by its halter, succeeded in getting it out of the hole. When they were back on the right track, Tripitaka tied up the horse at the path side and turned to thank the old man, only to discover that he was already rapidly disappearing into the sky on the back of a white crane. Presently there came fluttering down from the sky a paper strip on which was written, "I am the spirit of the planet Venus. I came to Earth on purpose to rescue. During the course of your journey, you will at all times enjoy the assistance of spiritual beings, who will see to it that you do not succumb to the perils that will beset you on your path." Tripitaka bowed in the direction whence the strip had come and then set off alone. He traveled over difficult country for half a day, without seeing any sign of human habitation. He was now very hungry, and the road was extremely precipitous. He was at the height of his difficulties when he heard two tigers roaring just ahead of him, and saw behind him several huge serpents twisting and twining. To make matters worse, on his left was some species of deadly scorpion, and on his right, a wild beast of unknown species. To cope single-handed with such a situation was clearly impossible, and there was nothing for it but to resign himself to his fate. Soon his horse sank quivering onto its knees and refused to budge. Suddenly, a medley of tigers and wolves, with other wild and fearful creatures, set upon him altogether. He would have been utterly lost, had there not at this very moment appeared a man with a three-pronged spear in his hand and a bow and arrows at his waist. Save me, cried Tripitaka. The man rushed forward and, throwing aside his spear, raised Tripitaka from his knees. Do not be afraid, he said. I am a hunter, and I came out to find a couple of mountain creatures to eat for my supper. You must forgive me for intruding upon you so unceremoniously. Tripitaka thanked the hunter and explained what brought him to this place. I live near here, said the hunter, and spend all my time dealing with tigers and serpents and the like, so that such creatures are afraid at the sight of me and run away. If you indeed come from the court of Tang, we are fellow countrymen, for the frontier of the empire is a little way beyond here. Do not be afraid, but follow me back to my house, where you and your horse can rest. Tomorrow I will put you on your way. Tripitaka was glad to accept and set out in company with the hunter. When they had crossed the neighboring ridge, there came once more the sound of fierce growling. That's a mountain cat coming, said the hunter. You sit here, and I will catch it for supper. Tripitaka was again transfixed by fright. The hunter seized a spear and, striding forward, began to stalk the tiger. Suddenly, a great striped tiger sprang right in his face. Tripitaka, who was entirely unused to watching such dangerous encounters, was once more on the verge of collapse. The man and tiger contended at the foot of a slope for about an hour. At last, the creature began to tire, and the hunter was able to dispatch it by a thrust right through the chest. Dragging it away by the ear from the pool of blood in which it lay, the hunter, without showing the slightest sign of concern, hauled it to the road, remarking casually, "This is a bit of luck. Here is enough meat to last you for several days." Tripitaka was lost in admiration. "Sir," he said, "you are a veritable god of the mountains." "I think that is going too far," said the hunter. It was a very simple matter. Then, with a spear in one hand and dragging the dead tiger with the other, he set out upon the road, followed by Tripitaka leading the horse. They soon came to a mountain farm. At the gate, the hunter let go of the tiger and called to the farmhands to come and carry it inside, skin it, and get it prepared for cooking. "For I have a guest," he said. Then he brought Tripitaka in and presented him to his mother, explaining that he was a priest of great piety, who was on a mission to fetch scriptures from India. "Tomorrow," she said, "is the anniversary of your father's death. Let us ask his reverence to say a mass, recite a scripture or two, and then start off again the next day." The hunter, though a rough, burly tiger slayer, was very attentive to his mother, and as soon as she made the suggestion, he ordered incense paper to be prepared and prevailed upon Tripitaka to spend the next day at the farm. It was now getting late, and the farmhands set out tables and brought in several dishes of cooked tiger flesh, which they laid all sizzling in front of their master and his guest. "I must tell you," said Tripitaka, "that I was admitted to the order almost as soon as I left my mother's womb, and have never in my life indulged in meat of this kind." The hunter thought for a while. "My family," he said at last, "has on the contrary for generations past been accustomed to eating meat. So what are we to do? I am sorry to have asked you to do what your conscience forbids." "There is no need to worry," broke the hunter's mother. "We can easily make him a vegetarian dish." And she told her daughter-in-law to boil some rice and make a salad. The hunter, removing himself to some distance, sat down to a meal of tiger's flesh, unseasoned and unsalted, with serpent's flesh, fox flesh, rabbit, and strips of dried venison. served in high-piled dishes. He was just beginning and had hardly raised his chopsticks when he saw that Tripitaka, his palms pressed together, was reciting what he took to be some passage from a holy book. Very much taken aback, the hunter dropped his chopsticks and rose to his feet. But after reciting only a few sentences, Tripitaka announced that he was ready to be served. "That was a very short scripture," said the hunter. "It wasn't scripture," said Tripitaka. "I was saying grace." "You priests certainly have some queer ways," said the hunter. "One would think you could at least take a meal without saying your prayers." After dinner, the hunter took him to a thatched building at the back of the house. The walls were hung with bows, arrows, slings, and the like, and over a beam hung 2 fetid, bloody tiger skins. The hunter invited him to take a seat, but Tripitaka was very ill at ease in the presence of these gruesome and forbidding objects and hurried out of the building. They soon came to a large paddock, where great masses of chrysanthemums piled their gold and maples blazed their crimson. The hunter called, and 10 fat deer sprang out of the bushes, and not at all disconcerted by the arrival of human beings, came up nuzzling and gambling. "These no doubt are creatures that you have tamed," said Tripitaka. "Yes," said the hunter. "Just as in Chang'an people lay up stores of money and farmers lay up stores of grain, so we hunters must always keep a few tame beasts as a provision against dark days." Immediately after breakfast the next day, the whole household assembled, and Tripitaka was asked to begin his recitation. He washed his hands and, assisted by the hunter, burnt incense in front of the house shrine. Then, bowing to the house shrine, he beat on his wooden fish, and after reciting spells for the purification of the mouth and the body, he read a text on the salvation of souls. After this, the hunter asked him to write a prayer slip for the salvation of the dead, and he recited parts of the diamond cutter scripture and the scripture of Guanyin, each in a clear and loud voice. After the midday meal, he recited chapters from the Lotus scripture and the scripture of Amitabha, and then told the story of the monks washing away their evil karma. As the day drew on, he burned further incense, along with paper horses and prayer slips. When all was over, they went to bed. That night, the soul of the hunter's father appeared in a dream to every member of the household, saying that he had for long been striving in vain to escape from the torments of the lower world. Now, thanks to the prayers and recitations of this pious priest, the evil karma that restrained him was wiped away, and Yama had ordered that he should be reborn as the child of a rich landowner. He asked them to tender his warmest thanks to his benefactor. When the hunter's wife told him of her dream, it turned out that he too had a similar dream. Presently his mother came along, saying that she had something to tell him. They both burst out laughing when she told him her dream, which was the same as their own. The whole household was then roused, and all in chorus thronged round him, saying, "Reverend sir, we cannot sufficiently express to you our gratitude. You have saved the soul of our late master." "I cannot think that anything I have done can deserve such thanks," said Tripitaka. They told him of the dreams, and he was indeed delighted. They asked him to accept silver, but he absolutely refused. "If you will have the goodness to escort me on the first stage of the journey," he said, "that will be ample recompense." The women hurriedly made ready some dried provisions, and the hunter, taking with him a few servants, all armed with their hunting gear, set out with Tripitaka upon the highway. Mountain scenery of indescribable beauty stretched out before them. Towards noon, they came to a gigantic mountain, up which Tripitaka began to clamber with great pains, while the hunter sprang up it as though he had been walking on flat ground. Halfway up, the hunter halted, and turning to Tripitaka, he said, "I fear at this point we must part. I entreat you to take me just one stage further," begged Tripitaka. "Sir," said the hunter, "you do not know. This mountain is called the Mountain of the Two Frontiers. Its east side belongs to our land of Tang. On the west side lies the land of the Tartars. The wolves and tigers on the far side I have not subjected. Moreover, I have not the right to cross the frontier. You must go on alone." Tripitaka wrung his hands in despair, clutched at the hunter's sleeve, and wept copiously. At this point there came from under the mountain a stentorian voice, crying repeatedly, the master has come." Both Tripitaka and the hunter started in great surprise. If you do not know whose voice it was they heard, listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 14. The hunter and Tripitaka were still wondering who had spoken when they again heard the voice, saying, "The master has come." The hunter's servant said, "That is the voice of the old monkey who is shut up in the stone casket on the mountainside." "Why, to be sure it is," said the hunter. "What old monkey is that?" asked Tripitaka. "This mountain," said the hunter, "was once called the Mountain of the Five Elements. But after our great Tang dynasty carried out its campaigns to the west, its name changed to the Mountain of the Two Frontiers. Years ago, a very old man told me that when Wang Mang overthrew the first Han dynasty, heaven dropped this mountain to imprison a magic monkey beneath it. He has local spirits as his jailers, who, when he is hungry, give him iron pills to eat, and when he is thirsty, give him copper juice to drink. Despite the cold and meager provisions, he is still alive. That cry certainly comes from him. You need not be uneasy. We'll go down and have a look." After going downhill for some way, they came to the stone box. Inside, there really was a monkey. Only his head was visible and one paw, which he waved violently through the opening, saying, "Welcome, master. Welcome. Get me out of here, and I will protect you on your journey to the west." The hunter stepped boldly up, removing the grasses from Monkey's hair and brushing away the grit from under his chin. "What have you got to say for yourself?" he asked. "To you, nothing," said Monkey. "But I have something to ask of that priest. Tell him to come here." "What do you want to ask me?" said Tripitaka. "Were you sent by the Emperor of Tang to look for scriptures in India?" asked Monkey. "I was," said Tripitaka. "And what of that?" "I am the great sage equal of heaven," said Monkey. 500 years ago I caused trouble in the halls of heaven, and Buddha clamped me down in this place. Not long ago, the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin, whom Buddha had ordered to look for someone to fetch scriptures from India, came here. She promised me that if I would amend my ways and faithfully protect the pilgrim on his way, I would be released and afterwards find salvation. Ever since then, I have been waiting impatiently, night and day, for you to come and let me out. I will protect you while you're going to get scriptures and follow you as your disciple." Tripitaka was delighted. "The only trouble is," he said, "that I have no axe or chisel." "So how am I to get you out?" "There is no need for an axe or chisel," said Monkey. "You only have to want me to be out, and I shall be out." "How can that be?" asked Tripitaka. "On the top of the mountain," said Monkey, "is a seal stamped with golden letters by Buddha himself. Take it away, and I shall be out." Tripitaka was for doing so at once, but the hunter took him aside and said there was no telling whether one could believe the monkey or not. It's true," screamed Monkey from inside the casket. At last, the hunter prevailed upon to come with him. Scrambling back again to the very top, they did indeed see innumerable beams of golden light streaming from a great square slab of rock, on which was imprinted in golden letters the inscription, "Wam Mani Padme Hum." Tripitaka knelt down and did reverence to the inscription, saying, "If this monkey is indeed worthy to be a disciple, may this imprint be removed, and may the monkey be released and accompany me to the seat of Buddha. But if he is not fit to be a disciple, but an unruly monster who would discredit my undertaking, may the imprint of this seal remain where it is." At once a gust of fragrant wind came, carrying the 6 letters of the inscription up into the air, and a voice was heard saying, "I am the great sage's jailer. Today the time of his penance has ended, and I am going to ask Buddha to let him loose." Having bowed reverently in the direction from which the voice came, Tripitaka and the hunter went back to the stone casket and said to Monkey, "The inscription is removed. You can come out." "You must go a little distance," said Monkey. "I don't want to frighten you." They withdrew a little way, but heard Monkey calling to them, "Further, further." They did as they were bid, and presently heard a tremendous crushing and rending. They were all in great consternation, expecting the mountain to come hurtling on top of them, when suddenly the noise subsided. Monkey appeared, kneeling in front of Tripitaka's horse, crying, "Master, I am out." Then he sprang up and called to the hunter, "Brother, I'll trouble you to dust the grass wisps from my cheek." Then he put together the packs and hoisted them onto the horse, which, upon seeing him, became at once completely obedient. For Monkey had been a groom in heaven, and it was natural that an ordinary horse should hold him in great awe. Tripitaka, seeing that he knew how to make himself useful and looked as though he would make a pretty tolerable Shramana, said to him, "Disciple, we must give you a name in religion." "No need for that," said Monkey. "I have one already. My name in religion is Aware of Vacuity." "Excellent," said Tripitaka. "That fits in very well with the names of my other disciples. You shall be Monkey Aware of Vacuity." The hunter, seeing that Monkey had everything ready, said to Tripitaka, "I am very glad you have been fortunate enough to pick up this excellent disciple. As you are so well provided for, I will bid you goodbye and turn back." "I have brought you a long way from home," said Tripitaka, "and cannot thank you enough. Please also apologize to your mother and wife for all the trouble I gave, and tell them I will thank them in person on my return." Tripitaka had not been long on the road with Monkey, and had only just gotten clear of the mountain of the two frontiers when a tiger suddenly appeared, roaring savagely and lashing its tail. Tripitaka was terrified, but Monkey seemed delighted. "Don't be frightened, master," he said. "He has only come to supply me with an apron." So saying, he took a needle from behind his ear and, turning his face to the wind, made a few magic passes, and instantly it became a huge iron cudgel. "It is 500 years since I last used this precious thing," he said, "and today it is going to furnish me with a little much-needed clothing. Look at him." He strides forward, crying, "Cursed creature, stand your ground." The tiger crouched in the dust and dared not budge. Down came the cudgel on its head. The earth was spattered with its blood. Tripitaka rolled off his horse as best he could, crying with an awestruck voice, "Heavens! When the hunter killed that stripy tiger yesterday, he struggled with it for hours on end. But this disciple of mine walked straight up to the tiger and struck it dead. True indeed is the saying, strong though he be, there is always a stronger." "Sit down a while," said Monkey, "and wait while I undress him. Then when I am dressed, we'll go on." "How can you undress him?" said Tripitaka. "He hasn't got any clothes." "Don't worry about me," said Monkey. "I know what I am about." "Dear Monkey." He took a hair from his tail, blew on it with magic breath, and became a sharp little knife. With it he slit the tiger's skin straight down and ripped it off in one piece. Then he cut off the paws and head and trimmed the skin into one big square. Holding it out, he measured it with his eye and said, "A bit too wide. I must divide it in two." He cut it in half, put one half aside, and the other round his waist, fastening it with some rattan that he pulled up from the roadside. "Now we can go," he said, "and when we get to the next house, I'll borrow a needle and thread and sew it up properly." "What has become of your cudgel?" asked Tripitaka when they were on their way again. "I must explain to you," said Monkey. "This cudgel is a piece of magic iron that I got in the Dragon King's palace, and it was with it that I made havoc in heaven. I can make it as large or as small as I please. Just now I made it the size of an embroidery needle and put it away behind my ear, where it is always at hand in case I need it." "And why," asked Tripitaka, "did that tiger, as soon as it saw you, crouch down motionless and allow you to strike it just as he chose?" "The fact is," said Monkey, "that not only tigers, but dragons too, dare not do anything against me. But that is not all. I have such arts that can make rivers turn back in their course and can raise tempests on the sea. Small wonder, then, that I can pilfer a tiger's skin. When we get into real difficulties, you will see what I am really capable of." "Master," said Monkey presently, "it is getting late. Over there is a clump of trees, and I think there must be a house. We had better see if we can spend the night there." Tripitaka whipped his horse, and soon they did indeed come to a farm, outside the gates of which he dismounted. Monkey cried, "Open the door." And presently a very old man appeared, leaning on a staff. Muttering to himself, he began to push open the door. But when he saw Monkey, looking with the tiger's skin at his waist, for all the world like a thunder demon, he was terrified out of his wits and could only murmur, "There's a devil at the door. Sure enough, there's a devil." Tripitaka came up to him just in time to prevent him from hobbling away. "Old patron," he said, "you need not be afraid. This is not a devil. It is my disciple." Seeing that Tripitaka, at any rate, was a clean-built, comely man, he took comfort a little and said, "I don't know what temple you come from, but you have no right to bring such an evil-looking fellow to my house." "I come from the court of Tang," said Tripitaka, "and I'm owed to India to get scriptures. As my way brought me near your house, I have come here in the hope that you would consent to give me a night's lodging. I shall be starting off again tomorrow before daybreak." "You may be a man of Tang," said the old man, "but I'll warrant that villainous fellow is no man of Tang." "Have you no eyes in your head?" shouted Monkey. "The man of Tang is my master. I am his disciple, and no man of Tang or sugar man or honey man either. I am the great sage equal to heaven. You people here know me well enough, and I have seen you before." "Where have you seen me?" he asked. "Didn't you, when you were small, cut the brushwood from in front of my face and gather the herbs that grew on my cheek?" "The stone monkey in the stone casket," gasped the old man. "I see that you are a little like him. But how did you get out?" Monkey told the whole story, and the old man at once bowed before him and asked them both to step inside. "Great sage, how old are you?" the old man asked when they were seated. "Let's first hear your age," said Monkey. 830, said the old man. "Then you are young enough to be my great-great-grandson at least," said Monkey. "I have no idea when I was born, but I was under that mountain for 500 years. "True enough," said the old man. "I remember my grandfather telling me that this mountain was dropped from heaven to trap a monkey divinity. And you say that you have only just gotten out. When I used to see you in my childhood, there was grass growing out of your head and mud on your cheeks. I was not at all afraid of you then. Now there's no mud on your cheeks and no grass on your head. You look thinner, and with that tiger skin at your waist, who would know that you weren't a devil?" "I don't want to give you all a lot of trouble," said Monkey presently, "but it is 500 years since I last washed. Could you let us have a little hot water? I am sure my master would be glad to wash, too." When they had both washed, they sat down in front of the lamp. "One more request," said Monkey. "Could you lend me a needle and thread?" By all means," said the old man, and he told his old wife to bring them. Just then, Monkey caught sight of a white shirt that Tripitaka had taken off when he washed and not put on again. He snatched it up and put it on. Then he wriggled out of tiger skin, sewed it up in one piece, made a horse face fold, and put it round his waist again, fastening the wrought tin belt. Presenting himself to Tripitaka, he said, "How do you like me in this garb? Is it an improvement?" "Splendid," said Tripitaka. "Now you really do look like a pilgrim." "Disciple," added Tripitaka, "if you don't mind accepting an offcast, you can have that shirt for your own." They rose early the next day, and the old man brought them washing water and breakfast. Then they set out again on their way, lodging late and starting early for many days. One morning they suddenly heard a cry, and 6 men rushed out at them from the roadside, all armed with pikes and swords. "Halt, priest," they cried. "We want your horse and your packs, and quickly too, or you will not escape with your life." Tripitaka, in great alarm, slid down from his horse and stood there speechless. "Don't worry," said Monkey. "This only means more clothes and traveling money for us." "Monkey, are you deaf?" said Tripitaka. "They ordered us to surrender the horse and luggage, and you talk of getting clothes and money from them." "You keep an eye on the packs and the horse," said Monkey, "while I settle matters with them. You'll soon see what I mean." "They are very strong men, and there are 6 of them," said Tripitaka. "How can a little fellow like you hope to stand up against them single-handed?" Monkey did not stop to argue, but strode forward and, folding his arms across his chest, bowed to the robbers and said, "Sirs, for what reason do you stop poor priests from going on their way?" "We are robber kings," they said, "mountain lords among the benevolent. Everyone knows us. How comes it that you are so ignorant? Hand over your things at once, and we will let you pass. But if half the word no leaves your lips, we shall hack you to pieces and grind your bones to powder." "I too," said Monkey, "am a great hereditary king, and lord of a mountain for hundreds of years, yet I have never heard your names." "In that case, let us tell you," they said. The first of us is called eye that sees and delights. The second, ear that hears and is angry. The third, nose that smells and covets. The fourth, tongue that tastes and desires. The fifth, mind that conceives and lusts. The sixth, body that supports and suffers. You're nothing but 6 hairy ruffians, said Monkey, laughing. We priests, I would have you know, are your lords and masters. Yet you dare block our path. Bring out all the stolen goods you have about you, and divide them into 7 parts. Then, if you leave me 1 part, I will spare your lives. The robbers were so taken aback that they did not know whether to be angry or amused. You must be mad, they said. You've just lost all you possess, and you talk of sharing our booty with us. Brandishing their spears and flourishing their swords, they all rushed forward and began to rain blows upon Monkey's head. But he stood stock still and betrayed not the slightest concern. Priest, your head must be very hard, they cried. That's all right, said Monkey. I'm not in a hurry. But when your arms are tired, I'll take out my needle and do my turn. What does he mean, they said. Perhaps he's a doctor turned priest. But none of us are ill. So why should he talk about using the needle? Monkey took his needle from behind his ear, recited a spell which changed it into a huge cudgel, and cried, Hold your ground and let old Monkey try his hand upon you. The robbers fled in confusion, but in an instant he was among them and striking right and left. He slew them all, stripped off their clothing, and seized their baggage. Then he came back to Tripitaka and said, laughing, Master, we can start now. I have killed them all. I am very sorry to hear it, said Tripitaka. One has no right to kill robbers, however violent and wicked they may be. The most one may do is to bring them before a magistrate. It would have been quite enough in this case if you had driven them away. Why kill them? You have behaved with a cruelty that will become one of your sacred calling. If I had not killed them, said Monkey, they would have killed you. A priest, said Tripitaka, should be ready to die rather than commit acts of violence. I don't mind telling you, said Monkey, that 500 years ago, when I was a king, I killed a pretty fair number of people. And if I had held your view, I would certainly never have become the great sage equal of heaven. It was because of your unfortunate performances in heaven, said Tripitaka, that you had to do penance for 500 years. If now that you have repented and become a priest, you go on behaving as in old days, you can't come with me to India. You've made a very bad start. The one thing Monkey had never been able to bear was to be scolded, and when Tripitaka began to lecture him like this, he flared up at once and cried, All right, I'll give up being a priest and won't go with you to India. You needn't go on at me any more. I'm off. Tripitaka did not answer. His silence enraged Monkey even further. He shook himself, and with a last I'm off, he bounded away. When Tripitaka looked up, he had completely disappeared. It's no use trying to teach people like that, said Tripitaka to himself gloomily. I only said a word or two, and off he goes. Very well then. Evidently, it is not my fate to have a disciple, so I must get on as best I can without one. He collected the luggage, hoisted it onto the horse's back, and set out on foot, leading the horse with one hand and carrying his priest's staff with the other, in very low spirits. He had not gone far when he saw an old woman carrying a brocaded coat and embroidered cap. As she came near, Tripitaka drew his horse to the side of the road to let her pass. Where are you all alone? She asked. The Emperor of China has sent me to India to fetch scriptures, said Tripitaka. The temple of the great thunderclap, where Buddha lives, said she, is 101,000 leagues away. You surely don't expect to get there with only one horse and no disciple to wait upon you. I picked up a disciple a few days ago, said Tripitaka, but he behaved badly, and I was obliged to speak rather severely to him, whereupon he went off in a huff, and I have not seen him since. I've got a brocade coat and a cap with a metal band, said the old woman. They belong to my son. He entered a monastery, but when he had been a monk for 3 days, he died. I went and fetched them from the monastery to keep in memory of him. If you had a disciple, I would be very glad to let you have them. That is very kind of you, said Tripitaka. But my disciple has run away, so I cannot accept them. Which way did he go? Asked the old woman. The last time I heard his voice, it came from the east, said Tripitaka. That's the way that my house lies, said the old woman. I expect he'll turn up there. I've got a spell here which I'll let you learn, if you promise not to teach it to anybody. I'll go and look for him and send him back to you. Make him wear this cap and coat. If he disobeys, you say the spell, and he'll give no more trouble and never dare to leave you." Suddenly, the old woman changed into a shaft of golden light, which disappeared toward the east. Tripitaka at once guessed that she was the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin in disguise. He bowed and burned incense towards the east. Then, having stored away the cap and coat, he sat at the roadside, practicing a spell. After Monkey left the master, he somersaulted through the clouds and landed right in the palace of the Dragon King of the Eastern Ocean. "I heard recently that your penance was over," said the dragon, "and made sure you would have gone back to be king in your fairy cave." "That's what I am doing," said Monkey. "But to start with, I became a priest." "A priest?" said the dragon. "How did that happen?" "Kuan Yin persuaded me to accompany a priest of Tang," said Monkey, who was going to India to get scriptures. "So I was admitted to the order." "That's certainly a step in the right direction," said the dragon. "I'm sure I will congratulate you. But in that case, what are you doing here in the East?" "It comes from my master being so impractical," said Monkey. "We met some brigands and naturally I killed them. Then he started scolding me. You may imagine I wasn't going to stand that. So I left him at once, and I'm going back to my kingdom. But I thought I would look you up on the way and see if you'd give me a cup of tea." When he had been given his cup of tea, he looked round the room and saw on the wall a picture of Chang Liang offering the slipper. Monkey asked what it was about. "You were in heaven at the time," said the dragon, "and naturally would not know about it. The immortal in the picture is Huang Shikang, and the other figure is Chang Liang. Once when Shikang was sitting on a bridge, his shoe came off and fell under the bridge. He called to Chang Liang to pick it up and bring it to him. Chang Liang did so, whereupon the immortal at once let it fall again, and Chang Liang again fetched it. This happened 3 times, without Chang Liang showing the slightest sign of impatience. Huang Shikang then gave him a magic treatise, by means of which he defeated all the enemies of the House of Han and became the greatest hero of the Han dynasty. In his old age, he became a disciple of the immortal red pine seed and achieved Tao. Great sage, you must learn to have a little more patience if you hope to accompany the pilgrim to India and gain the fruits of illumination." Monkey looked thoughtful. "Great sage," said the dragon, "you must learn to control yourself and submit to the will of others if you are not to spoil all your chances." "Not another word," said Monkey. "I'll go back at once." On the way, he met the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "The seal was removed and I got out," said Monkey, "and became Tripitaka's disciple. But he said I didn't know how to behave, and I gave him the slip. But now I'm going back to look after him." "Go as fast as you can," said the Bodhisattva, "and try to do better this time." "Master," said Monkey, when he came back and found Tripitaka sitting dejectedly by the roadside, "what are you doing still sitting here?" "And where have you been?" asked Tripitaka. "I hadn't the heart to go on and was just sitting here waiting for you." "I only went to the Dragon of the Eastern Ocean," said Monkey, "to drink a cup of tea." "Now, Monkey," said Tripitaka, "priests must always be careful to tell the truth. You know quite well that the Dragon King lives far away in the east, and you have only been gone an hour." "That's easily explained," said Monkey. "I have the art of somersaulting through the clouds. One bound takes me 108,000 leagues." "It seemed to me that you went off in a huff," said Tripitaka, "because I had to speak rather sharply to you. It's all very well for you to go off and get tea like that if you are able to, but I think you might remember that I can't go with you. Doesn't it occur to you that I may be thirsty and hungry too?" "If you are," said Monkey, "I'll take a bowl and go and beg for you." "There isn't any need to do that," said Tripitaka. "There are some dried provisions in the pack." When Monkey opened the pack, his eye was caught by something bright. "Did you bring this coat and cap with you from the east?" he asked. "I used to wear them when I was young," replied Tripitaka, saying the first thing that came into his head. "Anyone who wears this cap can recite scriptures without having to learn them. Anyone who wears this coat can perform ceremonies without having practiced them." "Dear master," said Monkey, Let me put them on. By all means, said Tripitaka. Monkey put on the coat and cap, and Tripitaka, pretending to be eating the dried provisions, silently mumbled the spell. My head is hurting, screamed Monkey. Tripitaka went on reciting, and Monkey rolled over on the ground, frantically trying to break the metal fillet of the cap. Fearing that he would succeed, Tripitaka stopped for a moment. Instantly, the pain stopped. Monkey felt his head. The cap seemed to have taken root upon it. He took out his needle and tried to lever it up, but all in vain, fearing once more that he would break the band. Tripitaka began to recite again. Monkey was soon writhing and turning somersaults. He grew purple in the face, and his eyes bulged out of his head. Tripitaka, unable to bear the sight of such agony, stopped reciting, and at once Monkey's head stopped hurting. You've been putting a spell upon me, he said. Nothing of the kind, said Tripitaka. I've only been reciting the scripture of the tight fillet. Start reciting again, said Monkey. When he did so, the pain began at once. Stop, stop, screamed Monkey. Directly you begin, the pain starts. You can't pretend it's not you that are causing it. In future, will you attend to what I say? Asked Tripitaka. Indeed I will, said Monkey. And never be troublesome again, said Tripitaka. I shouldn't dare, said Monkey. So he said, but in his heart there was still lurking a very evil intent. He took out his cudgel and rushed at Tripitaka, fully intending to strike. Much alarmed, the master began to recite again, and Monkey fell writhing upon the ground. The cudgel dropped from his hand. I give in, he cried. Is it possible, said Tripitaka, that you are going to be so wicked as to strike me? I shouldn't dare, groaned Monkey. Master, how did you come by the spell? It was taught to me by an old woman whom I met just now, said Tripitaka. Not another word, said Monkey. I know well enough who she was. It was the Bodhisattva, Kuan Yin. How dare she plot against me like that? Just wait a minute while I go to the Southern Ocean and give her a taste of my stick. As it was she who taught me the spell, said Tripitaka. She can presumably use it herself. What will become of you then? Monkey saw the logic of this, and kneeling down, he said contritely, Master, this spell is too much for me. Let me go with you to India. You won't need to be always saying this spell. I will protect you faithfully to the end. Very well then, said Tripitaka. Help me onto my horse. Very crestfallen, Monkey put the luggage together, and they started off again toward the west. If you do not know how the story goes on, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 15. It was midwinter, with a fierce north wind blowing and icicles hanging everywhere. Their path led them up precipitous cliffs and across ridge after ridge of jagged mountain. Presently, Tripitaka heard the roaring of a torrent and asked Monkey what river it might be. I remember, said Monkey, that there is a river near here called the Eagle Grief Stream. A moment later, they suddenly arrived at the riverside, and Tripitaka reined in his horse. As they looked down at the river, there was a swirling sound, and a dragon appeared in midstream. Churning the waters, it made straight for the shore, clambered up the bank, and had almost reached them. Monkey quickly pulled Tripitaka from the horse, and turning his back to the river, hastily threw down the luggage and carried the master up the bank. The dragon did not pursue them, but swallowed the horse, harness and all, then plunged once more into the stream. Meanwhile, Monkey had set down Tripitaka upon a high mound and gone back to recover the horse and luggage. The luggage was there, but the horse had disappeared. He brought the luggage to where Tripitaka was sitting. The dragon has made off, he said. The only trouble is that the horse has taken fright and bolted. How are we to find it? Asked Tripitaka. Just wait while I go and have a look, said Monkey. He sprang straight up into the sky, and shading his fiery eyes with his hand, he peered down in every direction. But nowhere was there the least sign of a horse. He lowered his cloud trapeze. I can't see it anywhere, he said. There is only one thing that can have happened to it. It has been eaten by the dragon. Now, Monkey, what will you be thinking of? Said Tripitaka. It would have to have a big mouth indeed to swallow a large horse, harness and all. It is much more likely that it bolted and is hidden by a fold of the hill. You had better have another look. Master, you underrate my powers, said Monkey. My sight is so good that in daylight I can see everything that happens 1,000 leagues around. Within 1,000 leagues, a gnat cannot move its wings without me seeing it. How could I fail to see a horse? Well, suppose it has been eaten, said Tripitaka. How am I to travel? It's a great deal too far to walk. As he spoke, his tears began to fall like rain. Don't make such an object of yourself, shouted Monkey, infuriated by this exhibition of despair. Just sit here while I go and look for the wretch and make him give us back the horse. You can't do anything unless he comes out of the water, said Tripitaka. And if he does, it will be me that he will eat this time. You're impossible, thundered Monkey, angrier than ever. You say you need the horse to ride, and yet you won't let me go and recover it. At this rate, you'll sit here staring at the luggage forever. He was still storming when a voice spoke out of the sky, saying, Monkey, do not be angry. Priest of Tang, do not weep. We divinities have been sent by Kuan Yin to protect you in your quest. Tripitaka at once obeyed. Which divinities are you? Cried Monkey. Tell me your names, and I'll tick you off on the roll. Here present are Lu Ting and Lu Chia. They said, the guardians of the 5 points, the 4 sentinels, and the 18 protectors of monasteries. We attend to you in rotation. And which of you are on duty this morning? Asked Monkey. Lu Chia, 1 sentinel, and the protectors are on duty, they said. And the golden-headed guardian is always somewhere about night and day. Those who aren't on duty can retire, said Monkey. But Lu Ting, the sentinel of the day, and all the guardians had better stay and look after the master while I go to the river and look for that dragon, and see if I can get him to return the horse. Tripitaka, feeling somewhat reassured, sat down on the brink, begging Monkey to be careful. Don't you worry about me, said Monkey. Dear Monkey. He tightened the belt of his brocade jacket, hitched up his tiger skin, grasped his iron cudgel, and going straight down to the water's edge, called in a loud voice, Cursed fish, give me back my horse. The dragon was lying quietly at the bottom of the river, digesting the white horse. But hearing someone cursing him and demanding his prey, he fell into a great rage and leapt up through the waves, crying, Who is it that dares make such a hullabaloo outside my premises? Stand your ground, hissed Monkey, and give me back my horse. He brandished his cudgel and struck at the dragon's head. The dragon advanced upon him with open jaws and threatening claws. It was a valiant fight that those two had on the banks of the river. To and fro they went, fighting for a long while, hither and thither, round and round. At last the dragon's strength began to fail. He could hold out no longer, and with a rapid twist of the tail, he fled from the encounter and disappeared into the river. Monkey, standing on the bank, cursed and taunted him unceasingly, but he turned a deaf ear. Monkey saw nothing for it but to go back and report to Tripitaka. Master, he said, I taunted him till he came out and fought many bouts, and in the end he took fright and ran away. He is now at the bottom of the river and won't come out. We are still not sure whether he did swallow the horse, said Tripitaka. How can you say such a thing? Said Monkey. If he hadn't eaten it, why should he have come out and answered my challenge? The other day when you dealt with that tiger, said Tripitaka, you mentioned that you could also subdue dragons. I don't understand why you are having such difficulties with this dragon today. To such a taunt as this, no one could be more sensitive than Monkey. Not another word, he cried, stung to the quick. I'll soon show you which is master. He strode to the stream side and used a magic which stirred up the clear waters of the river till they became as turbulent as the waves of the Yellow River. The dragon soon became very uncomfortable as he lay at the bottom of the stream. Misfortunes never come singly, he thought to himself. Hardly a year has passed since I barely escaped with my life from the tribunal of heaven and was condemned to this exile. And now I have fallen foul of this cursed monster, who seems determined to do me injury. The more he thought, the angrier he became. At last, determined not to give in, he leapt up through the waves, and gnashing his teeth, he snarled, What monster are you? And where do you come from, that you dare affront me in this fashion? Never mind where I come from or don't come from, said Monkey. Just give me back my horse, or you shall pay for it with your life. Your horse, said the dragon, is inside me. How am I to give it back to you? And anyhow, if I don't, what can you do to me? Have a look at this cudgel, said Monkey. If you don't give me back the horse, you shall pay for it with your life. Again they fought upon the bank, and after several rounds, the dragon could no longer hold out. He made one great wriggle and, changing itself into a water snake, disappeared into the long grass. Beating the grass with his cudgel, Monkey pranced wildly about, tried to track it down, but all in vain. At last, fuming with impatience, he uttered a loud "OM" as a secret summons to the spirits of the locality. In a moment, they were kneeling before him. Hold out your shanks, said Monkey, and I'll give you each 5 strokes with the cudgel just to relieve my feelings. Great sage, they beseech him, pray give us a chance to put our case to you. We had no idea that you had been released from your penance, or we should have come to meet you before. We humbly beg you to forgive us. Very well then, said Monkey, you shan't be beaten. But answer me this, where does this dragon come from, who lives in the Eagle Grief River? Why did he swallow my master's white horse? Great sage, they said, in old days you had no master, and indeed refused obedience to any power in heaven or earth. What do you mean by your master's horse? After I got into trouble about that affair in heaven, said Monkey, I had to do penance for 500 years. But now I have been taken in hand by the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin and put in charge of a priest who's going to India to fetch scriptures. I was traveling with him as his disciple when we lost my master's horse. If you want to catch this dragon, surely your best plan would be to get the Bodhisattva to come and deal with it. They said, there used to not be any dragon here, and it is she who sent it. They all went and told Tripitaka of this plan. How long shall you be, he asked. Shan't I be dead of cold or starvation before you come back? While he spoke, the voice of the golden-headed guardian was heard saying from the sky, none of you need move a step. I will go and ask the Bodhisattva. Much obliged, said Monkey. Pray go at once. The guardian soared up through the clouds and made straight for the Southern Ocean. Monkey told the local deities to look after the master, and the sentinels to supply food. Then he went back to the banks of the river. What do you come for? Asked the Bodhisattva. When the golden-headed guardian was brought to her, where she sat in her bamboo grove, the priest of Tang, said he, has lost his horse at the Eagle Grief River. It was swallowed by a dragon, and the great sage sent me for your help. That dragon, said Kuan Yin, is the son of the Dragon King of the Western Ocean. By his carelessness, he set fire to the magic pearls in the palace, and they were destroyed. His father accused him of subversive intentions, and the tribunal of heaven condemned him to death. I saw the Jade Emperor about it, and asked that the sentence might be commuted if the dragon consented to carry the priest of Tang on his journey to India. I cannot understand how he came to swallow the horse. I'll come and look into it. She got down from her lotus seat, left her fairy cave, and riding on a beam of magic light, crossed the southern sea. When she came near the river of Eagle Grief, she looked down and saw a monkey on the bank uttering ferocious curses. She sent the guardian to announce her arrival. Monkey at once sprang into the air and shouted at her, a fine teacher of the 7 Buddhas, a fine founder of the faith of mercy you are, to plot in this way against us. You impudent stableman, you half-witted red bottom, said the Bodhisattva. After all the trouble I have taken to find someone to fetch scriptures and tell him to redeem you, instead of thanking me, you make a scene like this. You've played a fine trick on me, said Monkey. You might, in decency, when you let me out, have allowed me to go around and amuse myself as I pleased. But you gave me a dressing down and told me I was to spend all my time and energy looking after this Tang priest. Very well, but why did you give him a cap that he coaxed me into putting on? And now I can't get it off. And whenever he says some spell or other, I have frightful pains in the head. Oh, Monkey, laughed Kuan Yin, if you were not controlled in some such way as this, there would be no doing anything with you. Before long, we should have you at all your old tricks again. It's no good trying to put the blame on me, said Monkey. How come it that you put this dragon here after he had been condemned by the courts, and let him eat my master's horse? It was you who put it in his way to continue his villainies here below. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I specially asked the Jade Emperor, said Kuan Yin, to let this dragon be stationed here, so that he might be used to carry the master on his way to India. No ordinary Chinese horse would be able to carry him all that way. Well, now he is frightened of me and is hiding, said Monkey. So what is to be done? Kuan Yin called the golden-haired guardian and said to him, Go to the edge of the river and cry, Third son of the Dragon King, come out. The Bodhisattva is here. He'll come out all right. The dragon leapt up through the waves and immediately assumed human form. Don't you know that this is the scripture seeker's disciple? Kuan Yin said, pointing at Monkey. Bodhisattva, said the young dragon. I've been having a fight with him. I was hungry yesterday and ate his horse. He never once mentioned anything about scripture seeking. You never asked my name, said Monkey. So why should I tell you? Didn't I ask you what monster you were and where you came from? Asked the dragon. And didn't you shout at me? Never mind where I came from or didn't come from, but just give me back my horse? You never so much as mentioned the word Tang. Monkey is more fond of showing off his own powers than mentioning his connection with other people, said Kuan Yin. But in future, if anyone questions him, he must be sure to say that he is seeking scriptures. Then there will be no more trouble. The Bodhisattva then went to the dragon and removed the jewel of wisdom from under his chin. Then she took her willow spray and sprinkled him all over with sweet dew, and blowing upon him with magic breath cried, Change. Whereupon the dragon immediately changed into the exact image of a lost horse. She then solemnly called upon the once dragon to turn from his evil ways and promised that when his task was ended, he should be given a golden body and gain illumination. The young dragon humbled himself and promised faithfully to do as he was bid. Then she turned to go, but Monkey grabbed at her, crying, This is not good enough. The way to the west is very bad going, and it would be difficult enough in any case to get an earthly priest over all those precipices and crags. But if we're going to have encounters like this all the time, I shall have hard work keeping alive at all, let alone any thought of achieving salvation. I'm not going on. That's odd, said the Bodhisattva, because in the old days you used to be very keen on obtaining illumination. I am surprised that, having escaped from the punishment imposed upon you by heaven, you should be so unwilling to take a little trouble. When you get into difficulties, you have only to call upon earth, and earth will perform its miracles. If need be, I will come myself to succor you. And by the way, come here. I am going to endow you with one more power. She took the willow leaves from her willow spray, and dropping them down Monkey's back, cried, Change. At once they changed into 3 magic hairs. These, she said, will get you out of any trouble, however menacing. Monkey thanked the Bodhisattva, who now set out for the southern heaven, and taking the horse by the forelock, he led it to Tripitaka, saying, Master, here's a horse anyway. It's a much better condition than the old one, said Tripitaka. However, did you manage to find it? What have you been doing all the while? Dreaming, said Monkey. The golden-haired guardian sent for Kuan Yin, who changed the dragon into the exact image of our white horse. The only thing it lacks is a harness. Where is the Bodhisattva? Asked Tripitaka, very much surprised. I would like to thank her. You're too late, said Monkey. By this time she is already crossing the southern ocean. However, Tripitaka burned incense and bowed toward the south. Then he helped Monkey to put together the luggage, and they set out. It's not going to be easy to ride a horse without a saddle and reins, said Tripitaka. I'd better find a boat to get across the river, and see if I can't get some harness on the other side. That's not a very practical suggestion, said Monkey. What chance is there of finding a boat in this wild, desolate place? The horse has lived here for some time and must know his way through the waters. Just sit tight on his back and let him carry you across. They had got to the river bank, Tripitaka astride the horse and Monkey carrying the luggage, when an old fisherman appeared upstream, punting a crazy old raft. Monkey waved to him, crying, We have come from the east to fetch scriptures. My master does not know how to get across, and would like you to ferry him. The old man punted rapidly toward them, and Monkey told Tripitaka to dismount. He then helped him on board and embarked the horse and luggage. The old man punted them swiftly across to the far side, where Tripitaka told Monkey to look in the pack for some Chinese money to give to the old fisherman. But the old man pushed off again at once, saying he did not want money. Tripitaka felt very uncomfortable and could only press together his palms in token of gratitude. "Don't you worry about him," said Monkey. "Didn't you see who he really is? This is the river divinity who failed to come and meet us. I was on the point of giving him a good hiding, which he richly deserved. The fact that I let him off is payment enough. No wonder he didn't have the face to take your cash." Tripitaka was not at all sure whether to believe this story or not. He got astride the horse once more and followed Monkey along the road to the west. And if you do not know where they got to, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter.